What's up, guys? Luke Ford here. I want to talk about what makes for a good live stream, what makes for honorable debate. It's really simple. There are only two honorable forms of debate, and that's to argue over facts and over logic. That's about it. That's what I try to foster on these streams. Of course, I don't always achieve that, but the goal is to foster honorable debate, honorable discussion, honorable behavior, honorable ways of thinking, honorable ways of speaking, honorable ways of living, honorable ways to develop a community, honorable ways to conduct affairs publicly, and honorable nations, honorable people. That's what we're aiming at here. So I want to talk about honorable forms of argumentation, logical fallacies, and just did some research on YouTube, as always. And there's this New Zealand chick who's really good. And she did like 31 logical fallacies in like 8 minutes.
Which, among other things, covered some common logical fallacies. And I really enjoyed it, and I want everyone to share my joy. Fallacies are really interesting. We use them all the time without thinking about them. And if you find yourself talking to someone who strawmans so hard that they're going to be picking chaff out of their hair for a week...
So I'm curious, just write in the comments about what drives you crazy when you watch internet live streams. Like, what are the types of logical fallacies and just dishonorable forms of argumentation that drive you nuts, and talk about which live streams you think operate at the highest level, as opposed to just getting down into the gutter and just slinging mud and not much light being shed. So I'm curious what you enjoy, what you hate about live streams as far as the honorable debate model goes. So this is from a New Zealand girl, 31 logical fallacies in 8 minutes.
It would be good to be able to point at what exactly it is that's making meaningful discussion impossible. I will also put a link to a website which has pages in time.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that people say and do that make logical discussion impossible. And generally speaking, I don't want to encourage those people. I don't want to bring them on the show and encourage that kind of discourse. So do we have the ability to dismiss certain arguments on the basis of source alone? Well, okay, if you have a convicted mass murderer and he's making arguments about something to do with mass murder, or maybe he'd be qualified. So yeah, sure. I guess life is complicated. We only have so much time to think, only so much energy to make distinctions. So a lot of times we just make these lightning decisions simply based on source alone.
Your logical fallacy is, which also has more detailed explanations. Let's go. Fallacy of composition. If it's true of the parts, then it's true of the whole. If there are 3 great players on my hockey team, then my hockey team must also be great, right? And the opposite, fallacy of division. If it's true of the whole, then it must be true of the parts. If my flat is about half the size of your flat, then it follows logically that my doors must be half the size of your doors. The gamblers...
Okay, so Levy makes the point, if I took seriously every new CNN headline that read devastating new revelations about Trump, I would have no free time. And it's also just tiring, right? You're just constantly dealing with this onslaught of news and propaganda. And because you know it's CNN or MSNBC, then you just dismiss it as an economizing device. So when you ask a man's opinion, you're asking him really about the 2 things that are most important to him: his sense of who's reliable. Okay, that's one thing, and then his best judgment. So men take their opinions very seriously, and they usually get frustrated when women ask them their opinions, because for a woman, generally speaking, when she asks you your opinion, it's not nearly as serious a matter as when a man asks a man his opinion and means it seriously, because men take dispensing their opinions very seriously, because what it combines is their most trusted sources of information and their values. So that's why men take their opinions, generally speaking, very seriously, and they get quite annoyed when women treat them trivially.
Fallacy is the idea that streaks of good luck or bad luck exist and are not just random noise. It's been read 6 times in a row, it's on a streak. Tu quoque. Or, who are you to talk? If your sister, who does no exercise, says you should do 150 minutes of moderate or 75 minutes of vigorous exercise a week to be healthy, it is the tu quoque fallacy to say, I'll do it when you do. Who are you to lecture me about what exercise I should be doing? Her not doing exercise said.
Right, so who are you to talk? Right, is that about the most common put down in discussions and arguments today? Who are you to talk? Look, you wrote about the porn industry. Who are you to talk about Torah? It's a very common put down that I've heard. And just walking down the street today, and someone said, "Oh, look, you're just the person I wanted to talk to. I saw you on TV. I saw you on Porndemic." And yeah, they wanted to talk about that new documentary that I've appeared on.
There's nothing about whether or not you should do it. Straw man, willfully misrepresenting an argument, often in a massively hyperbolic fashion. We should cut down on our use of fossil fuels. Oh, so you want to ban all cars and make 80-year-olds with suitcases run around on bicycles, do you? No.
I hate that one. I experience that all the time. Just, I hate it when my arguments are repeated back to me in some distorted and absurd fashion. I hate the use of straw manning in debate. So anyone wants to come on, hit me up on Twitter or email me at lukeisback@gmail.com. I'll invite you on the show. Don't have anyone scheduled tonight. And Matt says, tell Julie Yofi, Merry Christmas for me, Luke, next time you see her. Yeah, right. That should go well. But straw manning drives me crazy. The argument, who are you to talk? That drives me crazy. Those are 2 of my least favorite arguments I notice on both YouTube live streams and in real life.
Hominum. You're evil, an evil witch. Burn the witch and don't listen to the witch's opinions. They're the devil's words. Sometimes people are obviously biased or subjective, and so you should treat their arguments with care, but it's generally better form to attack the argument rather than the person. Somewhat related to this is... Yes.
Attack the argument, not the person. Absolutely. And how often do we see a fair article about the dissident right in the mainstream media? Virtually never. Virtually never have I read a fair treatment about the dissident right in the mainstream media. The closest that I can think of is that book and lengthy article by the Washington Post reporter who wrote about the Sun, Derek Black. So that book about Derek Black, I would say that book was 90% fair. So Rising Out of Hatred, The Awakening of a Former White Nationalist. Okay, the title is obviously unfair, and some of the book is unfair, but overall, I thought this was a pretty good example of the mainstream media treating the alt-right seriously. You wouldn't sense that by the title, but overall, that book I thought was 90% fair. I also thought the New Yorker piece on Mike Enoch was about 70% fair. So I thought that was one of the best examples of the mainstream media's treatment of the alt-right in a way that I thought was relatively fair. But generally speaking, of course, when the news media talks about the alt-right, they distort, they use ad hominem attacks, they say, who are you to say that? They strawman, all sorts of logical fallacies. So going back to this...
Assuming that an argument is automatically wrong because of its source. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Fallacious appeal to authority. Sometimes it's appropriate to look at what experts think on a topic, but fallacious appeals to authority bring in someone who's an expert in an entirely unrelated field and expect you to treat them as an expert in this field. Being an expert in particle physics doesn't mean you'll automatically have sensible opinions on, say, pig husbandry, or vice versa. Red herring.
Okay, so Matt and Glib, I see you in the chat room. So So feel free to come on in. I got absolutely nobody to stream with me tonight, so looking for some company here.
Fallacy of distraction. Well, they might have stolen the puppy, Your Honor, but look how sad they are to be in court. Red herrings may seem plausible, but are ultimately irrelevant. In our example, a person being sad because they have been made to come to court is not relevant to whether or not they actually stole the puppy.
Well, this New Zealand chick, she's amazing. She's so logical. Why can't I find a woman like this?
Particular red herring is also an example of appeal to emotion. Appeals to emotion attempt to distract you by making you feel bad for the other person. So why should we hire you for this job? Because if you don't hire me, then I'll be out on the street and I'll have to live in a cardboard box. You don't want to make me live in a cardboard box, do you?
Okay, appeals to emotion. That's a pretty common tactic in real life. It's annoying then, is particularly annoying in a live stream serious discussion of lofty ideas such as we regularly have on this show. And Matt claims that this New Zealand chick is being fed lines by a man. No, just look at her. She's a very serious thinker.
Appeal to popularity or bandwagon. 5 million people can't be wrong. Appeal to tradition. People have been doing this for thousands of years, so it must be right. Appeal to nature. Ooh, don't trust medicine or science. It's full of chemicals which are bad for you. Here, take this belladonna. It's very natural.
Okay, this is awesome. 31 logical fallacies in 8 minutes. The name of the girl is Jill Bearup, Bearup, jillbearup.com. She lives in New Zealand, so the odds of her being Jewish are infinitesimal.
Appeal to ignorance. If you can't prove it false, it must be true, or vice versa. You can't prove that ghosts don't exist, therefore they must exist. Well, you can't prove that ghosts do exist, so therefore they clearly don't.
Levy says people are not persuaded on the basis of logic, but rather on emotion. Yes, I agree, but if their emotions permit them to explore ideas, sometimes I think logic can make a difference. But yeah, overall, you're not going to change minds on logic alone.
These are appeals to ignorance. Begging the question, assuming to be true a premise that you are trying to prove. Zog the Great.
Pill Leader, I'll send you an invite. See if you're free this Saturday night. Let's talk about forms of debate and discussion, particularly on internet live streams, that you find most annoying, and forms of discussion and debate that you find most helpful, most elevated. We're all about elevating the human condition on this show. That feeling when you first learned about logical fallacies, not from school, but from the pinned thread on Paul. And Doyce says logic doesn't mean a damn thing in modern society. Okay, what's my general vibe on Stefan Molyneux and his argument style? I like his graphics. I like his work. I think he's a lousy interviewer because he talks way too much. And yeah, he's just not a very good interviewer. But I think he's a very smart man, and he does good work. So overall, I have a high opinion of Stefan Molyneux. The new Stefan Molyneux, not the old Stefan Molyneux who was all about telling people to disengage from their family if their family was stifling their personal growth.
It is infallible because in the big book of Zog the Great, it says that he's infallible, and we know that the text is infallible because it was written by Zog, who is infallible because it says so in the book, which was written by someone who said equivocation is... Okay,
there's some great stuff in the chat. Stefan Molyneux is a bad interviewer. He is the alt-right Terry Gross. Terry Gross is a horrible interviewer, just the worst. And yet she gets articles in the New York Times asking her for her tips on making people feel comfortable and how to conduct an interview. She's the very worst, just very worst, I think, of all the interviewers. So I remember a few years ago, this would-be author emailed me back in 2006 wanting to interview me about my childhood, and she seemed nice but unskilled. But I thought, hey, maybe she's cute. I replied to her that if I had time down the road, I'd do it. And she was persistent. So we finally met at a Starbucks Monday morning. She was courteous. She was just a horrible interviewer. And so I've been interviewed hundreds of times. I've interviewed thousands of people. And these are some of the interviewing mistakes that I noticed by this would-be author trying too hard. When someone senses the effort you are making to be trustworthy, professional, interested, or whatever quality you're striving for while you're conducting an interview, it's jarring. You should never explicitly state that you are trustworthy, telling the truth. You should simply embody the trait. Trying to have a conversation. This is one of the big mistakes I notice in people trying to conduct an interview. They say, this is just having a conversation. Steve Croft, the guy from 60 Minutes, I remember he said that to me just before interviewing me for 60 Minutes in 2003. This is just a conversation. An interview is not a conversation. Interviews that are conducted as an attempted conversation suck 98% of the time. Most interviewees, 98% of them, are not going to be interested in the interviewer or the interviewer's opinion or what other interview subjects have said. As I listened to this woman's story, I just felt bored. I felt restless. I felt resentful. I slumped. I stared around the coffee house. I wondered how quickly I could get away. I remember there was this guy from Front Page Magazine.com, the David Horowitz publication. He called up Heather McDonald to interview her, and he spent most of the hour blathering about himself. She had no interest. Then he finally said, I guess I should ask you some questions. And she replied she didn't have time. She just moved on. General questions, not as effective as specific ones. Like, this woman asked me for stories from my childhood. That's like asking a comic to be funny. It doesn't work. Don't give your interviewee, unless they force you, unless they ask, a list of your questions or topics you want covered, unless it's a TV interview for a particular topic, because then it robs the event of spontaneity. When someone gives a good interview, they do it out of some primordial urge, and a good interviewer has to tap into those strong emotions and drive a person to speak passionately. When I was answering these rogue questions, I remember just slumping and staring into space and listlessly reciting material I posted on my website. You should read an interviewee's relevant work and then ask interesting and specific questions rather than have him repeat himself. Most important thing in conducting an interview is to establish rapport with your subject. The next most important thing is to not get in the way. Don't interrupt. Don't talk about yourself or anything but the person at hand unless the interviewee asks you specific questions that convey genuine interest. The shorter the question, the better. How did that make you feel? Questions are great. Men in particular rarely feel like they can unload how things make them feel. Having therapy should improve one's interviewing skills. Read Janet Malcolm's book, The Journalist and the Murderer. Be charming without trying by giving genuine compliments. Few people are immune to the implied flattery of rapt attention. Your questions should flow out of what the person has just said. This makes them feel that you're listening and that you're interested. If you can't ask such a question, then have good fallback questions at hand. So when I'm interviewing someone, I'm jotting down questions as we go. When interviewing someone, you should jot down inconspicuously your impressions of your subject. What is his body language? What is his tone? What does your intuition tell you about what he's saying? And what are your next questions? So those are just my thoughts on what makes a good interviewer. Barbara Walters is a good interviewer. I haven't watched that much of her, so I'm not sure. Everyone said, bring on Dude. And Vivian says, my high school didn't have debate class. We actually did a formal debate about abortion in my 7th grade gifted and talented class. We didn't have a formal debate class. I was the only girl in that class. I had to bring another girl to try to make me feel comfortable. I haven't listened to Joe Rogan, so I don't have an opinion. Brundlefly is a good interviewer. I agree with that. And if Barbara always makes her subjects cry, that's a sign that she's a pretty good interviewer.
Hi, Luke.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, nothing much. I'm just calling from my phone, so No, it's funny you're talking about interviewing because I never really interviewed or podcast anyone until the end of 2016, 2 years ago, and I was still in college. And when I was doing the whole internship with Robert Stark, I actually had no idea how to interview someone or there's etiquette and ethics, like you're just exactly saying. And it's kind of embarrassing to say, but like literally one of my first interviews I did with Jamie Stewart of the band Juju, I kind of talked over him a lot and did some art because I was basically fanboying. And I could see this with some of my early ones too. And as well, I was much more of a quirky person 2 years ago. But it's weird because you can't notice these things until you practice them and you become self-aware. Because I think most average people, if you say, all right, you're going to be the next Larry King, go ahead and interview someone, I think most of the time they're going to be full of themselves. And it's really a skill to require. And I don't think I've learned. I think I've made my mistakes, but I'm starting to learn now. When I do interview someone, I realize it is kind of a game of tennis where you give that person, 3 minutes to talk, then to give just short, brief questions as the interview, because you forget that there's the existence of the audience.
Right. Who do you think are some of the best interviewers?
Oh, well, I could just be flattering and say Robert
No.
Stark, probably because he's just so robotic and he just gets on interesting people and he just goes, where are you from? What did you do? Is that, and it's like, again, but like you said, you're talking about like, I would even say William F. Buckley for some reason, but Buckley's more like, again, a firing line of, I'm going to insert my intellectualism over you. And you're going, or it's like Sargon of Akkad when he gets on Jared Taylor and he wants his agenda. And I always think like that you are in the hot seat with someone. And so if you're trying to be like a neutral journalist, expect to be, be in that person's game of control. And it really, instead of being a dialogue, it's more like a rivalry. It's not really a debate. I don't know how to explain it, but I understand the point of view where you're coming from with neutral journalism and such.
And what do you find annoying, and what do you find stimulating in YouTube debates, to the extent that you listen or check that out?
Well, right now I think there's way too many YouTube stuff. I mean, there's just so much out there now, and I felt like maybe in 2011 or even 2009, even before live stream, it was just starting out as just pre-recorded sessions, and you could find things under easy tips of topics and people doing historical videos. Now you got like YouTube drama has become almost essential to getting more subscribers. We have to know what Croton T is doing in order to dox everyone because he's such a weirdo, eccentric queer, or what this girl is doing and that person, right? Even to everything is now revolving around the Jerry Springer trash TV thing, right? I kind of like that a lot, and it is returning, and I have no shame saying I like that, and I tried it out myself, but then again, it is some character assassination going on. It does require some different role modeling and such, but again, it really does defeat the whole, Z Magazine or RT News Television neutral journalism that you really get some, I guess, quote unquote academic learning from. But yeah, today YouTube is really, I think subscribers now, if you have 5,000 subscribers, that in YouTube subscriber economy literally 5 years ago probably meant 20,000 today. That's what I am observing.
And what have you been noticing over the past week or two since we spoke last? Anything that's on your mind this evening? Any great book you've read or article or YouTube show that you've taken in that you'd like to discuss?
I do like YouTube drama a lot, but instead of YouTube drama, because it always happens all the time, I was reading, however, I was in Manhattan today. I was supposed to meet up with Babylonian Hebrew. I guess he was busy, and so I ended up going to the Japanese bookstore and picking up a book on Alain Baido, think I'm
Yeah.
saying his last name wrong. He's a French philosopher, and one of his arguments is that communism is inevitable. And I was just reading that on the train home. If you were talking about books, but I don't know if this relates to the whole journalism aspect, but it just makes me think about how maybe YouTube is losing this sense of, I mean, this sounds like intellectualism. I know, not that I'm talking about Croton T or Sargon of Akkad. They preen as this intellectualism or this radical centrist, but maybe what I'm saying is that we've lost a sense of New Yorker magazine or liberal politics within YouTube because everyone is so anti-SJW, middle class, and DIY and ethics, where nothing really matters. And that might just be the future of philosophy in itself, but you kind of have to dumb down yourself when you're on YouTube in such a way. And, as myself, when I'm on YouTube, I look at myself as a cartoon character. That doesn't really represent me in real life, but it could. I mean, we all have characters in some regards. So I think there will definitely be new ethics to YouTube, let's say, in the next 2 years, where you're going to see a lot more people who are considered political, but it's also this form of irony politics where it's quote-unquote meta-politics, but in a way of being like a cartoon character and acting out these values. Because I think we're going through a dark age of losing the credibility of Sargon of Akkad and YouTube centrists, even for that matter, Ryan Folk in some regard. And we're regressing to this whole, how loony is this person, like Kristen Wilson Chandler. But that's just something I'm observing right now.
Okay, let's get RR in here. RR, why don't you talk about your channel, why you launched it, and I have to go switch my laundry from the washer to the dryer. So you two talk amongst yourselves for 5-10 minutes.
Very good. Actually, the channel Right Ruminations relates directly to the topic which you seem to be just discussing. The idea is to find a plausible way of drawing the line between having a right which is too cooperative with the mainstream and having a right which is too divided along ideological lines. So the concept behind it is something I call the Parthenon of the Right, which delineates 7 groups. The manosphere, the white nationalists, the neo-reactionaries, the alt-right, the populists, the paleo-libertarians, and the paleo-conservatives. And the idea is that these groups should not be seen as persona non grata on the right, that these are groups who should be seen as being in strategical concert with one another for the purpose of effectively countering the left, or at least the progressive left. So I do see some means by which a common ground could be found between people like Sargon and people like the race realists on the basis of a kind of common dissent with respect to the left. Now, more recently, I do see that as being something which has developed a little bit more plausibility than it did, say, 2 years ago. But in terms of what you were saying about having to develop a kind of YouTube persona or of not wanting to be too cerebral, I mean, I think that it has its place. I think that both approaches have their place because, I mean, I know a number of people who perhaps are not intellectual heavyweights, but have an appreciation for the Sargonian style, as it were. And I think that I do think that a synthesis can be produced between the more kind of sectarian or controversial aspects of the alt-right and the more liberalist centrist what might be called the alt-right or the skeptics or what have you. And I think really the way to pinpoint that synthesis is by referring to a kind of basically a liberalistism which is willing to dissent on race issues, that is willing to basically utilize its distaste for political correctness as a basis for having an open-minded discussion on race and gender issues. So a kind of liberalist empiricism. I don't know if you want to say anything to any of that.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you said it right there with the experience-wise. Like you're talking about like experience with liberals, and right, and you're talking more about this empiricism where it's more about, it's not about like this kooky postmodern talk about, hey, this is why communism will rule the world, but hey, this is what liberal boomers are doing. And it's more like, well, obviously there'll be a consensus among a new wave of quote-unquote liberals that will talk race realism, things which were considered the far right back in the 90s is now a norm. And I don't know, I totally see something like that. I mean, I do think our culture is definitely shifting in a way where, I mean, there's so much people on the right now who believe in this kind of Kali Yuga, where it's the end of times, where everything is like the Titanic and literally everything is sinking. And that just seems, it's almost self-defeatist or black-pilled in a way. However, it's very strange that the people who advocate, like, say, transgendered people, or even some new cutting-edge things about what the postmodern left is doing, they feel things are being progressive right now, or at least they feel like they're creating new breakaway realities in philosophy, where at the same time, however, they're really just driving past or just completely shunning and ignoring what we would call YouTube right, or the establishment of a right is right now. But yeah, I mean, it's weird because I guess what you're saying is that it's almost as if today the right is really it's almost developing, as an institution, right? Or
yes, I think it's developing. It's still finding its way because, 5 years ago, right, when I was still learning about all of this, the kind of online presence for something like an alternative right, the way it exists now, was not something that like what I was encountering. What I was encountering were kind of like recycled Paul Gottfried videos from 2008, and perhaps that's just to a certain extent that I had not had known where to look. But yeah, I do think that like Richard Spencer was on J.F. Garipi's show, and he was marketing or speaking of this book that he is writing, which was about something, I can't remember the exact title, but it was something like neo-Nietzschean philosophy and the search for white spirituality, or something like that. I can't imagine that appealing to ordinary people.
yeah,
And let me jump back in here. I want to switch the conversation briefly to the art of the interview. It's a terrific article on NPR, August 14th, 2006. The old saying goes, there's no such thing as a stupid question, but in the opinion of at least one major TV network, there is such a thing. And some of the least effective questions are coming from top broadcast journalists. ESPN's John Swatsky is tearing down icons such as Larry King and Mike Wallace as he preaches his guiding principles about how to properly conduct an interview. ESPN has become a multi-channel sports juggernaut, and they, however, wanted to improve their interviewing techniques, so they got this journalism professor, John Swatsky, to join ESPN, and now every single editorial employee at ESPN is expected to attend a 3-day seminar, and he illustrates the 7 deadly sins of interviewing. And I think that's pretty cool. Let me just scroll down here. Sawicki's rules are simple, and he says they get broken all the time. Don't ask yes or no questions. Keep questions short and avoid charged words, which can distract people. In his seminar, Sawicki points to Mike Wallace's of 60 Minutes and CNN's Larry King as examples to avoid. I completely agree there. In Sawicki's illustrative clips, King favors leading questions that generate curt answers, while Wallace's rapid patter fails to get a subject to speak candidly. Sawicki says Wallace and the others are better at theatrics than journalism, and that they often trip up their own interviews by thinking that they should be the focus of attention. Wallace brushes that aside, saying he asks indiscreet questions that yield compelling conversations. And he asks if Sawicki is right, why would ESPN have invited him, Mike Wallace, to be the keynote speaker at a conference of its reporters and producers earlier this year? And Larry King also doesn't think the criticism is valid. He says, I pride myself on not getting one-word answers. And King also questions Sawicki's ability to make a fundamental change in the way journalists conduct interviews, because you can't teach someone to be curious. So let me go for, here are Sawicki's. I'll have to do more research here, but I just think these are the key points for asking a good interview. Is you don't ask yes or no questions, you keep questions short and avoid charged words which distract people. RR, do you have any thoughts about the quality of interviewing in the interviews that you watch either on TV or on YouTube? And who do you think are the best interviewers?
Well, I think that there is a correct distinction made there between people who are naturally curious and those who you might have a difficult time teaching them to be curious. One issue might be that the people that I watch tend to be interviewers who are very who speak to a curious audience. I mean, I like there's a small YouTube channel called Praise of Folly podcast, which is a kind of conservative channel that it definitely delves in very much in depth into kind of niche topics. The libertarian podcaster Tom Woods, I mean, these are people who are catering to a curiosity-oriented audience. But I think that it may be true that for the general public, as soon as the speaker becomes cerebral, that it can almost provoke a negative reaction. I mean, I wonder if that's not partly why someone like Donald Trump was able to be successful, where someone like Ron Paul kind of made people scratch their heads, because, you know, he was a very sophisticated, cerebral man in terms of how that is Ron Paul, in terms of how he explained things. But on the other hand, there is some extent to which the bridge can be the gap can be bridged. There's a reason that Sargon has such a large following. I mean, he kind of falls in between. He's able to assimilate an appeal to curiosity without becoming so cerebral as to become esoteric. So, yes, there is a divide between those two approaches, but I think there's some evidence that it can be bridged.
Okay, let me read a little bit more here. This is from the archives of American Journalism Review. The Question Man, investigative reporter John Sawicki has become a leading authority on the art of the interview. His conclusion, too often we are asking all the wrong questions. This is from October of 2000. Susan Paterno writes, author John Sawicki, Canada's premier investigative reporter and a foremost expert on interviewing, taking me for a stroll down a busy Toronto street. As I try to keep up, dodge traffic, and ask questions, he keeps deflecting. At some point, I realize this walk is leading somewhere else besides back to the hotel, to an understanding, to an epiphany, to a moment of sheer terror. I am trying on Sawicki the tactics that he has been teaching me since we started talking several weeks earlier. I remain skeptical about his practices. Avoid making a statement during an interview. I think that's very important. Avoid asking a question a source can answer with a yes or no. Sound conversational, but never engage in conversation. The advice may be simple, but the execution is about as natural as walking on hot coals. It's hit and miss, until I finally come up with a question that seems to catch both of us off guard. Me, because I can't remember what the question is, and him, because he seems to have revealed something he is now attempting to sidestep. He has mentioned that there are holes in his methodology, and those holes are preventing him from getting started on his latest book on interviewing. To Sawatsky, holes are great, unanswered questions, a reluctant admission that after nearly a decade of inquiry, still has some way to go in creating the definitive examination of the interview, journalism's fundamental tool. What holes, I ask? It's a direct hit, but then I follow with a misfire. I didn't see any holes in what you did today. Ouch. I commit one of Sawatsky's deadly sins. I make a statement. The savvy source with something to hide uses an interviewer statement as an exit ramp, an easy way out of a question. I try to recover. Where are the holes? Well, mostly the holes are in what we're doing tomorrow. He says, there aren't too many holes in what we did today. But what are the holes in what we did today? I repeat. He says nothing. I want to say more. The silence makes me uncomfortable. Sawatsky's eyes dart back and forth across the street, looking for a place to cross. Maybe he's looking for an exit ramp. See that? He says as we're crossing the street. That's the longest street in Canada. He proceeds with a mini travelogue about Toronto. What am I doing wrong? Clearly he's onto me, but it's just not my problem. Sawatsky's view, it's a problem for all journalism. Savvy sources are on to all of us, spinning back all heat and no light, precisely because we're asking the wrong questions, he says. Under attack, journalists are conceding defeat to a well-oiled propaganda machine without really understanding why they're losing. In the last decade, media trainers have become such a growth industry, you can even find them among small businessmen in Newfoundland, Sawatsky says, teaching politicians and business executives how to run circles around journalists. Pilliter, anything you've heard in the last 5 minutes you want to comment on?
Well, first, I just wanted to say, I'm not the only one that listens to Praise the Folly because I do really like Todd Lewis. I've been following.
Can you speak up? The volume's not so great.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but if you could just speak up.
All right. Sorry.
That's much better.
All right. Much better. This is on my phone, so yeah. I was just saying that, off topic here. Yeah, Praise the Folly. That's a good YouTube podcast. But on the fact of journalism. It's interesting you point out that there's all these different rules and that, these are something like I don't think like the normal common person, like let's just say an 18-year-old kid is going to do like a YouTube like program where he pretends he's a TED Talks interviewee against some subject, or he's doing a film project. Like, I think the 18-year-old to, like, 24-year-old is most likely going to insert his personality through it because he's only mimicking the behavior, what he watched on TV or what he knows from his favorite interviewees. So I think the level when you become a master, like, journalist, what you're talking about is, like, by the time you get to your, like, mid-30s or something like that, magical age of 35, I don't know. But I just feel like a lot of this is trial and error. On behalf, because I still feel some issues where if I do interview someone on a podcast, I always feel like I could possibly play this Roosh v. seduction game where I can manipulate him to say something saucy that's exclusive on my podcast, right? And so I don't know. It's interesting because I just wanted to reiterate that you fall under the lines of, are you this Jerry Springer trash TV like hit guy, or are you actually providing and controlling like a conductor new information, the person to have, in this journalist interview you are, having? I don't know.
And RR, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I agree with what the likely tendencies of your 18-year-old startup are likely to be. But I think you have to make a clear distinction between what's inevitable and what should or should not be encouraged. And I think if you want to have the people who are starting now to not be simply perpetuators of echo chambers by the time they are 30, then you want to at least have a narrative out there which is an encouragement of objectivity, of not necessarily wanting to insert one's opinions into one's interview style. I think that the point about not making statements in the context of conducting an interview is very important because it immediately changes the tone of the interview. And I've actually seen interviewees try to provoke the interviewer into inserting their own opinions. I think almost as part of an attempt to discredit the interviewer. But it immediately gives off the visceral sense that objectivity has been compromised, and that there's something that it's no longer an interview in some sense, but it becomes an argument. So,
okay, here are more tips from John Sawatsky, journalism professor, on how to conduct a good interview. His point is basically that there's a checklist for doing an interview, just as there's a checklist for a doctor talking to a patient, or there's a checklist for pilots to go through before they make the plane take off. And I think that's a useful insight. So here are more of his tips. Ask neutral, open-ended questions. So don't put value judgments in your questions, because then you put people on the defensive. Start questions with what, how, and why. They demand the most from sources, requiring them to describe causes, what happened, processes, how did it happen, and motivation, why did you do it? Fill in the blanks with questions beginning with who, where, and when. Probe tough issues. Don't ask tough-sounding questions. Asking a subject, are you a racist, is an easy question that sounds tough. The answer most certainly will be no. Instead, ask focused, open-ended questions about evidence. Keep in mind, less is more. The more information journalists put into questions, the more information sources leave out. Short questions produce succinct, dramatic, focused responses. Long, rambling questions get long, rambling answers or curt, confused replies. Strategize. Strategy becomes especially important when the issue is difficult. A reporter came to Sawatsky with a statistic she wanted to humanize. 1/3 of the school children in Edmonton, Canada were going without breakfast. Asking the children directly, did you eat breakfast this morning, would likely produce less than truthful responses, since even children are loath to admit they're poor or hungry. Instead, ask the child, what's the first thing you did when you got up this morning? Then what? Then what? Up until the child arrives in school. If the child makes no mention of breakfast, ask, what about breakfast? Why didn't you eat anything? Establish agreement. Without agreement on basic facts, reporters spend most of the interview trying to force the source to accept their version of events, usually resorting to coercion and leading questions. Dan Rather, for example, has facts that Serbia committed ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. Then he should question Serbian officials about that evidence, not about generalities such as genocide. Build the interview on answers, not questions. People find it easier to volunteer than to admit. When the source makes an original assertion, follow up with a question asking for evidence to support it. Put the burden of proof on the source. If a source insists there was no crime, ask, how do you know that? If a source says, I can't remember, ask, why can't you remember? To focus questions, pick a key phrase the source mentioned and repeat it in an open-ended question. If, in describing his marriage, Ted Kennedy says, we've had difficult times, respond, what do you mean by difficult times? Here are things to avoid while conducting an interview. Avoid closed-ended questions. Don't ask, did you sleep with Miss Smith? Don't make statements instead of asking a question. Don't ask double-barreled questions or two questions at once. For example, whom did you like interviewing most, and what's your most impressive interviewing coup? Sources will gravitate toward answering questions that make them look best and avoid those whose answers might be less than flattering. Don't overload questions. The reporter asked Bill Clinton, was Jennifer Flowers your lover for 12 years? He answers that allegation is false. Which allegation is false? That they were lovers or that the relationship lasted 12 years? Don't put comments into questions. Don't use trigger words or loaded words in questions. Don't use hyperbole in questions. So let's welcome Matt to the show. Matt, anything you've heard tonight you want to comment on?
No. No, I don't have a comment. Do you have a question for me?
Yeah, who are your favorite, least favorite interviewers?
I like Terry Gross. She's pretty good. Uh,
What makes her good?
no, I don't like Terry Gross, Luke. I'm just messing with you. Um, that's something I've never really thought about. Um, I do listen to Joe Rogan if he has a guest that I think is interesting, and he is good at getting his interviewers to open up and relax. Even though I think Joe Rogan himself I think he's an idiot. He is good at making people comfortable. And then another thing, but this is just more has to do with the internet, is that these interviews now are so long form that they just go on for hours, hours and hours and hours. That's something that's just completely different from the interviews of the past that were very contained, very edited. I don't know. I just think like the nature of the interview has changed a lot just within the last few years.
Pill Leader, anything you've heard in the last 10 minutes you want to comment on?
I just want to add on to that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody could listen to, say, a heel turn program for 5 hours and then find some juicy information like on the 3rd hour and 10-minute mark because some saucy gossip about so-and-so's wife or something like that. And I feel this is a very dangerous time or bad dark age for journalism because everything's becoming so postmodern that there is no hierarchy anymore in a quote-unquote academic journal. It's rather just, we're a bunch of dudes shooting the breeze in a basement like an avant-garde French film. But now that has become a YouTube standard. Again, I remember I think short is best because, again, your audience member seems to be some early 20-year-old something kid on his cell phone, too busy listening to Little Pump and doing kiddie stuff. So he's gonna accidentally come across a 5-minute PragerU video about why you should deport Mexicans, right? Or he's going to come across that video where he's going to find maybe Luke Ford talking for 2 hours about something. But I think like that the special minute marker now was like 4 to 10 minutes, and a 10-minute video is now considered a serious video, and a 20-minute video is a rant. But again, I remember a time back in like 2016 where I would get home from like school and just like listen for like an hour and a half on a really good interview while I like sit by the fireplace metaphorically and do something, right? But again, I think people have such short attention spans, they could care less about your investment into some fringe YouTube program like The Praise of Folly,
And a common interviewing mistake that I see all the times is a lot of interviewers don't listen to their guests and they don't modify their line of inquiry because they're just so focused on getting to the next question. Right, Ruminations, any thoughts you'd like to add?
Yes, well, I do disagree with Pill because I think you have to contextualize what exactly is happening here. And that is a level in reality of subversive freedom of speech, which has not been possible in the entire history of mankind, right? The common complaint that that freedom of speech is under siege, I believe, is correct. But at the same time, this format of presentation at least gives the option of making public lengthy conversations, which at one time could only take place in secluded coffee shops and the like. And I'd say if these are the kind of things that you found yourself viewing in your younger years, then there's no reason to think that there aren't people of that age now who are inclined the same way. And furthermore, just the format, like the idea of live chats, of monetary contributions in real time and such. I mean, certainly it's experimental, but I think the fact that it happens at all is some kind of testament to advances in freedom of speech, and therefore subversion with respect to the intellectual hegemony that we are against. So I would disagree with you on that.
Hey, can I say something about that? I kind of disagree to a certain point. I'm still really into the long live streams. Luke, I probably listen to everything you do, okay? Part of that's the nature of my job, where I sit a lot, so I have to listen to something. But Pill, you're not wrong. Those short videos are what really hook people. But some of the best, like short little art videos that I've seen on YouTube are like old reappropriated Jonathan Bowden speeches that they've like cut up and put to something. And those were originally like, like an hour or something plus speech, but they've cut it up and reappropriated it with some video or images, but they're really powerful.
No, I agree with you both. I think, it's going to be weird, like in the year like 2080, where let's say we have like a philosopher who's like 70 years old, right? And he grew up watching Luke Ford, or any fringe YouTube channel, right? That has like 800 subscribers. And then he's in a position of power, and we can, like, let's say computers get so advanced, like from the year 2080, we could go all the way back in time to 2018 when we had this like 7-hour dialogue happening. That is so crazy. And just like the whole coffee house thing, we have no idea what that was happening in, like, say 1930 or 1940. Now we have the technology where it's like the super surveillance state, where it's like we record every moment of our life, coming to this point where I think it'll become really interesting, where kind of making more superior to what books can hold is that digital information can uphold something of someone's past. Like, can you imagine if Carl Benjamin or Sargon of Akkad gets written in the books as some kind of new age, quote unquote, philosopher or something? It's just, I definitely see the arts changing. In a way, the internet is bringing this new thing we've never had before, and changing a lot. But at the same time, it's going to really change up how, I guess, new generations think about things, and kind of putting obsolete previous generations how they thought about things. Meaning we'll see a lot of death to certain values and things which we consider political correctness. But I could definitely see change in like 2100.
Okay.
Hey Luke, can I
Yes.
ask you a question?
Yes,
Phil
sir.
said something, and it's true. Like, we're recording everything we do these days, And it kind of reminded me, when I was in my 20s, I was really into Andy Warhol. And, he would experiment with video. And one of the videos he made was just him eating like a Whopper burger. And that was it. And it just made me think, Luke, are we all just a bunch of narcissists? Is that what it is? Just filming ourselves all the time? Is it just our narcissism?
I think it's a form of capitalism. This is my new rant, but I've been kind of taking the whole anti-capitalist pill recently. It sounds like it's a communist or a left-wing socialist Bernie Sanders thing, but no, I think it's a form of like how much capitalism has been around in America, and it's now infecting our culture, where we feel we have to be merchants exploiting off of a dumb consumer class so they can send us super chats. And it's really strange. It's been making me paranoid, but no, at the same time, it makes me like legitimize people who criticize cultural capitalism, if you want to call it that. And it makes me think, there is definitely this egotism, sociopathic behavior with being a YouTube star, or if you want to say that, or YouTube merchant. And like the people who say they're in it for some revolution are like, it doesn't change the fact that the normal person who drives a taxi cab in New York City to get his money, you're no different from him. And it's just like, again, if you look at everything as a capitalist thing, it really distorts everything. And I kind of think in those lines at the moment.
Okay, I want to jump in and answer that. Matt, so I think the answer would be in the effect on your life. If you're losing friends because you're doing so many live streams, or you're saying and doing things on live streams that is costing you friends, then you've got a problem. If you're getting fired from work, if you're losing clients, if you're getting out of shape because you're not taking sufficient time to exercise, if you are saying and doing things that you regret, then it's something pathological if you're doing it on an ongoing basis. So I've done thousands of hours of live streams, and I've never had to once edit out something I've said. So I've never lost a friend, to the best of my knowledge, over my live streams. best of my knowledge, I've not lost any income. So I just am not aware of having paid any price. The only price that I've paid, of which I'm aware for doing these live streams, is that if I weren't doing them right now, I'd be reading a book. So I'm reading fewer books. Perhaps I'm doing fewer social things out in the world. I'm watching fewer movies, but I would have a really hard time putting my finger on any way that doing these live streams is hurting my life. And to me, that's the primary test about whether something's a destructive addiction or not, whether it's exercise or alcohol or porn or food or using credit cards. Is it hurting your life? And I can't point, Matt, to any examples of how doing these live streams hurts my life. Do you have a follow-up, Matt?
Yeah, that's a big statement, because the amount of content you put out, and to say there's nothing you had to delete that you said, that's pretty big. That's pretty huge, Luke. So, like, what's your secret? And I'm doing little air quotes with my fingers. Because I would say something I regret if I streamed as much as you do.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think it's primarily the result of integration. That my life is now integrated, as opposed to my life was disintegrating. So my life is integrated in that there's no one sector of my life that I couldn't share, if appropriate, with other sectors. There's nothing that I'm doing when I'm not live streaming that I'd be ashamed to share with you on my live stream. And there's nothing I'm saying on my live streams that I would be ashamed to share with people in the rest of my life in the appropriate context. Obviously, you don't just go up to someone inappropriately and start sharing your political or religious opinions. So at age 52, I would say over the past 4 years, I've learned to integrate my life. I think the Alexander technique has helped significantly. So you look at the world and you say very different things when you're up, when you have upward direction, when your head is poised on top of your spine, as opposed to how most people are. They're in kind of a modified version of fight or flight. So when you pull down, your head gets out of balance with your spine. See, my head's jutting forward now. Chiropractors call this forward head posture. And then the more, like if I start tightening and contracting my shoulders, as many people do, and the more my head goes forward, then the more distorted my proprioception, my sense of myself, my sense of the outside world, everything gets distorted. My emotions, my thinking, everything gets out of whack. And I see a lot of people, they just kind of go through life like this. They got one shoulder, they got weird twitching patterns, and the head's jutting forward, or the head's tipping back like this, and they're just kind of like this. They're just like, they're modified version of Quasimodo. Of course, your thinking, your emotions, your proprioception, your understanding of life, your ability to relate to other. You're not going to relate to other people in a smooth and easy fashion if you got all these weird tension and compression patterns going on. You're gonna be a freak, and you're gonna be completely out of reality. And most people have all sorts of dramatically interfering tension patterns that make them kind of awkward to talk to. And so I would say Alexander technique, when I'm up like this, I can't be depressed, I can't be angry. When I get angry, you'll notice my head will retract onto my spine. It will jump forward into a little bit of fight or flight. My shoulders will start rising up. And so now I'm triggered. Okay, now I'm in fight or flight. Now I'm like ready to fight. And it does happen, but thanks to the amount of Alexander technique training I have, it's very modified. So this is what Luke Ford looks like when he's upset. It's like this. And that's a very different place to be than like that. So I'd say Alexander technique, and then extensive work in 5 different 12-step programs. Like in my latest program, my sponsor had me write a list of 100 resentments, which took quite a lot of time. And I had to ask her for help. And she said, well, anything that's painful, anything that hurts, anything that there's a wound inside is going to be related to some resentment. So when you make such a comprehensive list of your own resentments, then you get a fairly accurate understanding of yourself, what are your leading character defects, and it enables you to go through life much more smoothly. Matt, do you have any reactions to that? And then I'll go to Babs.
Well, I was just wondering if also, and be honest, like growing older, that you're more adept at handling conflict.
Yes, yeah, that's significant. But if I had not done the Alexander technique work and the 12-step work, uh, the incremental advantages of growing older uh, would not be that significant, because they would also be accompanied by the other problems of age, is that you lose touch with reality and you get stifled by your own habit patterns. Let's get Babs in here. Babs.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Mr. Ford. Just quick question. I really am eager to hear your thoughts on mindfulness. It's an increasing trend. More and more people are doing mindfulness courses and workshops. So I'm just curious, do you think that being mindful in the way that those courses, workshops prescribe can help one in life in a similar way to what you're describing?
So mindfulness is such an enormous industry. I really have no idea on any particular approach if it's useful. I regard the Alexander technique as a useful approach to mindfulness. I think the Dalai Lama described the Alexander technique as a Western approach to mindfulness. So I think understanding, noticing what's going on in your body and your emotions and your thinking, just being aware, that helps you be a more integrated person. So if you notice that you're angry or you're hurt or you're hungry or you're filled with lust or jealousy, just noticing your emotional state is very important. And also noticing your physical state. Are your shoulders aching? Is your neck sore? Do you feel like tension in your forehead? Are your knees aching? Are your hips kind of out of balance? So I think noticing what's going on with yourself physically and emotionally, as well as cognitively, is important, and helps one lead a more integrated and healthy life. Babs?
Yeah. Do you meditate at all?
I do a little bit. I do what's called the Wheel of Awareness exercise by Daniel Siegel. He's a psychiatrist based in Los Angeles. So he does this Wheel of Awareness exercise where it takes you through awareness of your whole body, then awareness of your emotional states, and then gives you kind of an orientation towards other people and towards yourself, where you just have a positive orientation towards yourself. So I will practice that, not every day, but it's on my agenda to do every day.
Awesome. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I've been thinking about these things a lot myself lately. And do you have any dietary tips for anyone in the audience for how to feel lighter, for how to feel more energized?
Well, from what I'm hearing, the paleo diet has really helped a lot of people. And I'm saying this because I'm a vegetarian. I can't really practice the paleo diet, but it kind of makes sense that eating the diet that we were eating 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I've heard a lot of good. Nathan Koffness, for example, is on the paleo diet, and he grew an inch. He went on the paleo diet at age 27, and he grew an inch. So,
wow.
Yeah. I just hung out with him about 10 days ago. And so he was telling me about the paleo diet. His diet is he starts every day with about 1 pound of steak. And then, or maybe it was half a pound, I don't know, something like that. And then in the evening, he has boiled vegetables. And that's basically his diet. And he's got a great Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. Maybe that's why the beard is starting to grow in so strongly for him so quickly.
Anyone else on the panel have an opinion on mindfulness?
No, but I can say something about paleo. I used to be a runner, and when I was skinnier, but I had to stop because I was getting joint pain in my 30s.
Yeah.
And I went on the paleo diet. I'm not on it right now because of Christmas and everything. But when I went on it, all my joint pain went away, and I was able to run. So it really does do something for you, and there is like mental clarity related to it as well.
Yeah, and a lot of people in the chat also mentioning good experiences with the paleo diet. So let me move on here. Babs, interviewers. Anyone out there that you love or hate? Anything that you find particularly annoying or enthralling about interviewing that you?
Sorry, your audio got a bit quiet. Anyone?
What do you notice about interviewing out there? Who are interviewers that you love, interviewers that you hate? And we've lost Babs. Okay. Babs, we hardly knew you.
What is this?
Okay, there we go. Okay, wow. It was intense. It was short. But let's listen to a few more logical fallacies and discuss logical fallacies.
It's using one word to mean multiple things.
Babs, are you back? Babs, don't play with me.
Sorry. So yeah, interviewers that I love, interviewers that I hate. I'm sorry about that. Weird technical issues. But well, I grew up listening to a lot of Charlie Rose, and I think that he's an excellent interviewer. Or at least I used to. But let's see, who else do I like as an interviewer? I don't really see. The thing is, I don't pay that much attention to the interviewer. I can tell you who I dislike as an interviewer. Dave Rubin. I find to be an incredibly, sometimes I find him to be a very uninspiring moderator. Although I think that early on, I think that he, because it's like he's trying to sort of play the open-minded thing, but it's like he's so open-minded that he doesn't, not every interview requires pushback, but he seems so open-minded that he's almost just sort of, maybe it's a good tactic because it's really all about sort of like letting the other person's ideology sort of waft around the room and dominate it. But I think that his interviews would be more interesting if he incorporated, let's say, a little bit of pushback in them. So I don't know. I like your interviewing style, actually, Luke. And you know who else I think is a pretty good amateur interviewer? Duvid's roommate. He's very good with kind of like psychologically assessing people over Google Hangouts. Do you have any favorites?
I'd have to think about it. It's an obvious question. I think JF's pretty good. And I think I think Charlie Rose is horrible. I think he talks too much. He interrupts. He puts way too many opinions and statements in his questions. But anyone on the panel have an opinion on Charlie Rose, aside from Babs? No?
One thing I like about Charlie Rose is that he never updated his theme, and it sounds like some electronic digital synthesis piece from the mid-'80s, because that's what it is. And I guess it's out of tradition, but then it makes you feel like he's old himself, so I don't know.
Okay, so let me play a little bit more on logical fallacies from some New Zealand chick, Jill Bear Up.
Often on purpose. Any law can be repealed by the proper authority. The law of gravity is a law. Therefore, the law of gravity can be repealed, which conflates law in the legal sense and law in the scientific sense and makes you look like a bit of an idiot. False dichotomy, or black or white. Either you agree with everything I say or you're an evil baby eater. There is no middle ground. Sort of opposite to the black and white fallacy is the middle ground fallacy, which says if some people think 2 plus 2 is 4 and some people think 2 plus 2 is 5, then clearly the answer lies somewhere in the middle. No. Decision point fallacy or the Sorites paradox. The decision point fallacy says because there is a continuum, it means we can't distinguish between things. But just because the boundaries between things are a bit blurry doesn't mean we can't tell one thing from another. I know that
right ruminations. Let me go to you. Why don't you unmute? What are the logical fallacies that drive you the most crazy?
Yeah, the bait and switch fallacy drives me insane. You see that all the time with people using terms like racism. Essentially, it's when you use one definition in order to qualify someone as something, and then once you have determined that they are that thing, you switch the definition in order to determine what they actually mean. So, in other words, when the public atmosphere, publicly acceptable opinion wants to assess whether someone is or is not a racist or a sexist, then the bar is set very low, so that it is very easy to determine whether that they are in fact a racist. But then once you have established that, the bar is then set very high, so that racism comes to mean associations with neo-Nazism and genocide and such. So you actually swap out one definition for another in order to essentially issue a sentence which matches a different crime than the one for which you convicted the person.
So, Right Ruminations, I have a friend who's a university professor. He's publishing a paper that may be a tad controversial on race, and he's scared that someone's going to stand up in the audience and say, "You sound like a racist." And my reaction to that accusation is there's no such thing as racism. It's an entirely invented moral category that has no validity in the real world. He is afraid of making such an argument. So, Right Ruminations, what would you say to my friend, a college professor, presenting a controversial paper, and he's scared to death that someone's going to stand up and call him a racist?
Yeah, I think the response to that is any term can have meaning as long as you are clear about what the meaning of the term is for the purposes of a given discussion. So in other words, you've called me a racist. Maybe I am. Please define racism.
That's good. Kyle, welcome to the show. What advice would you have for my college professor friend? He's scared to death about being accused of racism. And Kyle, I'm just going to have to put you on hold. I've got my old friend, Jim Goad. We've been buddies since 2002. I think word for word, Jim Goad is the greatest writer in the world today. Jim Goad, how are you this evening?
I'm spectacular. Hello, Luke.
It's great to talk to you.
Yes.
It's been too long. So we've gone back a long time. We've always got along really well, which is curious.
Well, you didn't set a guy who called me a pedophile and said that what happened at my father's funeral never happened and accused me of every relationship I ever had landing in court. You didn't do anything about that, so you lost quite a few points with that, Luke. I think you should have set that brittle old fool, delusional. Maybe he's projecting with the pedophilia. I don't know, but shouldn't have said any of that shit because that's dumb. He poses as a journalist. He's wrong as fuck. Oh, I see you got a fan stalker of mine here. There he is. There's that loser, Francis Nally. How you doing, buddy?
This show's popping. Yo.
Jim, I don't.
Hold on. Is that sound? I might have the sound.
You sound great, Jim. There's no problem.
It's okay?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So, Jim, you've got a new book out. Tell us a little bit about your new book.
Whiteness, the Original Sin. Yes. Let's also talk about the Matt Forney Antifa plot that I sent you the PDF to. He conspired with his friend Edwin Oslin because he's butthurt that David Cole, I guess, never wanted to hang out with him. I'm not sure what the motivation is, but you know how these jilted fans act. But he denied it for months on David Cole's Facebook page. What are you talking about? And Edwin's not. You're paranoid. You're delusional. And there's evidence he conspired. He plotted with Edwin to print out Nazi scum, get out of our town, we don't tolerate fascists, and leave flyers all throughout Los Angeles, hoping to get Antifa to wreck an Ann Coulter event. And it failed like everything that Matt does, but he denied it. Now there's proof. JimGo.net/MF, AND lowercase, capital ED.PDF. There's all the proof you need.
When did this happen?
And him and this closeted loser that nobody follows, who actually tried to sell his last book by saying people compared his writing to mine. I think the only person that ever did that was him. He accused me of trying to yank. I've never tried to yank anybody's site. Ridiculous. But yeah, JimGo.net/MF, lowercase AND, capital ED.PDF. Matt Forney, right-wing warrior, conspired because he was hurt, apparently, to wreck an Ann Coulter event.
When did this happen?
This happened throughout September. I think. No, actually, it was in October because the event was in late October.
Of this year?
Yes. Yeah, David, you can read In Praise of Proud Boys by David Cole on TachyMag.com. He talks all about it. Edwin was stupid enough to admit to it on Facebook, and thinking the only thing he would face is a civil suit. No, that's a federal crime, sending in bomb threats. What a bunch of bungling morons.
Wait, who's Edwin?
Edwin Oslin is a semi-retarded friend of Matt's. I think all of his friends are semi-retarded or bitter, like Colin Liddell, who has struggled for years and years to make a career as a writer. Fails. He has one book out. I don't think it's cracked the top 4 million on Amazon. Well, my book's around 15,000 right now, and he's bitter and he lashes out at people who. I never tried to be part of any movement. I still don't. I still don't even consider myself right wing yet. I'm more respected in those circles than he did, who stuck his nose up everyone else's. They've gone on years-long attacks on Spencer. Might have something to do with Spencer rejecting them. Peel Eater can relate to this. When someone that you admire rejects you, they go on years-long defamation campaigns.
Now,
I think we should get Colin on. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I'll rip that fucking shriveled anus to pieces too.
Now, you had a very brief.
I think I am speculating here. I always claim not to be a mind reader, but his weird behavior toward me and towards Spencer. He wrote a few articles for Tacky around the same time that I started writing for them. They never published him again. I think he wrote like 5. I've been doing 8.5 years. Started lashing out at me. Started leaving bitter comments under all my article. I mean, years and years. I don't pay attention to these assholes. They're the ones who follow me, and it's like, hey, keep your distance. And they go on these like jilted girls. They go on campaigns forever. You see, the thing is, Colin, Pill Eater, Matt, I've never respected or liked or admired or said anything positive about them ever. Pill Eater expressed he was mad that I didn't ignored his request to come on my podcast because I don't find him interesting, talented, or compelling.
Whoa, shots fired.
See, yeah. Hey, Pill Eater, you don't have so much fucking attitude when it's face-to-face, huh, guy? You're gonna get your fat sumo wrestler girlfriend to sit on me, dude? Let's go.
No, my girlfriend was sitting on me before. Sorry, I'm at her house.
You would be killed if she sat on you. I've seen her. What? She's bigger than Matt.
Well, no, I thought that was pretty funny. You said that. I actually tuned in. I'm
a nerd who likes Asian girls and thinks it's a political movement. Jilted fangirl. Go fuck yourself, boy.
Okay, I mean, I'll take that.
You're inarticulate and untalented. Go get a job at Wendy's.
No, I had a job at UPS this year, and I think it's pretty good.
Great. And how's your house in King of Prussia with your parents, where you live with your parents?
Okay. Just want me to go to grad school.
Okay. What do you want to know, Luke?
What happened? You went on JF and he shut you down after 90 seconds.
I said a woman had a big nose and he banned me, and then he let Eric Stryker call someone a baby-killing Jew, and then let David Duke come on for 3 hours and name Jews all over the place like he was skeet shooting pigeons.
But do you have history with JF? I mean, when did this come from?
Actually, the only thing before I was on his show, we were talking about moral fagging, which is everyone here. And I only found out till later that we were talking about the Roseanne Barr, Valerie Jarrett monkey thing.
Yes.
All I was doing was quoting her, and he not only bleeped monkey, but blurred my lips so you couldn't see me saying monkey.
Okay. So you haven't been invited back on JF's show?
No, actually, I went on the Red Ice Yuletide special last night, and he was coming on right after me. You can go look at it right now. When I first come on, they flash to him. He looks extremely uncomfortable that he's in the same virtual room with me. I never had any beef with him. I didn't expect him to turn into such a pussy. I said a woman has a big nose, and this was enough to ban me. But he allows, and everyone, his supporters. Oh well, you didn't follow the rules, but it's okay to say baby killing Jew.
Now, what's the David Cole column that you referenced earlier?
In praise of the Proud Boys.
Okay, in praise of the Proud Boys. Thank you for.
Yeah, he tried, and the whole time Matt's saying, "Oh, David's so fucked up, he'll wrangle it." No, Matt and Edwin fucked it up big time. And like I said, for months, Matt said that he didn't do it. He doesn't know. David, you're insane, trying to gaslight him. And I hate gaslighters. And and then he kept pestering David, and David said, "Hey, your partner has a big mouth. Here's what you said." And Matt, according to David, Matt said something like, "Oh," and then never bothered him again.
I think it'd be cool if we had Jim Goad on the show all the time. He's allowed to come on Luke Ford anytime. So
I didn't hear the last part. It's weird.
No, I think you should come do co-host for Luke Ford all the time. That'd be pretty cool. But you're probably too cool for that. So I'm just saying.
I never try. I never act cool. You're in this whole hip like stat. I don't give a. I'm an individual, and that's all I care about.
No,
Cool, like
it's like you have to understand something. Like being gay Antifa, it is all about that.
what
Like,
about Antifa?
That's what it is. No, like as a gay Antifa, it's like all about that.
You're
so
gay
that's like
Antifa,
on my
but
mind
have
all
you
the time.
switched? What's that?
Like no, like as a gay like person.
Here was my
like,
problem with
flirts-
it. Here's my problem with this guy, real quick. You have him on a lot. Does it deserve explaining? I
Go
never,
ahead, Jim,
I
whatever
never,
you want to say.
I never thought much of him. He originally tried to start shit between or revive shit between me and Greg Johnson. I was on a podcast a couple years ago. Somebody brought up Greg Johnson, who called me that I came from a. He said that he's called me brilliant, like most of these critics of mine do for some reason in this scene. But then had to go into I'm an evil person, and he said I came from a bad sperm and a bad egg, and I was the most fucked up person he'd ever heard of in his life. And somebody mentioned Greg Johnson, I'm like fuck that faggot. And like I don't know how long it was afterwards, but this guy, because he's a drama queen,
I like Greg though. I like Greg. That's the
you're allowed to like Greg, but you're not allowed to steal other people's content. And I don't understand the motivation for reviving something a mutual dislike that you have nothing to do with. And it was on your stream, Luke. He went in the super chats and said, Jim Goad had this meltdown on Twitter after I got too real with him. So I contacted him because he knows this, I think this half Vietnamese woman who was sucking up to me hard and saying that she was making her boyfriend jealous talking to me. And she went into this moronic, puritanical, anti-deviancy thing. And I said, I'm not into that. And that's kind of an idiot flag for me. She was like, okay, I'll leave you alone. She didn't leave me alone. For the next year, she left oh, he's a degenerate, a deviant. It's like, can't get over it, can you? So I went after both of them because I never liked either of them, although they clearly liked me and wanted to be liked by me, but they didn't get that because they're not likable. And she's mentioned me like 100 times. But if you even notice it, these sort of stalkers, they accuse you of being obsessed with them. It's like, hey, I've got better things to do. But I contacted him, and I said, with the Greg Johnson video, what I said, I have the screenshots. I said, do you really think that was necessary? He said, oh, hey, big fan, I'll take it down if you want. I'm like, that's your call. And we said a couple things, and he took it down. And I said, infighting, we got a common enemy, not really productive. The idea, and if you look at these screen captures, I was measured, but, this meltdown and there was nothing too real. He was just instigating drama. And I said I insulted him. Then I blocked him, not because I couldn't handle the truth tea he keeps spilling on everyone's laps, because I considered him to be the sort of pussy that would report me for abusive talk and try to get me banned from Twitter. That's the only reason I blocked him. And then he manically did 3 videos about me. I don't know why his channel got yanked. Luke, fly me to Los Angeles, get your best polygraph guy. See if I've ever tried to get any of these people yanked. The fucking Queen Davis Orini is saying that I tried to get. Why would I try to get a video where I destroy him and Matt Forney and humiliate them in front of the world down? But that bugs me because I'm not that type of person. I've been the subject of an obscenity trial. I've never tried to silence anyone. There's no truth that I'm afraid of. But I guess they feel so jilted. I mean, they have to go after me. I mean, Forney, here's Orini. Orini during that debate muted me repeatedly, removed every positive comment about me underneath. He would not let me post the URL. And since we're here, I might as well announce it so everybody can go and look at it. Matt Forney confessed to raping Ann Sturzinger in a stupid blog post. Here's the thing with a lot of you trads that were degenerates 3 years ago. Let me read the thing. Let me give the URL. Archive.is, find it here, yeah. archive.is/Z, lowercase o, capital TKS. Archive.is/Z, lowercase o, TKS. Matt writes an article. It's like, I was going over one of my fuck buddies, and I was drinking so much, I was puking in the shower, and I put it in her ass, or so I don't know if the terminology's indistinct there, but he was hitting her from behind. And she was screaming like her fingernails were being pulled out, according to him. And he said, you don't like that, do you? And she's saying, no, and screaming. And he said, I kept thrusting. That legally is a confession of rape. He's so stupid. He confessed to committing rape, then fled the country. Funny how that works. But so what? I've found that guy to be a lolcow since he ever put his fat face on the scene. He's written plenty of praiseworthy things about me, But he did this thing about how I'm stupid and a coward for writing against this insane puritanical moral panic against degeneracy. So part of the point of linking to this article is like, that's funny because 3 years ago you were a manosphere guy bragging about getting drunk and raping chicks. So I think you might not be sincere with the anti-degeneracy thing. And he denied it. He's like, no, that's not rape. And Orini's like, that's not rape. That's not rape. Orini, the fag bashing, everyone's a faggot to him. Actually, in 2010, Davis Orini wrote on Reddit, let me find this. Because this is, he said that he's bisexual, has had sex with male trannies, female trannies, and it's about to get weirder. Now suddenly, it's anti-degeneracy. Great. That's not fake, Davis. And so yeah, that's all. That's it started. But here's what's weird. Let me tell the story because it's a great story. And it's a weird story, and it seems like the type of thing that could only happen to me. I don't know if I was born under a bad sign, Luke, or something, but drama, where while I'm sleeping, dramatic things happen. But about 4 hours after Anne went over her relationship, because here was my point too. After, I'm unconvinced they were ever boyfriend and girlfriend. If you look at pictures of Matt and Ann Sturzinger on Google Images, do you ever see the image of Saddam Hussein trying to hug a terrified American child? Yeah. In those pictures, Anne is the terrified American child. I doubt that they ever had a relationship, okay? I don't care if they did or not. But after it split off, apparently, according to Anne, Matt blocked her blog or shut down her blog and claimed she owed him money or something. And she didn't even mention him, but on Facebook she said, well, I can't get to it because somebody's being petty. So he did an 8,500-word thing about how she's bisexual and has been institutionalized and was molested by her mom and is an alcoholic. And I'm okay. And she was my girlfriend. I'm like, oh, fuck her. She fucked that guy? But an 8,500-word thing, that's so petty and it's so womanly. And I saw him doing this with other people, with Jordan Owen. Him and Orini did this thing that Jordan Owen, do you know the Sarkeesian effect drama? Jordan Owen and Davis Orini. I first met these two. They were doing this like Gamergate thing. They were going after Anita Sarkeesian to prove that there's corruption in anti-gamerdom or something. And they had this 2-year falling out. It was a complete disaster. They're attacking each other endlessly on YouTube videos. And but Matt and Orini did this thing. Jordan Owen's the next Elliot Rodger. He's going to go on a shooting spree. And it's like, well, that's kind of psychotic, guys, and unnecessary. He also did something about a girl named Rachel Haywire that I don't like too much anyway. But
wait, why don't you like Rachel?
Huh?
Why don't you like Rachel?
Well, here's why. Because Rachel was actually, before this live stream, she was providing me with information, shit that Matt had done to her. And saying, reach out, Dan. I know we've had a split, but I feel for her. But while doing all this, she went to a lawyer and said, she's destroyed my career with defamation. I want to sue her. And it's like, bye, Rachel. Rachel's mental too, but she admits it. But it's like, mental is one thing, but unethical is another thing. And so that's why I don't like Rachel. But so here's the thing that like only in Goadville. About 4 hours after the day where we covered the Matt accusing himself of rape. That's what it is. No, he says everyone's accusing me of rape. And according to Ann and according to Rachel, no, Matt was not her boyfriend. She had a boyfriend. And there was a guy named Steve Gasson too. And they said they walked in on Matt raping her. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But according to Ann, and she's like me in this, she said she was too drunk. She doesn't know if it happened or not, and her asshole wasn't very sore. So maybe he had a small dick, or maybe it didn't happen. If he did rape her, even though her boyfriend said he did, she didn't have the conscience to prosecute somebody if she wasn't sure. And to me, that's ethical. But like 4 hours after, I fell asleep. I wake up like in the middle of the night to this text message. I just got raped. And I'm like, are you serious? And she's like, yeah, and I think he's from our building. And I don't want to call the cops because they'll kill me. And I said, call the cops. They're not being nice right now. And she did. And there's a police report. There's a hospital report. And I said to her, do you want me to talk about this? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. Because I'm like, because I think here's the interesting thing. Because I think Matt's a hollow, soulless person. And I think this is kind of a good way to test how moral and anti-degenerate and Christian and compassionate he is. I'm going to bring up some stuff, and if he takes it where I think he's going to take it immediately, I'm going to say, really? Oh, she's a degenerate, and she got raped the other night, man. And that would be a test, like, see how he would react. Did he react? Because if somebody said that to me, even if it was an enemy from the past, I'm like, if that's true, that's horrible, and I'm sorry about that. That's not what we're here to talk about. Let's get back to the topic. Instead, for the next hour and a half, Davis and Matt were like, she's lying about being raped, and he was stalking her, and she wasn't stalking him. And it's like, wow, you walked right into the trap. You're proving right here that you're not moral. You're kind of nasty, malicious. Like, why argue about teenage stuff over who liked who more? This woman you once, at least for a minute, cared about was raped. For the past 3 months, he hasn't shut up. And one thing I've noticed about stalkers, they'll talk about you endlessly and accuse you of being obsessed with them. That's a constant. They're big on projection. And so Matt went on Weekly Sweat saying, and I bet the guy who looks like he has fetal alcohol syndrome, the dumb guy who's 5 feet tall, whose retarded brother is in prison for phoning in a bomb plot to a post office. His brother's like a year younger, older than him, has face tattoos and is dumb. I think they come from the same gene pool. And he bet me, he's like, oh, she didn't get raped. She's too ugly to get raped. Another Christian, another compassionate Christian. Oh, we got Dashing Rogue who keeps accusing me of being a heroin addict. This should be fun.
Things are about to go.
Yeah. So anyway, he hasn't shut up for 3 months about it. And I finally said, okay, well, here's the case number. Here's the detective's name. And I got it right here. Yeah. Okay. A Chicago criminal case, JB 413151. The detective is Brenna Scanlon, Scanlan. Her number is 312-744-8261. Anyone in Chicago can pick up that police report at 35th and South Michigan. So, I mean, he's always calling people narcissists, and I'm not much for psychology, but I think one of the textbook definitions of a narcissist is someone who can never admit they're wrong. What was in it for him to keep saying, no, she wasn't raped. She was lying. And he brought up dumb stuff like, well, she said there was a condom wrapper, but they took ejaculate and tested it. And the thing that's fucked up about Illinois, the lab is not in Chicago. It takes 8 to 10 months to get those results. But the police report's there. And he never shut the hell up about it. And while accusing me and Ann of lying about it, why? I don't even stand the motivation for that. Why would Ann go to the hospital, file a police report, and flee Chicago just to make him look compassion-free? That's sort of the psychotic length that only a person who would go on a plot to sick Antifa on Ann Coulter and deny it for months until it became undeniable. That's not something like, I don't even understand why he thought it was a good idea to deny it. Like I said, he would have looked a lot better if he said, well, whether or not that's true, if it's true, that's really horrible. And I'm sorry that happened to you, but and the thing was, I wasn't even going to mention Ann by name. I said, well, here's a girl who used to know you, something she said about you. And I started reading, and 10 words in, you can see the live stream, 10 words in, he's like, that's Ann Sturzinger, and she's a lesbian, an alcoholic. And I said, yeah, she was raped. And man, like, not only did he prove to be a compassion-free, nasty guy on that thing, he's proved it again and again and again and again. I don't think he writes anymore except about that, but I'm the one that's obsessed. So, fun story.
Were you glad you did the 2-3 hour debate with Forney?
Oh yeah, especially because I got to use because we've been making fun of those guys forever. Those guys are clowns, Orini. And the thing about Orini too, and these guys are obsessed with calling people fags. When they came over to do that video, that movie, he walked in, and actually my girlfriend at the time, they did some some promo thing, and Orini's sitting there with his Anton LaVey look and his cocktail that he never drinks from. And she's like, he's hilarious. I'm like, no, he's serious. He's not trying to play a clown. He's serious. But he came over, when he came into my apartment to film me, the minute I saw him, the minute he opened his mouth, boom, boom, that guy's gay. He's got the manner of a gay man. I don't care. But hey, I'm not the one talking about being a Catholic warrior slaying degenerate faggots. So it struck me as hilarious. And about 2 hours into it, he says, Goad, it's like I'm speaking to the devil. And I'm like, do you believe in demons, Orini? He's like, I believe in you because you're sneaky. And so finally, and I was calm the whole time, like, because you're sneaky. You talk gay, Orini. My friend Hunter, we've been making fun of you for years, says you talk like you got a 50-foot cock in your mouth. And I happened to catch him on there. He said I pestered him day and night. No, I called him once, and he gave me the time. He said it was in the middle of the night. 9 p.m. This can all be proved. This is why I don't know why these idiots even try to check me, because I slay them all the time on all of this shit. And no, I asked him once, what time is it? And the reason I called him at 9 p.m., it's like, look, I'm going to destroy your friend here. And if you're a good friend, you might want to tell him not to do it. But he was dumb enough to let him do it. And the idea that I would not want people to see this, but it was John Collins, who's some very bitter, he reminds me of the pedophile priests I grew up with. This Jim Goad he reminds me of every bitter old junkie I've ever met. And so him and all these friends, they've spread, I'm a smackhead. Forney keeps calling me a smackhead. What are you basing? And I don't even understand, like, I mean, I've done things worse than that. I don't, but the thing is, I don't like addicts. I haven't had a drink since 1982. Like, why that? And why do they think that would bother me for any other reason than it's not true?
Yeah, I'm straight edge myself. Don't do drugs.
Jim, do you feel like you've ever lost a debate?
I've lost points, and the thing why I don't think I've ever lost an overall debate is because I'm honorable enough. And I've always said I'd wanted to see this in a debate, a presidential debate. I'd like to see somebody say, oh, wait a minute, what you just said, I've never considered that angle. He's right about that. And I like to think about myself that I do that too if somebody nailed me on something, because, you know, I don't know everything. There might have been an angle or that I didn't consider or information that was missing. But I don't think most people debate. They want to be right and to destroy someone else. But it's obvious, like, anybody can watch that who's not a brainwashed in this trad anti-degeneracy. Anyone else who's watched this is like, oh my God. It was a friend, Austin Martin, who used to be friends with Matt. He said that was like watching a rape. He didn't know when to shut up. And he kept digging it deeper and deeper.
Mr. Goad. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Babs.
You're not
I was
getting
just wondering.
I just want to check.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I was just wondering, Mr. Goad, what kind of person do you think in the 21st century is drawn to, like, identifying as a traditionalist or a traditional Christian?
I think post Charlottesville, it was alt-right racists who got scared and hid in that. But if your whole thing is to save the West, Christianity is a majority non-white religion now. And my beef, and people have suggested again and again, because nuns hit me and because a priest, that Kevin Michael Grace on Twitter tried to deny. Like, how does he know what a priest said at a 1980 funeral? The guy's a liar. He said it never happened. But they're trying to suggest that these bad experiences with Christians turn me from Christianity. No, I was still a Christian through all of that. It was reading the Bible, and it was just like my experience with Santa Claus and with Santa Claus before and liberalism afterwards. I was a believer until it's like, I can't believe anymore. There's too much that doesn't make sense.
Out of everybody you've debated, either live or via the printed word, who have been the most formidable opponents?
The thing is, not many people have done, and that's one thing. I mean, the only two people I think who've ever taken the offer was Matt, who I think tried to wriggle out of it because the day we were supposed to have it on a Thursday, and Orini said he's stuck in a Budapest bus station, and that just begged for a joke. I'm like, what do you mean, between the doors? But the other one was this tranny, Parker Malloy, Molloy, who did an article. I can't write for the same website as Jim Goad, and wrote all these things, and half of them were true. And I went in the comments and like, well, you got this wrong, you got this wrong, you got this wrong. You want to talk about it? And to Parker, his credit, he agreed to an email exchange, and they put it up on thoughtcatalog.com. And I thought that was the end of it. We didn't change each other's minds, but like a year later, when Gavin wrote that anti-tranny piece, Parker Malloy went on this jihad, started the whole thing, almost brought that website down, and was on The Advocate saying it was a violent article. And that's one thing that I think is very scary about the left now, is they equate speech with violence, even if it's entirely nonviolent. And the funny thing is, within days of writing these articles, Parker Malloy on Facebook told another tranny, go fuck yourself, drink bleach, die in a fire, fuck you cunt. That sounds kind of violent. So that's one of my points about moralists. A lot of times, and I think even Jesus said this, they're guilty of what they're accusing you of, and they're trying to project it on you. I mean, wasn't the Jews who invented the idea of the scapegoat? You place all your sins on something else and send it out into the desert to die. That's my beef with moralism. I'm not against acting ethically and honestly. The difference is the people who have to make a public point of it are never the ones that turn out to be good in real life. If you're good, you just go. You don't need to announce it. And so I'm working on a whole book-length treatise on that because it happens too much. I'd like to write my first philosophy book.
And let's go to right ruminations.
Yes, I fully agree on the problem of moralizing in the context of fighting political correctness, which is itself a form of moralizing.
I'm senile, so I need to jump in when I have a thought. That's been my main critique of leftism. It turned into churchianity pretty much. It turned into moralizing and demonizing people and getting them destroyed because they're not good. Well, usually getting someone destroyed is considered not good. But if you hide behind that good shield to destroy them, it's good. That's my problem. Sorry to interrupt.
It's a universalist reconceptualization of Christian morality along egalitarian lines.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not an original thought on my part, but the problem is that when you try to combat a moralistic ideology by overlaying it with a new moralistic ideology like this neo-reactionary traditionalism, right? You defeat the purpose of your original opposition to political correctness, right? That is, you fail to provide a deconstructive critique of political correctness because you're simply replacing it with another moralistic ideology. With respect to the kind of people who are attracted to this traditionalist Christian revivalism, I think they're probably people who at one time would have been considered to have liberal temperaments, but sort of deviant, degenerate temperaments to an extent, right?
Define degenerate.
Okay. Yeah, degenerate is an overstatement. What I mean is they are people who are, in Jordan Peterson's terms, right, high in openness, low in conscientiousness, people who tend towards the edge of society, right, who at one time might have been in rebellion against traditionalist organized religion. But now that it is no longer what is officially part of the approved narrative, they find it more attractive.
And think it's more rebellious and
that's
contrarian.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
that's right. Now the final thing is like, to an extent, trying to turn to any religion as part of one's opposition to cultural Marxism is a problem because it's replacing one form of universalism with another. But insofar as religion is the answer, right? Insofar as people do turn to religion, I think it has to be Christianity to some extent in the West, because things like ritualistic worship of the white race or neo-Odinism or whatever, I think are terribly contrived.
Why do you need a whole mythology? Why can't you just say, well, biologically we're under threat, so let's join under our shared.
That's what I'm saying, is we don't. I think we can maintain the paradigm of essentially secularism or separation of church and state as a means of combating ideology. I don't see why we have to follow a program of re-ideologizing ourselves. I think we can remain militant and anti-ideological at the same time, so there's no particular reason to reintroduce religion into the topic.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, one of the first things I asked Matt during that debate is, do you need to believe in things that make sense? And he said, yeah. And well, he was one of these people who's like, well, I'm open to Christianity. And it's like, well, that's a pretty absolutist religion. You go to hell if you don't believe in it, so you better make up your mind fast.
Mm-hmm.
But my point was, he called me a coward, and it's like, look up Matt Forney, Cleveland. This 300-pound guy is walking backwards from two 100-pound, obviously gay, or at least they talk as gay as Davis Orini does, Antifa guys. And it's like, to me, you can see the guy being a coward on camera. So everything, I was warned by Ann before this debate that if he says something, you're like, where the hell does that come from? Like, everything he hurls at you is true about him. So when he's calling people cowards, well, there's evidence that he's a coward. It's on YouTube. Look up Matt Forney, Cleveland. He's walking backwards from two guys who combined don't weigh what he does.
Let's go to Kyle. Kyle, you have a question or a comment for Jim?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to talk about what we were talking about earlier, which is you mentioned the term racist and how your friend is worried about being considered racist. Yeah. And I believe that Scott Alexander wrote, I think, the definitive piece on this issue, which is that the left uses something called the Mott and Bailey technique, where they have this very narrow definition of racism, which applies to a lot of people, where, oh, you get a little bit scared when you see a black person walk down the street. It's okay, everyone does it. You just have to fight it a little bit inside your own heart. But everyone has this problem. But then, when somebody like Donald Sterling actually does something that they consider to be atrocious, his racism means that he needs to be completely run out of the public square. So they have the ability to replace original sin with racism, but then they can decide whether it's some sort of capital punishment crime or not on an individual basis. They're giving themselves the absolute power to determine who is worthy of being on the public square and who isn't.
Jim, a lot of my friends are scared to death, particularly professional friends, meaning doctors, lawyers, professors, journalists. They're scared to death of being accused of being a racist.
Well, right. That's like being accused of being a witch or a heretic or anything. It's the orthodoxy, and that's been my critique of leftism. It's not that I don't want to be nice to people who were born with a different continental origin than me, but they take it into an orthodoxy, and it's a universalist idea. It's accrued enough power that they will not tolerate anybody believing anything else, and they've made them all Nazis. And they don't. These are people who used to understand nuance. It's so hyperbolic and over the top, but they're so afraid of public shaming, I suppose, that if they do realize it, they shut their mouths about it. And we're reaching like Soviet levels. People are afraid to talk. That bugs me. But so Francis is saying that I'm afraid of people making fun. People make fun of me all the time. The only thing I care about is if it's factual or not. If they're lying about me, yeah, that bugs me.
Jim, my response to accusations of racism is that there's no such thing as racism. There's no such sin. It corresponds to nothing in reality. What do you think of that response?
I think that's a good one. I wrote an article called "Am I Racist?" Depends on how you define racist. You can find that online because I was born in the Middle Ages, and over the long arc of my life, the definition is swollen and metastasized. In the 60s, it meant you wanted to cut someone's head off because they were a different race. Now it's saying I'm white and I don't particularly feel bad about that.
Right. And are you still, as much as ever, a ship magnet, to quote one of your earlier books, Jim?
Obviously. No matter how pastoral my life is, I'm here in this house. I got a tree that fell and smashed my back deck that I got to get a chainsaw to cut up. I've got other things to do. In fact, record a podcast, so I have to go in a little bit. But did what's his name? The dashing rogue with the dead eyes want to say something?
Okay, dashing rogue. If you're there, go ahead and unmute.
Is this thing on?
Yes.
Hey. So.
Hey.
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 How you doing? Great.
Thanks for asking.
Right on.
Here's the thing. Like I've written about every drug I've ever done. Why the smackhead thing? And why do you think that's going to? The only thing that bothers me about that is it's not true.
Just a nickname. I thought it was kind of catchy, but
all you guys, it's almost as if you've taken instructions. All of you are saying that. All of in your tiny circle, repeatedly all over the place. Every reference to me, I'm like, what's the end game to that? And if you're a Christian, that's a lie. So aren't you going to go to hell for that?
It's just a nickname, buddy. That's all it means. But let me ask you this: I may not be the most versed when it comes to the legality of the law, but let's say if there was a domestic violence report, right? Let's suppose
you got a high pitched voice, but go ahead, dashing rogue with your
Chipmunk voice. Go ahead. Keep going.
You are adorable.
Great laugh too. That's very manly.
You truly are a white nationalist treasure. But at the end,
whoever said I was a white nationalist? Where have I said I want a white ethno state? Another lie. You're going to hell, man. You're going to hell blind. You're going to hell blind.
I'm a nationalist.
Can I speak, please? May I speak, Luke?
Yes.
All right. So he talks about how there was a police report and everything. That doesn't necessarily prove anything. It just means the police showed up and they, how should you say it? they filed a report. It doesn't mean they found anything. It doesn't mean that there's any statement of truth or evidence. It just means that they were called out and they arrived at a
I
scene.
understand that. They're waiting for the DNA to come back from the lab, which is taking months. I will bet anybody $100,000 that they find something. So let's go. These weekly sweat morons, the Shawn guy who looks like he has fetal alcohol syndrome and is 3 feet tall, I bet, pay up. It's like, no, you're wrong. We're waiting for the results. But here's the question. Why would Ann go to the hospital days before this and then leave Chicago just to prove that Matt's nasty? Matt acts nasty without any of that. Explain that.
Well, what do you mean by nasty? Give me an example.
He's an unpleasant... just from the things he says to people all the time, he seems very bitter and malicious. And that doesn't jibe with Christian morality and everything.
Give me an example of what he's doing malicious.
Calling everyone smackheads, liars, alcoholics.
I think he only calls you that, smackhead.
What's that? He calls everyone who calls him on his bullshit liars. Listen to the guy. And that's during that debate. I'm like, show me one picture of you smiling. He's always like...
That is going to be my screen cap. That is awesome.
The fake laugh. You mastered Matt's fake laugh. Good job.
I don't think you may never seen him smile, but I haven't really heard him laugh. But I don't actually go looking for that. Anyhow, so
you've kind of got that effete Orrini inflection, but keep going.
What was that again?
You have that effete, fey, feminine Orrini inflection, but proceed, sir.
Oh, well.
Why don't you show your face?
Mostly because I just don't want to.
Okay. You want to be anonymous and talk shit. Okay. Go ahead.
Not really talking shit, but
Well, you call me a white nationalist and a heroin addict. That's talking shit and lying. But go ahead.
Well, I thought you were with Spencer talking about that one fucker. What the hell is his name? Nick Bogus, that guy?
Right.
Weren't you like a white nationalist in the 90s or something like that?
How was I a white nationalist? Was Nick? Where's the evidence?
Well,
don't you have to say I want a white ethno-state to be a white nationalist?
Oh, I mean, there was the whole Tom Metzger interviews with Boyd Rice and that fucker Nicholas Schreck back in the day.
I never interviewed Nicholas Schreck, but again,
how
does interviewing somebody make you agree with everything they say? Everything out of your mouth is a flawed premise. What's that?
Flawed premise. How so?
What's that? It's a fault. You call me a white nationalist. You call me a heroin addict. It's false premise. And saying that interviewing someone means you agree with everything they say. Yeah, everything's false. But keep going. Keep digging like Matt does.
I muted him because I want to get more people in here. So Bryden, right to Bryden, you asked to come on. So go ahead and unmute and speak up, sir.
Hey, Luke, thanks for having me on. I had just recently heard about you. I'll be sure to check out some of your content, but I did have a question for Jim.
Yes.
Jim, I was wondering if you thought that there was any type of similarity.
Similarity between
my nuts and your fucking thing that you call a head.
Is this supposed to be a...
You look like a fucking testicle, you jackass.
Look at you.
Sorry about
you want to compare who's our girls? Oh, right. You don't have a girlfriend. Go ahead. You can look at my girlfriend right now. Pictures of me and my girlfriend. JimGoad.net/Jim Lindsay, LINDSEY.JPEG. And I bet you she's fucking hotter than anything you've ever been near. Is he gone?
Wow. Yeah, I ejected him. I don't want that.
I can handle it, Luke. Kevin Michael Grace was the one who couldn't handle it, but go ahead.
Yeah, you can handle it, but I don't like that level of insult. So tell me about...
I mean, people talking about how I look, it's like, I don't give a shit. I get better pussy than any of you. But go ahead.
Tell me about your new book, Jim.
Let's do that on a separate thing, because I got to record my own podcast. Okay?
Okay, so... So why do you think you're a shit magnet? What's going on there?
I think because I'm not socially wired, and this is speculation. And a big problem I have with 95% of the discourse online now seems to be people telling other people what's in their heads. I never do that. I was trained not to do that. And after my training, I learned not to do that because everyone who ever accused, or like it was a good example is the Answer Me Rape trial. The prosecution tried to argue what I meant, and the defense tried to argue what I meant, and they were both way off. And that's Kafkaesque. And it was Sartre who said that death is the ultimate horror for an existentialist because everyone else gets to define you. Why am I such a shit magnet? I think because I'm missing that social chip. I think a lot of people lie just to curry favor with others. And if I could speculate, I'm evil not because of anything I've done to them, but because I remind them of their own social weakness. I do not cave to social disapproval at all. That's why this premise that I try to censor people who don't like me is ridiculous. I'm fine with myself. I don't care if anyone likes me. Like I said, it's only the facts or if they lie.
Okay, we got the Weekly Sweat in the chat says, Jim Goad, when are you going to pay us from the bet?
When are you going to? Oh, you don't have $40, Shawn. Which one is it?
I don't know. It just says Weekly Sweat.
Well, how do you know it's saying?
I think you should get them in here, hear what they have to say.
Sure, if they'll send me an email or DM me on Twitter, I'll send them.
Yeah, I've already given the police report number and the name of the detective. What else do they want? And how Christian is it to doubt a rape victim's testimony? And again, what would the motivation be to have her file a police report, go to the hospital days before this, just to prove that he doesn't have a heart? Oh, here he is. Here he is. Shabo!
Forney himself.
Forney. There he is.
Hey, y'all. In the spirit of the Christmas season, I was going to be all hostile and stuff, but I'd like to extend heartfelt condolences to Mr. Goad here. It's obvious.
It's hard to hear that because I've got the headphones on, but the sound's coming through the speakers and not coming through the headphones. Heartfelt what?
Condolences, because it's clear that your tumor is coming back, and it's chipping away at your brain. It unfortunately has not hit the part of your brain, my brain where I'm living rent-free, but...
Okay, hold on.
Prayers all the
let me
same.
talk here. This is a guy who has not shut up about me for 3 months. I finally respond, but I'm the one obsessed with him. Is this your premise, Matt?
You've been obsessed with me for years, pal, ever since
What have I ever written about you until 3 months ago?
You admitted that since 2012, for some reason, that you've been obsessed
I've
with
been
me.
laughing about you. That's all. You're the one who writes about me again and again. But go ahead, Matt. Project your obsession.
You're the one who's been going around poking into my personal life, white nutting for my sloppy seconds. You're the one who's throwing
Show a picture of you with any girlfriend you've ever had. Because my girlfriend came in and carved your chubby ass to pieces. You said it was me. She proved it was her, and you didn't have the honor to say, "Oh, I was wrong," because you never admit you're wrong, no matter how many times you get caught.
Yeah, you reveal that you're dating a single mother cokehead who's a stripper and a Satanist. Yeah, you really won there, pal.
Show us a picture of yourself with any girlfriend you've ever had in your life.
Dude, it's better being single than being with that hoe that you're fucking.
Look at you, Matt. You're the ugliest person who ever lived. So you're putting someone else down? She's gorgeous. Jim Lindsay, Lindsey, JPEG on jimgo.net. Better than anything that will ever come near you, Matt. And that's what she told you. Just shut up and go lose your virginity to a girl this time.
Good God, you are dumb. I mean,
open offer to take IQ tests.
Doxing your girlfriend and to win an online argument, not very smart.
Doxing her?
Well, you had
your Instagram account? Because you didn't have the honor to say maybe it's her. You lied and said it's me, and we proved it. So proving that you're lying is doxing? Really?
Pretty odd for the guy who styles himself the world's bravest man to hide behind his girlfriend's skirt. His ugly 40-something cokehead girlfriend's
JimLindsay.com.
Question.
Or .jpeg.
Dude, I wouldn't fuck her with your dick and Luke's
Nobody in the world would fuck you, gay or fucking like girl, Matt. That's the thing. That's what destroyed your player image when pictures of you emerged. You can front all you want, but it's obvious. What I think you're doing is you're doing really bad imitations of all the people, the millions of people who bullied you for being ugly and having a... The problem with you is if you're going to look like that, have a good personality. Your personality is uglier than your looks.
Look how much rent-free space I'm taking up in this 58-year-old
No, man, you're the one who keeps talking. I just like beating you up verbally. I enjoy it.
Oh, really? Like when you tried to strike my channel?
You just did a 90-minute podcast about me. Who's obsessed?
Yeah, because I caught you in a lie because you were using
you catch me in a lie?
You denied the
I
Tom
did not
Carson
deny. I
account
said,
was yours.
who's Tom Carson? That was a coy question. Just like your friend said, what lie have I told, Jim? You told a lie that I was a smackhead.
You know, you didn't admit
of course I knew that. I thought you knew that was me because that's the one I used for our live stream, dumbass. Everything you get's wrong. And about your whole narrative, I guess she was wearing a condom. She never said, as far as I know, he put the condom on. She said there was a condom wrapper. And condoms, I know you've never had sex, Matt, but condoms sometimes break and slip off. So that whole narrative is stupid. You dig
Yeah,
it
because
lower
homeless
and
black
lower.
guys
You
are
dig
really known
yourself
for
a
their
grave.
commitment to safe
You're the one who
sex.
said you admired me, Matt. I've always thought you were a clown.
I admired you once. Now I think you're a fucking idiot. And every time you open your mouth, you prove it. Like literally, the
Matt,
90%,
you're
90%
gonna have
of the
to work
chat
on
here
some charm,
fucking
Matt.
hates
You're gonna have to work on some talent, some charm. You called fucking Nick Denton a failed journalist. No, Matt, you're failed. You're a failed writer. You're not even a journalist.
Terror House Magazine has more readership than JinGo.net. Take a look at this. I showed it on the stream yesterday.
JinGo.net is dead. I only put up book ads. There's nothing on there. But I have 15,000 followers. What do you do? Have that? You follow people. You engage with people. Get the fuck out of here that you're bigger than me. Yeah, you're bigger than me because you're fat. But that's the only capacity. And yet, you know what? Your little thing in the sunshine 3-4 years ago when you were writing about women and fat women with no sense of self-awareness, what it looks like for a guy as fat as you to talk about fat chicks. Talk about projection. That's over. You got laughed out of the manosphere. You got laughed out of the alt-right. There's nowhere for you to go. Terror House Magazine is, you pay super chats, and look, this guy endorsed me. This guy endorsed me. It's pathetic. And I looked up the net worth of your burgeoning exponent. You put up charts. Our traffic's off the roof, but you don't put how many followers it is. It's gone. Yeah, of course, everything has more traffic than my website. I don't put anything on there. I haven't put a new article. There hasn't been a forum on there in years.
Hey, Matt, let me get a question, and we're going to have the weekly sweat here.
There he is. Hey, you dummy, you Jew-looking dummy. How you doing? How you doing, Beardsley?
Rent-free.
How you doing, pal?
That's not very nice.
Well, hey.
Well, hey, what?
I just think you look like an ugly Jew. You call yourself handsome. I guess that begs people to say you're really unattractive, but go ahead.
I mean,
I don't want to fuck you. Don't worry, man.
That's kind of like
probably no women want to fuck you either, but that's your problem. Go ahead.
I mean,
what do you got to say? What do you got to say?
I mean, you're not very good looking either, Jim. So
I get lots of broads, man. All the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure you do.
I just want you with one. Didn't Shawn have to beg for one online? That's pretty sad. But go ahead.
I mean, I'm married for like 10 years.
You realize what an idiot Matt was years ago. Now do you realize he's sick to Antifa to wreck an Ann Coulter event? Are you aware of this?
Cool.
Yeah, Antifa?
Yeah, that's cool.
You're cool? Then you have no standards at all, right?
I mean, I do. I don't get sucked off by 8-year-old black boys like you do.
Where do you get 8-year-old?
I don't know. I mean, maybe not 8.
You're just making it up because that's all you can do.
12,
all you can do to even pretend to spar with me is make sure.
The old man's losing it. The old man's losing it.
You said it on my show. Like, I don't know.
I never said an 8-year-old black guy. Never.
Okay, what age? I don't know. Whatever. I don't keep track.
About my age, late teens. Yeah. Mid-late teens, yeah. He paid me. And you know what? No guy would ever pay any of you to suck them off. So, hey, maybe that means I'm more attractive than any of you.
Man, what am I going to do? No guy's going to pay me to suck me off? What am I going to do?
Well, hey, you make a big deal. This was fucking 40 years ago. I banged more women than all of you guys combined. But go ahead. What's your point?
We got like 30 years on us, buddy.
What's that?
You got like 30 years on us.
It doesn't matter. I could probably arm wrestle you, any of you, and Shawn included.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Yeah.
What's your bench?
Let's fucking go right now.
This is amazing. This is fucking amazing.
Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
God.
Come on, Beardson.
I just want to know where Shawn's $40 is at. That's all I want to know.
Well, Shawn owes me $40 because I gave the case number and they're waiting for the test results. And here's the question.
Okay.
You said rape kit. You said rape kit, Jim. You said rape kit.
I never said rape kit. I said
I have the video. Stop lying, Jim. You said rape kit.
Jamie, pull that clip up, please.
The rape kit is coming.
On my channel.
Hey, Beardson, did I say that you would get the rape kit?
You said it
because
would
it's coming. It's coming. It's not in your lap.
3rd. September 3rd, Jim. You said
when did I say
September 3rd,
rape kit? I said police report.
You agreed to rape kit. It's in the clip. Stop lying, Jim.
I'm not lying. I'm under the impression I said
you're
police
the biggest
report.
fucking liar on the planet.
Pearson.
I'm under the impression. Okay.
I don't remember saying rape kit. Okay. But
you don't
it's
remember.
Coming. It's what do you not understand about their system and the backed up system, especially in a corrupt state like Illinois, that it takes a while. But here's the question. Here's the question. I don't know how much of this you've heard. Why would she go to the hospital, get a police report file? Hold on. Just let me finish.
She's a woman.
Let me finish the question.
She's a borderline.
I mean, she's a woman.
But here's the thing. But explain this. Days before, this is the entire question. Let me get the question out before you interrupt me. Why would she go to the hospital, file a rape report, and then subsequently flee Chicago just to prove that he's nasty and compassion-free when he does it himself?
Because she's
that
a
doesn't
woman.
make any sense.
She's a woman. Women don't make sense.
That's kind of a dumb. Yeah,
She's a borderline, dude.
But there's a police report.
Do you understand how borderline personality?
So when Beardson, because Matt has been caught in a million lies, he doesn't have the honor to ever admit it. Will you have the honor when the test results finally get back? Do you have the honor to admit you were wrong?
No, I have no honor.
Okay, that's fine.
I really don't care. I'm just here for the bet. That's all I care about. I don't care if she was raped or not. I don't think it. I'm positive she wasn't. But
how do you know?
I have no real skin in the game, by the way.
Just to get some quick
$40.
background. What is this bet about? What's the backstory to all of this?
Well, Goad said he was going to post the rape kit.
I didn't say. How can you post a rape kit? A rape kit is tangible.
I don't know. You said it. I don't know. I figured you had some
post for adults.
You're
the
big
or something.
Yeah, you're the big like, fucking writer guy or whatever. I figured you had some like fucking technology to fucking 3D print.
So I'm supposed to speed up the Illinois criminal justice system? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't know. Again,
that doesn't make any sense, man. You're not very bright. You guys both are severe Dunning-Kruger.
My show, and you're getting fucking owned by me. So that's big volumes about you.
Man, I'm your better in every respect.
I don't know about that.
I've got more hair than you.
I had brain surgery, man. There's a scar here. But
still, wonders.
Haven't had brain surgery, so best genetics. I'm better to you again, Jim Goad, because I haven't had brain surgery.
Well,
get owned, brain cuck.
Hey, you know what you're thinking me. You're so dumb.
I just joined this live stream to say Jim Goad is a fucking faggot. You're fucking gay.
You're retarded. You've always been retarded. You're retarded, Bacon. I've always thought so.
I know.
Welcome, Baked Alaska.
You always talk about me, Jim Goad. Why don't you keep getting sucked off by black guys, bro? Like, I don't know anything about you other than you're a fucking gay skinhead and you love getting your cock sucked off.
You were the dumbest guy. You were the Jeff Spicoli of the alt-right. You're the Jeff Spicoli.
The alt-right's fucking gay. I don't care about the
You're
alt-right.
retarded. You're retarded.
Spicoli was awesome.
You're retarded, man.
Why do you love getting your dick sucked by black guys?
This was 40 years ago, man.
Oh, 40. See, I'm not even that old. So
right, yeah, but you're still retarded.
I am retarded. So
Good.
Are you mad about that?
At least you can admit it.
It's a disability, and I'm proud of that. All right. Yeah. Well, I'd rather be retarded than be a faggot like you. So
you can look up my girlfriend, but hey, I have all these women
you mean your black boyfriend?
Why is this like you think that's a kill shot?
You had your dick sucked. You're a 60%
of males have.
It was 40 years ago,
60% of males have, and I'm sure you have because you're effeminate and stupid.
40 years ago,
You're dumb.
Bro.
You're dumb.
You love getting your dick sucked. You're fucking gay.
You're dumb and retarded.
You can never take that away. You admit it.
Hey, when Chad, my friend Chad is bringing this call. Don't put salt in our game.
You can never get your dick unsucked. You can never get your dick unsucked by a prepubescent boy.
Well, who said prepubescent? Dude, if you want to lie, there are remedies for that, man. That's where it's like, that's stupid on you.
Did you give your wife the remedy when you beat the shit out of her?
What did you say?
Did you give your wife the remedy when you beat the shit out of her? Was that the remedy?
I never beat the shit out of my wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, here's the guy with fetal alcohol syndrome. There he is. Hey, dummy. How you doing, Dumbo? How you doing, you dumb fuck? These retards giggling. This is great.
You are the
combined IQ is lower than mine.
Jim, you are the company you keep.
What does that even mean?
Hey, Jim, can you tell me about the prison gangs, please? I want to know.
Prison gangs?
Yeah. How is prison?
Not really organized gangs, but people were racially cohesive. The Mexicans the most, and then the whites, and then the blacks.
That's pretty base. That's cool. That's pretty base, man.
Yeah, I think you're dumb, man. Otherwise, everyone says you're nice. You're nice, but really dumb.
So Matt Forney.
Well, I want to say,
yes.
I would just advise you before you go on a huge rant talking shit about someone, you should probably have some sort of interaction with them. But
no, I've seen you talk. Well, that guy is dumb as shit.
And I mean, he has a point there, Baked. I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen you talk, and you get your cock sucked by 9-year-old black kids.
Now, where's with a 9-year-old? Like it's like the heroin. Like you guys just make shit up. Are you a Christian? Based? You Christian?
Yeah, my name's Based.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah. Are you?
Aren't you not supposed to lie?
Are you a pagan?
I know. I'm an agnostic.
He believes in.
Oh, you're an agnostic. Wow.
Yeah, because I have the honor to say I don't know, and rather than believing some retarded belief.
He's a fit sitter and a dick sitter.
This is going to get chaotic with people interrupting one another. So.
Oh,
God, here's the guy. Hey, how's your brother doing, Shawn? Shawn, how's your retarded brother who did a bomb plot and is in prison? How's he doing?
He's fine.
Good. Glad to hear it. And one day you can stand on a milk crate and look me in the eyes.
Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
Are you going to pay me or not?
No, because you're wrong. Because you're wrong. I don't know how much of this you missed, but I gave the police report number, the detective's name. It's still in the lab. And
how is it still in the lab?
To my memory, I never agreed
to
the police report.
It's on video, Jim. Stop lying. It's on video. It's on my channel. Go check it out. Go check it out before Jim Goad files another strike against it to get it taken down.
And here's another lie. Matt thinks that I would want me destroying him. Don't interrupt. Luke, don't let
you interrupt everyone. Fuck off, old man.
Luke, help me.
Huh?
You pussy. You're like, don't interrupt me. Please, host, help me. I'm going to get interrupted.
Nobody can hear me.
Up.
Nobody can hear me.
No one wants to hear
you. Why don't you go boost the gain on your
You're the ones who came on and wanted to hear me, loser.
You're boring.
Why don't you boost the gain on your mic like you did on the debate so you can scream over everyone else in an underhanded way, you old smackhead?
What? A smackhead again. Okay, you're a pedophile. You're all pedophiles. I can play that game too, but hey, I'm honest.
You could simply deny. You could simply say, "No, I'm not a heroin addict."
I'm sorry about your mom, Shawn. You know, what's with the heroin addict? I'll make shit up too. Then you're a heroin addict, Shawn, and you're retarded. That I can prove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You dumb fuck, you dummy. It's like you're like the Three Stooges. What a collection of retards.
Yeah. Welcome.
Baked a leather.
No, you keep calling me. Hey, you keep calling me based. I appreciate that.
Well, you're retarded.
No, I'm based.
I mean, all right. If we're going to talk about who's retarded, you're like a senior citizen, and you're sitting on a live stream, like arguing with like drunk guys on a Saturday night. You can't.
You're the guys. I didn't ask you on. You're the guys who are so desperate to have contact with me. You came on.
You're the one who's been excessive.
I was
fucking
summoned.
6 years.
Luke,
somebody clicked their heels 3 times, and I'm here.
Luke, do you understand? If
let's allow one person to speak at a time. Let's go to Matt. Jim said that you organized Antifa to take down the tour event in Los Angeles that was put on with David Cole.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that, Matt?
Antifa rules. Antifa was awesome. Go Antifa. Ruin some more events. Hell yeah. Based. Irony Rose or Antifa. Hell yeah.
Yeah. This supposed plot was exposed 2 months ago, and nobody.
Why do you say supposed? Why can't you just be honest and admit to it?
You use that word supposed like 8 times. I don't recollect that.
Why do you think that anyone will care about this now when no one?
Oh, they do that because that's why you deleted all the comments about it, Matt. So you must care.
Your alcoholic Jewish midget buddy tried to sound the alarm on this 2 months ago, and no one gave a shit. No one gives a shit now.
Matt,
you're an old man.
You've got no. Oh, I was going to say your career, but you don't have one. I'm sorry.
Literally, no one gives a shit except.
And neither does Baked Alaska. You've plummeted, you idiot. The Jeff Spicoli, tasty ways, man. Let's smoke some.
Careers are not Lindy, retard.
Well, I was actually just about to ask Mr.
I'll
Alaska.
take an IQ test against any of you, and we'll see who the retard is. Okay? How about that? Oh, silent.
It's gonna be you every time, dude.
Yeah?
Like you're wrestling with shitty pigs or something.
Put up $10,000 and we'll see. Okay?
I'm not. Why would I bet again? You still haven't paid out the first bet.
The police report is what I promised, and the rape kit's coming. I have no control over what Chicago does, man.
No, apparently Chicago and Broward County still fucking can't run anything. Takes
Chicago's
takes
a
3
really
years for cunts. Like, yeah, all right.
A cunt. So you're drunk and you're calling a rape victim a cunt. That's very Christian of you, Shawn. Glad to hear it.
She's lying.
Yeah,
she's lying. Guess what?
Religion. And are you a Catholic, Shawn?
Yeah.
Go suck off Jesus and go get diddled by all your priests.
What is
Okay.
Gafals? Hey, Jerry,
You're
Oh, shut up, you fucking retard.
You did
Dumbos. Dumb,
Hey,
dumb,
Jim,
dumb, dumb,
Jim,
dumb,
go
dumb,
kill
dumb,
your
dumb,
wife
dumb.
again.
Dummy, dummy, dumb,
Sorry.
Collection of retards. You retarded.
I don't think the
You're
brain
retarded.
surgery stuck
You're
the first
retarded.
time.
You're
You need to get
retarded.
brain surgery
You're
again 'cause your
retarded.
brain's fucking
You're
broken.
retarded.
Hold on,
You're
gentlemen. If you'll allow me to cut in for just a second, I have a quick question for Mr. Alaska. It's good to see him back. What you been up to lately, man? How you doing?
Who are you?
Go get
I'm
brain
the
surgery.
I'm
again,
the
you
dude.
fucking
I'm the
retard.
dude who was telling you to get the Ram Ranch composer guy on your channel.
Oh, nice. What was it?
Oh, cool.
What's up,
Cool.
man? How you been doing? How
that's
have you been
righteous.
doing? What have you been up to lately,
Sure.
Alaska?
Sure.
Oh, I'm doing
Sure.
well.
Oh, well, you know, being a
I thought
retard, hanging
you
out with
said-
a guy named Shad.
I thought you said you weren't going to.
That's a show. You guys go.
That's the
Three
funniest thing
Beavis and Buttheads, right? Is that what your show is? Three Beavis and Buttheads. Great guys.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
Love
we're
that.
Beavis and Butthead was a pretty successful show.
We're Antifa now. We're Antifa
No, but you're the
now.
real life thing. That was a cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. See, unlike
It's
you,
a lot less work. I don't have to draw or anything.
we
It's
know
awesome.
how to laugh. We know how to have fun, and we
Yeah,
don't
go
get
on.
our cock sucked by 9-year-olds.
What's with the 9-year-old? You have to lie to think you can spar with him?
He was 12, you guys.
He was
Please be
12.
Yeah.
You had a man suck your cock.
And 60% of guys have. You faggots can't admit it, and that's why you're always projecting.
You realize
You're
how
all
cute that
faggots.
is?
You know
had
it.
a black
Jim.
kid suck your cock, bro.
A black what?
Like, I don't have to. You can say
Black
I'm
what?
retarded. I don't have a career. I just say black kid suck your
Not
cock.
kid. No, not a 9-year-old, man.
Own. It's such an easy own.
He's not 9, he's
Doesn't matter.
12.
This is shit 40 years ago.
The black kid who sucked my cock was not 9. He was 12. The black kid who
Yeah.
sucked my cock was not 9, bro.
He was my age, mid to late teens, man.
Mid to
Oh,
late
okay.
teens.
Wow, that's so much better now that he was like 3 years older. The black kid who sucked your cock. That's amazing.
Yeah. I wrote about it. I'm so ashamed that I wrote about it.
You should be.
You shouldn't have ever written about that.
No, you should be ashamed because you all did it and you're too cowardly to admit it.
No, I've never
Jim,
done that.
Jim, listen,
Hey, how
Jim.
about lie detector tests for that?
Let's
You
do
submit the lie
it in
detector test?
Chicago.
Bitch that
You
lied about
submit the
being
lie
raped.
detector test.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do a lie detector test about that bitch that lied about being raped. How about that?
Why do you
Jim.
think you lied?
Jim, I
Why
don't
do you
like
think she
eating
lied?
shit. Do you think
What's
I'm
that?
lying about that? And I'm
What are you
running
saying,
off
Shawn,
screen?
with your low T voice? What's that, Shawn? What are you saying with your chipmunk voice, Shawn?
What were you saying, Shawn? You
I don't
dummy!
like shit.
You dumb motherfucking dummy! You're dumb,
Man.
Shawn. Sean, Dunning-Kruger to the max.
Hey, keep
All right.
yelling. You can see the veins like protruding in your like brain surgery fucking chrome dome head of yours. It's great.
We got an angry grandma over here.
Whose size is that
Dumbass.
day?
You're hanging out with kids like 50 years younger than you.
I mean, Jim, only one of
Who's
us,
hanging out with
only
kids
one
50
of
years
us is a
younger than
member
me?
of Mensa.
You are.
Only
even hear
one
that.
of us is a member of Mensa, and I don't think it's you. You got.
I
I
can
think
easily get into
didn't David Hogg score higher on his SAT than you? Isn't that
I don't
kind
know.
of embarrassing?
I don't know.
I think I'd be embarrassed if I were you, but I don't know. You don't. You
What
seem
was
to
yours?
lack.
20? 20? You didn't
No,
look.
I took the ACT.
Okay.
Jim, you can
If you
never
don't-
have your cock unsucked.
Sorry. If you don't mind me quickly jumping in here, just quick question. What is the substantive origin of the disagreement between the Irony Bro gentleman over here, Mr. Goad, and Baked Alaska? Where did this all start?
Well, I repeatedly said baked is dumb, which everyone agrees with.
Yeah.
That's all. And I guess he got offended by that, having it pointed out.
Every single person on Earth agrees, especially the black kid that sucked your cock. It's never not going to be funny. A black kid sucked your dick. Dude, Luke Forsyth.
Now,
And you're never going to be smart, and I think that's funny.
I would rather be dumb than have my cock sucked
by a
Why
black
are you guys
kid.
so into the cock? Why is everything cock with you guys?
Oh no! I wish I was so smart, or maybe I
Listen,
wish I was gay.
You're so dumb you don't even realize the value of being smart.
I have a relevant
See, this
question
is the
here,
thing,
okay?
Sean. Like when you were with
I have a
Christopher
valid
Cantwell and
question.
you said that, a Jew, that you think that's a kill shot. You think this is a kill shot. It's just for you guys who jerky. All you guys,
No,
I never see any of you with women.
Go off. Get your point. All right. Anyways, did you sponsor the black kid? Do you have a picture of him on your fridge? Like this is the kid that sucked my cock.
I mean, is this supposed to affect me?
How
I
much
wrote
did he
about
pay
it,
you?
guys.
How much did he pay you, dude? Like, was it worth it?
This would have been like 1978. It was $5.
$5. Wow.
Yeah.
Did you come?
That's like $10 in today money.
That's almost like $50 in today money.
So where did you come? Where did the?
Wow, just think if you didn't get your cock sucked, you could
And
have
here's the thing, why are you so interested in gay
Where
sex?
did the black guy's dick?
You know what psychologists say about
did it
guys
go on-
who are always
did it go on your bald
obsessed
fucking
with
head?
bags? You know what they say about guys who are always
Oh,
obsessed?
all those Jewish psychologists that I thought you were against. Yeah, hey, remember
You know what
when I
they
said
say
you
against
fucking
about
like a nut?
psychology?
I actually realized because of the goddamn scar on your ugly fucking head that you just actually look like
Look at this guy calling people ugly.
I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to because I'm
Because you're ugly?
150 goddamn
Because you're
thousand
ugly?
years old.
What's that?
You got me, Jim. You fucking got me. All right. How much did bubblegum cost when you were getting sucked off by black children?
These guys think these guys are so dumb. They think
He got that $5 bill. Was like, I can buy 5 candy bars with this and go to the movies.
Wait, how many people on this panel have not had them so sucked up?
Oh, they're gonna lie.
Yeah,
They're all gonna
raise your
lie.
hand.
I have not had.
I have not had my dick sucked.
I have not.
I am man.
I've actually never had my dick sucked just in general.
I've never
Just in
been
general.
touched by a person.
What? You never had sex with a person? I can believe that.
All
You'd
right.
have to get up
Oh,
on a
you got him,
milk to do
Jim!
it.
You got him! Fucking idiot! You fucking retard.
You see how upset I am, guys?
Yeah, we can see it by the fucking big ass vein on your fucking cancer-ridden forehead. You fucking dumb
You're
fuck.
like Pinocchio, but it's just like a fucking giant ass artery growing out of your forehead.
No, he's like the Grinch. He
That's
smiles
not
like
because I'm not fat like you guys. That's all.
I like.
I'm not
the
fat.
Grinch. I like the
Yeah,
Grinch.
it's not fat.
Jim's soul is an appalling dump heap.
I'm not. I may be
I
short,
didn't
but I'm
hear
not fat.
No,
said
I am
You're,
short.
you're flabby. You're not. You're not.
I am
toned.
short and fat, Jim.
Go to
but
my
I'm still
Instagram
better
and say
than
that.
you.
What's that? What did you say?
I'm
said
short
go-
and fat, better than you. And you should go to Sean's Instagram. That way you can just like look at the type of man you'll never be.
Yeah, then you'll be like, man, I
The
wish
guy
he
who has
would
to beg
have
for
paid
girlfriends
me
online.
$5
The
to
guy who
suck
has
me
to
off.
beg for girlfriends online. Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
shit
as
in one
opposed to the
hand
guy-
and beg for a girlfriend in the
Hey,
other. See what fills up faster.
Now you can see mine, guys. Here we go. JimGo.net
Hey.
/ Jim Lindsay
Hit or miss. I guess they
LINDSEY.jpg.
never miss, huh?
Better looking broad than any of you will ever get.
How much money are you spending on? How much money are you spending on your girlfriend's kids? How much money are you spending on your girlfriend's kids? Your wife's son.
What's that?
How much money are you spending on your girlfriend's kids? You're raising another man's spawn.
No, I'm not raising her kids. No.
No.
She's got kids. You admitted that she's got kids. He's dating a single mom.
Nice.
Hey,
Hey,
somebody has to.
Somebody has to, and you know the thing about single moms? You know they put out.
I'm not against the man getting some easy pussy. I'm not against that. I support that. But the thing is, Jim, how much of that, like you're throwing around the term, I'm going to bet $10,000 this, that, or what the fucking ever. Nobody cares about your irrelevant bullshit fucking books. You have
Nobody cares. There's Nick.
$3,000.
Hey, Nick. Here he comes.
Hey,
I didn't want to have to attack you, Jim, but the fact is, like,
Why are you all avoiding Matt's Antifa plot? I think that's much more damning than anything.
all things that aren't about you.
I've written about. You're bringing up shit I wrote about. This is a
I
guy
hope he
who
did do
denied
it.
it until it happened.
I
What's
hope
that?
he did do it. That's awesome. I hope he did do
what?
it.
What are
You
we
think it's
guys-
okay that Matt plotted with his idiot friend Edwin Oslin because he was hurt, but David Cole didn't want to hang out with him, so he got Edwin to phone in bomb threats
Yeah, that's awesome.
and said
Actually, no,
that
I
we're going to
didn't.
get Antifa to
No, I
wreck an
didn't.
Ann Coulter concert.
That's
Where
base.
does it say that, Jim? Where does it say that I told him to call him bomb threats?
No, they're
Point that out. Point that out, you liar. Point that out.
Bomb. Okay, and I actually on the transcripts that I have, you didn't say that, but Edwin admitted to phoning in bomb threats.
Well, I didn't know about that. And guess what? You just lied. I did not know anything about so-called bomb threats.
I'm pretty sure you probably plotted that too. If you said them get Nazi scum, get out of it, and flyers,
And where
that looks good.
you should be able to find it in the transcript, Jim. Why is it not in the transcript?
I just said it's not in the transcripts, Matt.
Then you have no evidence of it.
I said, yeah, it's not in the transcripts, right?
So you should probably stop making that allegation.
Well, you should stop making up the allegation of a heroin addict.
Why don't you just deny it? Like you keep asking for evidence. Like people who are accused of something, typically,
What do you want me to deny? What do you want me to deny, Matt?
Just say you're not a heroin addict.
I'm not a heroin. It's obvious. Why would I even be arguing it?
It's obvious. You know what? The
Well,
first sign of lying is laughing.
What's that?
Yeah, you're lying. You're lying because you're laughing. That's a telltale giveaway.
Lying because I'm laughing.
Yeah. You can't say it with a straight face, big guy. Listen, I took a
Look,
criminology
look in my
class in
eyes, Jew
college.
boy. Look in my eyes. Look in my eyes.
Oh man, I'm a I'm
Look
a
in
Jew.
my eyes.
What are you gonna do about it?
Look in my eyes. I'm not a heroin addict.
Man, you have some fucking terrifying ass eyes. Man, if I was like your wife's kids, I'd be scared shitless of you. You're like fucking skeleton.
Your retarded brother and your dead mom. Okay?
Dude, I'd be a
But
fucking
Shawn, again, when
praying
you
for
want to look in my
He-Man.
eyes, you're going to have to step on a milk crate to do it. What are you, 5'2"?
What's that?
What are you, 5'2"?
Oh, you're such an idiot, Jim. You're such a fucking dumbass.
Well, hey, I disliked you first. How you doing, Nick?
What's up?
Let's get Nick Fuentes in here.
Oh, I just got in.
Oh, hey, I
Nick,
like the shirt, Nick.
Thanks. I don't know. I thought we were cool the last time we signed off the weekly split. I don't know what happened in the
Well,
interim.
Matt and these guys never shut up about saying this girl was not raped. That's all. I ignored you.
He's got to defend this woman.
What's that?
He's got to vehemently defend this woman online.
Because
He's not
he
even
wants
getting
to fuck
pussy.
her.
He's not even getting pussy from her.
Matt, I fucked the shit out of her and then kicked her out to L.A. That's all. She
Wait,
came
you
willingly
raped
to
her?
stay with me, which is something she
Wait,
never.
whoa,
I know that hurts.
That's
Matt.
not funny, dude.
I know
Did
that
you rape
hurts.
that woman?
So you get you're admitting that you did all this for my sloppy seconds? Holy shit!
Your sloppy second. This whole thing is you can't get over she rejected you. Look at a picture of Matt and Ann Sterzinger, and it's like Saddam Hussein trying to put his arm around the terrified American child. She's been kidnapped.
Or you could look at
Let's see your
First of all, are you calling American
you a
children
woman,
racist?
Matt? Let's see any picture. Let's see what you get for the first, Matt. You can't because you've never had a girlfriend, never will.
You can also look at the texts and Facebook chats where Ann Sterzinger admits to having sex with me and begs me to have sex with her and says she's attracted to me. But hey, now let's go with Jim's junior grade psychoanalysis. Smackhead logic.
Smackhead logic.
I just want to say here, guys, we're arguing over a 4 out of 10 at best, really. No need to be that passionate.
No, Matt's been arguing over this lost for years. That's I think at the root of his anger here.
I think
What's
it's much
the root
cooler.
of your anger?
It's much cooler to be.
Jim, you wrote an
Jim, let's get to the bottom of your problem.
Jim wrote an entire
9-year-old black kid.
Jim, you wrote an entire
9-year-old
book.
dude, really, when you repeat lies, there is recourse for that shit, man.
Did you get your
There
dick
isn't.
sucked by a
There
black
isn't.
kid?
There's
Yes,
literally
retard.
no recourse for anything I
Did
say
you get
ever.
your dick sucked by a black kid? Yes or no?
Not a kid, no. He's,
Did you get your dick sucked by a black teen?
I wrote about it.
Say yes
Dumbass.
or no.
What is I wrote about it?
Did you get your
not
cock
sitting through your stupid
sucked
head?
off by a black teen?
I wrote about it.
Just say yes or no so we can stop talking about it.
What does I wrote about it? Does
I
that
don't
mean
know.
you're so stupid?
I
that you
don't
know
get
what that
it.
implies?
I'm so stupid. I don't get it. Did you get your cock sucked by a
I
black
wrote about it,
teenager?
dumbass.
What
He's
did you
asking
write?
for a yes or no answer.
Yes
you could
or
just
no?
say yes and
Here's
end this
if you can answer this question.
Did you get your cock sucked?
I
by a
said
black
yeah.
You're at a
You
gate.
can't draw logic
There's two
when
guards.
I wrote
One
about.
only tells the truth. The other got sucked off by a black teenager. Which one is Jim Goad?
I'm the one who wrote about it, so I don't know why you think this would be
I
some.
wrote about it, guys. It's not gay. I wrote about it.
I didn't even,
Dude, it's not gay. I wrote about it before.
Guys,
I wrote about it as the new no homo.
It's 11, not 9. It's not gay, and I also wrote about it.
He didn't jerk me off. It was for a short story. Like,
You're so all of you are so retarded.
I only had
Something
to
I
suck
wrote
my
about.
cock, so
It's
I would
gonna be
have
this-
something
this
good to
humiliation.
write about. You know, I want to have a good book here, so that's why.
Go get a brain implant, you dumb retard.
Go
You
get
get
a
Mace-
brain
Mace-
operation,
oh, the glasses because you got blinded, and then you're asking for the super chats when you got maced.
Look at
I
this
don't
guy. He
think
looks
the
like
brain implant didn't work for you, Jim.
this nigga looks like retarded Professor Xavier. Except for his only mutant power is getting sucked off by a black teenager.
for 5 hours about this.
He's like running around the wheelchair like, please, Jerome, give me the sock.
Please, Cyborg, one more time.
What's going on with your kill shot? That's like you call Canwell saying, "Are you a Jew?" Go ahead.
He has a little like money dispenser in his fucking wheelchair, like a vending machine, so you can deposit the money to suck him off for it. That'll be $5, Jerome.
Mr. Fuentes, welcome to the stream.
Yes,
Good
Nick.
to have you on the 4 channel. Mr. Fuentes and Mr. Goad, do you have any particular disagreements, or are you two
We don't.
on
I
good
don't
terms
believe
with
in
each other?
Christianity,
or-
but
Okay.
otherwise, I mean, Nick called me brilliant. I don't think he thinks any of these guys are brilliant. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, we hashed it out on the Weekly Sweat last time, the whole religion debate, but we basically reached an impasse, I believe.
Yeah. Just like Jay Dyer and I did. Jay Dyer, somehow rumors spread that I backed out of a debate with Jay Dyer. No, Jay and I went through some emails. Jay said, I don't think this is going anywhere, so we
I
shouldn't
don't
debate.
think that wasn't the rumor. I think it was that you owe me money. Was the rumor?
No, we're talking about two different things, but okay.
Okay,
I don't think so.
You backed out of the other thing, but did you back
Back
out
out
of that?
out of what? Back out of what?
Did you back out of the Black King's mouth?
I just don't get it. I don't understand.
It's funny that you guys would think something I revealed to the world is something that would.
Wow, it's so stunning and brave, Jim.
It's stunning
Well,
and
unlike
brave.
you, so I sucked up 100 guys and been fucked in the ass who can.
Somebody put Jim on the cover of Cosmopolitan, please. Can we get Jim on the cover of Cosmopolitan for being so stunning and brave, for getting sucked off by a black teenager? Can we please? Can it be like Jim Goad? I got sucked off by a black teenager.
Yeah, I was the one who wrote that.
Issue.
Yeah. Since you
And I've
wrote
also
it,
written books that are
it's not-
successful,
no homo.
unlike
No
any
homo
of you.
since you wrote
Books
it.
are fucking gay.
What's that?
Books are fucking gay.
Looks what? Who?
Books are gay.
Oh, for retards they are, and for people who are obsessed with gay, they're gay.
Just like how people who hate spiders are secretly want to fuck spiders, right, Jim?
No, people were always accusing people of being spiders. You know, that's a whole different thing, though, Matt. And Matt is a pop psychologist. You're always accusing people of being fags, but you're the one that Edwin Osland said walked around naked in an apartment in Chicago because your fat ass couldn't handle the Chicago heat.
Yeah, he actually said that he didn't say that, and actually Ann made it up. But go off.
No, he said it was. He said that I got that wrong. He said it was a guy from the theater.
Wait, hold on. When did the gays get walking around naked? When did they steal that one?
That guy walking around naked in front of other guys
getting
is
blown by like
pretty gay.
9-year-old black
You don't
boys.
see gayer than anything is being
Do they
obsessed
steal
with
walking
fags,
around
guys.
naked as well?
Getting sucked off is way less gay than that, guys.
Hey, guys, the gays just took being bald.
If you don't bring clothes in the shower, are you like, oh, I had to gay walk to the bedroom to get dressed? Like, what the fuck are you talking
Who walks
about?
around? What adult man walks around naked in front of other guys and doesn't have a?
Edwin said he
you
never
go to the
said
gym ever?
He told me he never said that, Jim. So that's something else that Ann made up.
Of course he's going to deny it for a friend, but I've got the fucking email. But go ahead.
I mean, I just think it's very brave of the guy that got sucked off by another guy, calling another guy gay. Like, that's the weirdest shit to me.
No,
This guy got sucked off.
all I'm noting is a guy who's making a point of this does gay things. That's all.
No, you literally are saying, well, I got sucked off by a black guy, but you're gay for pointing it out.
No, you're not. No, you're gay for pointing it out and walking around nude in front of adult males. That's all.
I think it's
You're
pretty
not through with the argument.
Okay, I get where the mix-up here is. See, Jim was just walking around in front of nubile black boys, and it just happened to get a little bit of he got a little bit excited in front of him too quick, and then before you knew it, he was getting sucked off by a black boy.
And then the $5 bill appeared. Who knew? He got a $5 bill on the ground afterwards. He's like, "Oh, hey, I guess I'm gonna keep this."
See, it wasn't gay. It was just a misunderstanding.
Who said it wasn't? Yeah, a guy fucking you off is gay for that moment, but I've had nothing but women ever since. But and 60% of guys have had homosexual
Jim, listen,
guys.
Jim, you're a wise man. My dad taught me. He said, "Hey, if somebody's
that's
older than
Kinsey,
you,
man. What's that?
They know more than you." And he told me once upon a time that he said, Shawnee boy,
is this the retarded brother who did a bomb plot and is in prison? Is that who you're talking about?
He's talking to me. He said you can build 1,000 bridges, but you suck one man's. You let a little black boy suck your dick. You're always going to be known as a faggot, not a bridge builder.
Hey, if I gave a shit what you thought, I just proved you wrong about the facts. Like Anne got fucking raped and fucked the shit out of me. Said she missed me. Matt accused me of being in love with her.
No one cares.
No, I sent her on her way.
No one cares.
It's hard to hear when there's like 90 guys talking.
Jim, sidebar. Listen, let me level with you here. Sidebar real quick. You're bragging about a par 4 on a putt-putt golf course right now. That she had you call her back or anything. Like, this is the oddest flex I've ever seen. Just stop, dude. It just sucks.
Bragging about fucking my slappy.
I wasn't bragging. This is a guy that Matt's fat heart got broken by, and he writes about her 4 or 5 years after she.
Listen, I don't think she fell on him and actually broke his heart. I don't think he had
Why would he do an 8,500 word slam piece on her after she wanted to have nothing to do with him anymore?
Jim, you fucking wrote a book about your
in Matt's defense, you wrote an 8,500 love piece about getting blown by a 9-year-old black kid. So writing about it in this case isn't really the best thing. I don't know if that's where you want to go with this.
He wrote about it, Shawn. Listen, it's not gay. He wrote about it, okay?
I'm saying it's gay
no, I agree.
You're saying it's gay for life, which is stupid.
He wrote about it. If you write about it.
I said at the time that's gay, yeah.
At the time, if you don't mind me quickly jumping in.
You're not heterosexual. Is that what that means? That one thing makes you gay for life? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no.
That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah,
and then you fuck girls,
getting blown by a little black boy.
Black boy.
That's like they have like the A. that this is your A. This is your scarlet letter, Jim. Except we're gonna call it the N-word letter.
All right. If you don't mind me quickly jumping in for just 1 second, I just want to ask. Outside of this one encounter, are there any particular grievances that Mr. Goad's detractors have with Mr. Goad? Are there any substantial issues, or is it just
money.
Okay?
He owes me.
Okay, and where does this stem from? Because I hear you talking about a DNA test kit.
Let me ask Nick
who's
how
getting
he
their
feels
DNA
about
tested.
Nick, let me ask how to my memory, what I said is I get a police report. I provided the police report number, the detective, the Illinois system processing the shit, and you can call up and verify. It takes months.
Listen, Nick isn't the person you owe money to, and also
No, you owe
I'm
money
not
to
going
me
through all
because
that work. Listen, you said, hey Shawn, you feeling lucky, boy? Flip a coin. Do you believe that this whore is telling the truth or not? And I said, hell no. Pay the fuck up.
Why
and
would
you have
she,
yet
why would
to
she-
pay the
here's,
fuck
here's
up.
the thing. Why would she lie? Explain
Why
what
would a woman?
She's a woman.
Jim, let's go through the facts.
Let me finish.
Why would a
It's too
woman
much
lie
interrupting
about getting
you.
raped?
Look.
Why would a woman lie to begin with?
Why would she lie about somebody you say that doesn't exist? Usually they lie to get somebody that they know in trouble. Why would she lie about somebody whose identity she hasn't even verified? Explain that.
I'm not gonna try.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna answer
out of
any
wine
question.
and say,
'Cause
listen,
you're
I'm not
dumb.
gonna listen, Jim. I know my limits as a man, as a human male. If God didn't
As a
put
human
logic
male,
into women's
okay.
minds, I'm
What's
not
that?
going to be able to either.
What's that?
I said,
How
if
do you do
God didn't put logic into women's minds, I'm not going to be able to.
The God you believe in doesn't exist, Shawn, and I'm sorry to have to be the one to break that to you.
Dude, listen, you already killed your wife. You're going to hell. You don't need
My
to
wife.
trespass there.
Kill my wife.
Here, Jim, I got a special hat for you. You know, if you just want to give me your address, I'll mail it to you. Is that way you can wear it whenever we're talking?
Rather than discuss why you believe in a retarded fairy tale, you'll put a meme and you think that's an argument. That's how dumb you are.
Wait, you're calling Jesus retarded? Can I get that on the
You
record?
know, I'm saying Jesus is dead. So he couldn't be retarded.
You called him
just
retarded.
like your
No,
wife.
Jesus, no, I said this guy, I don't know if you ever revealed your name, putting a fedora on his head to think that counteracts all the legitimate criticisms of why Christianity makes no fucking sense.
You have no legitimate criticism. You're just gay.
Oh, it's a fairy tale.
You're legitimate criticism.
Bullshit, and you guys are dumb enough to believe in it.
Quick question to the Irony Brothers and associated gentlemen. Are you mostly of the Christian variety?
Yes.
Catholic.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
Christian.
Catholic, yeah.
I don't really care, to be honest with you. I support it.
Yeah, Beardson's a nihilistic Jew.
Yeah.
Julie
Beardson's a filthy.
What's the god they worship? Is it Abraham or what's
Yahweh.
Moses? Yeah, Yahweh. Yeah, that's the guy. That's my guy.
Well, actually, they worship Moloch. Hey, could someone gift Jim Goad a fedora so we can cover that fat bald head?
Yeah.
Please.
It might cover.
Not even funny.
That's not an argument, Baked Alaska. Don't you know it's not an argument?
Present some evidence that his head is big and fat, please.
Okay, well, I see like a big vein.
Yeah.
You know, it's very. There's not a lot of hair there. He's about 45 years older than me, and he gets his dick sucked by 9-year-old black kids.
Luke, Babs, I have to congratulate you on making the most queerest episode of the Luke Ford yet. I have to congratulate you.
Yeah, you guys are obsessed with facts and cock, and I think that says a lot, but go ahead.
No, as a queer
You're always
myself,
talking about
I'm
it.
so happy.
Yeah,
I
we're
just
not
shared
the
this.
gay ones. Yeah, we're not the ones getting our dick sucked.
You're not the ones who've admitted it, guys.
Yeah.
You really believe that? You believe that like 100 women after that, you're still gay? You believe that?
Yes.
That's kind of dumb.
Wait, what do you mean? You can wash away the gay? Is that what you think?
You can't wash away the dumb.
Dude, even Luke is laughing at you. That's how stupid you are. You're like the host of this show is laughing at how fucking retarded you are. You love black kids.
If you ever want to take an intelligence test, we can talk about retarded.
This is the future of the alt-right. The alt-right is
clearly retarded.
You are alt-right in 2019. That is so cringe, bro.
Because I'm alt-right. I never even claimed to be right-wing.
I'm alt-right.
No, we're all queer.
I've never claimed to be right-wing.
All of us in this room are in favor of queer culture.
Yeah, all of us are queer. Press 1 if you're queer.
There's nothing more alt-right than getting sucked off by a black kid. How do you think people found out about Richard Spencer? I'm not saying that
Spencer
Richard
had sex with Asian
owned
chicks,
by
that's why.
black boys, but you and him would have a lot to talk about, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Jim's a big fan of Richard Spencer.
Jim, what's your opinion of Richard Spencer? You're on his show. How did it go?
Well, good. You can see the live stream. There's a couple of them from the last week or so.
I'll put it on tonight when I'm having trouble sleeping. Put me right to sleep.
I mean, he gets tons more views than you guys, but that's, I'm sure, you know.
A million idiots, you can't be wrong.
Actually, I saw last night Nick's show versus Spencer's show. Spencer had about 3 times as many people watching live, but sorry, Nick.
And we had 5 times as many as Spencer's watching, so how's that feel?
I don't think I saw it, but I'd like you to prove it because, you know, your views on YouTube are 1,000 per video.
I want some.
You guys obviously think you're much bigger. You don't even have many Twitter followers. You guys aren't nearly as big as you think you are.
If you want to,
I've been suspended 4 times.
Like 9 guys, and I'm slaying you all. But go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to bring up numbers, Jim, there was only like 100 people watching this stream until we came in, and we tripled the numbers because you're such a boring fuck. No one wants to watch.
Why do you keep going at me if I'm so boring, you dumb?
Because you owe me money.
Because you owe him fucking fun.
Huh?
You owe me money, you old fuck.
Yeah, man, you owe me money. I got the police report number, and you're just not honest.
No. We need fucking pussy proof. I want some
it's coming from the lab.
Juice on a slide.
Your dead Jesus tells you not to lie, Shawn. Shawn, I know you were born with fetal alcohol syndrome, but your dead Jesus tells you not to lie. Okay? Your dead Jesus, who never rose from the dead, tells you not to lie.
dumbass
person.
Dumbass.
God.
Hey, retard. Retard.
Why do you hate
Retard.
God? Why do you hate God? Why do you
Dumb
hate
retard.
God?
Huh?
Why do you hate God?
Why would I hate something I don't believe in?
Why do you hate God?
Why would I hate something I don't believe
Why are
in?
you using God as a weapon against us?
If he had listened to the 10 Commandments, he might be still happily married. His wife might still be alive. But instead,
he wouldn't be.
I'm a
He wouldn't have gone
smarmy
to prison.
asshole. I'm going to cheat on my wife and then beat her up while she has cancer. And
I didn't touch her
dying.
when she has cancer. So you guys, I mean, seriously, like at this point, you've made up enough shit.
No. I didn't make up anything.
You're potentially making things very unpleasant for yourself when you keep making, especially if this is posted. When you lie and shit,
I don't care.
Oh, you're gonna sue you, pussy?
there are
Like
laws against that sort of thing, guys. You can't.
Oh, you're gonna sue you, pussy? Like you sued Kevin Michael Grace, you pussy?
You're gonna show your face, fat boy. You're in another country because you raped somebody and fled the country.
Why don't you call the police then, bitch? Call the police. I
Who's
dare you.
gonna
Call
go
the
after
police.
you? Who's going to go after you? You're in another country.
It's called an extradition treaty, dumbass. If you really believe that I raped Anne, be a man. Call the police.
You confess
call
to it.
the police.
You
call
confess
the
to
police.
it. You're
Yeah.
so stupid you wrote about it. And your faggot friend, Mr. Orini, David Orini, you're a fag, you're a fag. David Orini wouldn't let me say the URL. The guy with the 50-foot cock in his mouth? You two guys are talking about the manosphere and are never seen with women? That guy? He wouldn't let me say the URL. You wrote about yourself raping somebody and were so stupid.
Jim,
You're so stupid.
Jim will not
Just to
call
give
the
people the
police
impression
on a
you ever
rapist.
had sex
Jim
with a
Goad
woman.
supports
You
rape.
wrote about
Jim
raping
Goad
somebody
supports
and
rape.
continuing
Jim
when
Goad
you said
thinks it's
stop.
okay for Ann Sturzinger
You
to get
fat
raped.
tub of fat retarded tub
Call
of shit.
the police.
Look
Call
at
the
Matt
police.
walking
No,
backwards
call
from
the
Antifa.
police.
Call the police. Matt, you're the one who confessed.
Then
That's
call the
your
police
problem.
and get me locked up. If you
I
really
don't
care
think
about
you're going
Ann
to extradite
Sturzinger,
somebody
call
from
the
wherever
police.
you're hiding out, Matt.
It's called an extradition treaty, dumbass.
Extradition treaty. I don't think you're that important. You're
guess
stupid
what?
enough to confess to it, though.
Well, you won't call the police.
How you
have
do-
no,
how you
you have
doing,
no
Nick?
balls. I've every time
You
there's
can't
someone
even show your
accused me of
face.
rape,
The guy who walks backward from two skinny faggots in Cleveland. Look up Matt Forney, Cleveland. And he's
Jim,
he's walking backwards from two guys. He's like,
wait, no, hold on, Jim. You live in Cleveland?
no, Matt Forney, Cleveland. It's on video. Look it up on YouTube.
No, you said skinny faggot Cleveland.
Skinny faggots in Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah.
So you
Matt
live in
walks
Cleveland?
backwards from them. Sean, if you want to arm wrestle, I mean, I know you want to touch guys, but I'll do that.
Listen, I don't want to be within blood pathogen radius of you. I just want to get paid one way or
the reason
another.
Ann
All right.
Sturzinger's got AIDS now is because Jim gave it to her.
If anyone wants to sponsor a 5-on-1 arm wrestling match between Mr. Goad and his detractors, feel free to donate in the chat to Luke Ford's PayPal.
Nick, you came on to just listen.
I just want to clarify the record here. Jim Goad did not beat his cancer-ridden wife. It was actually his girlfriend who he left bleeding on the side of Northwest Skyline Boulevard, and she had 26 stitches.
The one against had a restraining order against her. Hold on. Hold on. Don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you.
I don't care. You don't care about decorum here? Jim Goad / I sucked a black kid off. Whatever. I don't care. Shut up. Fucking retard.
JimGoad.net/sound/ANNE.mp3. Now, no, you guys don't trust women. This is a woman who's threatening to blow my head off, threatening to kill me, threatening to never let me make a public appearance again. I've got the restraining order to send me to jail because I can't stay away from you. Any of you guys ever had a chick so into you that she said that? Bet not.
Yeah, her name is Ann Sturzinger.
And she said, you don't worship my pussy like I worship your cock? So I got a great fucking cock, guys, and I know how into cock you are.
Yeah, I don't want to do stuff like that to me. AIDS to, buddy.
Oh, yikes.
Buddy, what's with Matt with a hey, pally? Hey, buddy.
Would you prefer smackhead?
1940. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Keep talking about your cock. I like that.
Hey guys,
I know you do. I know you do.
$5 is $5. I'm not gay, but $2 is $2. All right.
Welcome to Professor Xavier's school for gifted teenagers sucking me off.
Oh, that's never not going to be funny. You realize that, right?
And you being dumb and getting maced is never not going to be funny. Sean's retarded brother in prison. Sean talking, boy. Sean's retarded brother in prison for a foiled bomb plot is never not going to be hilarious. Sean's mom dying is never not going to be hilarious.
Ooh.
I mean, your wife dying is never not going to be funny.
You can find it funny. I don't get offended at you guys because I don't respect any of you.
He's not a moralizer. He's not a Puritan.
I'd like Nick to say something more. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I said you're not a Puritan like all of us, so you find anything funny.
Except Ann Sturzinger getting pretend raped. He doesn't find that very funny.
Yes. No. Listen, people get murdered.
I find it funny that Matt, rather than reveal he's a human being, did not something he knows nothing about for months. And for months. Because he can't get over, like, the only woman he ever thought was his girlfriend.
Do you want me to give you the pictures of our fucking... I've got pictures of video of her naked, bro.
Why can't you even afford a fucking camera at this point, you loser?
Hey, I have a valid question that's kind of off topic. Jim, why are you mad, bro?
What am I mad at?
You're screaming and yelling and...
Well, there's 9 of you. I'm trying to talk over you.
There's not 9, but
well,
I mean,
how many we got?
Double vision or
how
something.
How many are talking? Let's see. We got.
Listen,
Mr. Goad and about 5
commanding
detractors. 3, 4, 5.
That sounds like an army of people.
What's that?
But all I'm hearing is
army
for my money.
Irony, bro, army.
Irony, bro.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm yelling, because you keep talking over me. So thanks for asking. That's my answer.
That's why you're mad.
To think that you retards, you Christian idiot, you tradiots, you Christards are going to get me angry?
You literally see the veins exploding in your forehead, bro.
You can't I can see your neck, bro. You're so fat, and you're so poor.
Can you come up with better material? Are you just reading off of Reddit's front page at this point?
You took a 9-year-old black cock for 4 hours. Talk about something. Talk about better material. You have nothing.
That's funny.
He's an old smackhead, and he's getting older, and he's got he's only got a limited number of stuff.
Jim,
we're promoting your book, Jim.
Guys, one guy's at a time, because none of you are going to get.
All right. Mr. Fuentes. Gentlemen. 1 second.
Yeah.
Mr. Fuentes of the Goad detractor army of 5 men, if you could just have a brief exchange, just you and Jim, airing your grievances for about, maybe 5 minutes or so, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have grievances against Jim. I mean, I know
you DM'd me earlier and said, why doesn't Jim just name his pants like Payless since he has so many little black boys in there?
That's not very Christian for you to lie like that.
I can produce the screenshot if you want.
They asked Nick to talk. Go ahead, Nick.
My only issue, well, it's obviously the religion thing, also the boomer. You're very salty about the boomer thing. Which
no, not salt. Here, let me explain this. Salt. Here's what you get wrong, and you surprise me because you are obviously really smart, but you do get things wrong. And what you do, you go to appeal to motive and things like that. The thing that bugs me about I don't identify with any of my generation. I think it's a dumb meme. And and this is a serious point. If you guys can be serious for a minute.
I was born in the wrong generation.
What's your Tumblr?
He's commenting underneath Led Zeppelin videos on YouTube.
All right, one second. Mr. Goad and Mr. Fuentes, just one more moment.
Just mute everybody else because they're little faggot boys, Christian idiots.
Yeah.
Can't. Here's why I think it's a really dumb, and it's obsessive. I mean, I was on 3 different live streams last night. Within like 2 or 3 minutes of each, they're talking boomer, boomer, boomer. Number one, if you want to build a coalition that's going to win elections, maybe it's a dumb idea to alienate an entire generation. That's one thing. Number two, idea that people, or the idea that the 20-year span in which someone was born has predictive power for their behavior is dumber than astrology. Number three, the idea that most people in any generation don't Luke, mute this 4-foot tall steroid case with fetal alcohol syndrome. Okay, thanks. The idea that most people at any time have control over what happens or what the government does, I guess you'd have to be 20 to think that's the way it works, because it doesn't. People who voted for the wall aren't getting the wall. To think that people in the 60s, 70s who voted for shit, to think that they thought that there was going to be white replacement or be beaten over the head with white privilege or untrammeled immigration. There's never been, I don't think there's ever been in history a group that's voted in any country for more immigration. So to blame them for this shit that happened is dumb. That's what bugs me about it. Also, my theory, because
I mean, I don't like to get serious ever or interrupt you, but that's
Luke, what happened to the muting, Luke? There we go. Okay. This is supposed to be between me and Nick. The idea that they have that much control over that shit is idiotic. Nobody ever votes for a massive debt.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are shaped by circumstances.
You're a faggot. You're a faggot.
Luke, mute them all. This is me and Nick. Thanks. Okay. Do you really think, and at any generation, you got 60% and 40% of people, they're different. So it's this retardedly simplistic way of looking at things. And my theory for why this, like I was saying, I was born in the Middle Ages. I remember in the 70s, leftists, one of the sins of leftism was ageism.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's an innate trait, like skin color and all that shit, you have no control over it. Bakes, so what's he talking about? What's he talking about? What's that? Huh? But anyway, so in the 70s, they were against, they were zero population growth.
Why are you talking shit? I was sitting here.
You're talking shit. I'm trying to get the point. I know you don't understand points. I know you don't understand points.
I was sitting here quietly. What do you mean?
We're talking.
Was I not? I was sitting here quietly, and then you start talking shit about me.
You started talking. That's why.
No, I didn't.
Why would I respond to you, man? You were talking.
Did I start talking?
I didn't
hear
you.
I swear.
I think it's someone else. I think it's someone else you might have heard. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, mute everyone with me and Nick, because that's what the conversation. There we go. Okay.
I wasn't talking, bro.
Mute. He's not muted. Okay.
I wasn't talking.
You're talking now, dumbass. But
no,
anyway.
I'm not talking now.
I'm not talking. That's how dumb you are. You say you're not talking.
I'm not talking.
You're fucking retarded. Hey, I'm not talking now.
I'm not talking right now. Right now, I'm not talking.
I'm playing you off. You're talking too long, Jim. You're playing you off. You're getting the Oscar playing off here. I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to explain why the boomer meme. It's not salty. And Nick, this is at the end of the podcast you did with me about this.
Okay, cool.
Luke,
don't mute me
them,
because
Luke.
I'm gonna.
Luke, okay, thanks.
I was going to make a point.
Mute.
How do they keep getting unmuted?
Mute them, bro.
So fucking boring. I'm playing them off. Come on, shut up.
If you guys are retarded and you don't get points, at least Nick is intelligent enough to get points.
Get to the point then, retard. Fucking
you keep talking, you dumb fuck, you dumb ugly fuck. But anyway, mute them, Luke. Okay? Nick, at the end of the podcast you did with me, one thing you got wrong is I could see why you would want to defend your generation. That's not what I'm doing. I don't agree with anybody hardly at all. So why would I defend my generation? The point is, I think it's a dumb divisive tactic. Now here's the ultimate point.
Oh my God, you're putting me to sleep.
No one cares about your fucking gay liberalism argument. Obviously, there's
Luke, come on, man. Let me get this point.
Jesus,
5 minutes.
You keep interrupting.
I'm sorry to interrupt. 5 minutes of Fuentes and Goad, and then we can go back to the open discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Look, shut up. Hey, 4-foot-tall retard. Shut up with fetal alcohol syndrome.
Get to the point.
Shut up.
Get to the point. You
shut up.
Pooper.
What don't you understand? How dumb are you? You don't understand when you keep interrupting. I can't get to the point. Here's the point, Nick.
Yes.
There was ageism, but they got rid of that. They got rid of zero population growth because they realized all the population growth was in Africa, and that would be racist. Why they got rid of ageism? Here's my theory. There's a debt, national debt, that no one will be able to pay off. And the powers that be realize that. I think they're encouraging left and right younger people to say, fuck the old people, deny them medical care, even if they paid into Social Security, to get the younger people to say, I don't want to pay that, and just to write them the fuck off and to fuck them over. But if you're into building a coalition, kind of dumb to alienate an entire generation. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I get it. I agree on all the technical points, but I just think that, it's sort of, it's just a meme. It's just a meme to express frustration at the older generation who, there are a lot of stereotypes, not just about the voting, but about the fact that they just consume and, the sort of free love, hippie, social liberalism that started with the boomers. So, yeah, I mean, it's a generalization like any other generalization. Or you could have some.
Why is it mentioned every 2 minutes?
Hey, don't interrupt him, Jim. You fucking faggot. Let him talk.
We hate old people. Old people. The other thing about boomers is they don't get it. Like, the internet age belongs to us. Our cultural artifacts are from the internet. They're from gaming.
But your generation is more liberal than any of them.
Well, yeah, that's true, but why do you think that is?
We didn't have
Do you think that
Just because 90 you talk on Discord that are the same age doesn't mean your generation's not full of training.
I get that. I heard you say that on Heel Turn, but like we were raised and millennials were raised.
I never watched your show, but go ahead.
Wow, the hostility. Anyway, what I was saying was
mad you have hair, Nick.
The Generation Z, the Millennial, the Gen X were raised by the Boomers. So the Boomers, I remember I was on the Trump campaign and some Boomer was complaining about Millennials. He was like, "Oh, you Millennials are whatever." It's like, well, who do you think created the world that Millennials grew up in? Who do you think raised?
Well, then blame the people that raised the Boomers. You can go back endlessly. That's kind of a dumb argument too.
No, I think the Boomers were
what should they have done differently?
I don't know if they could have done anything differently. We just don't like them.
What's that?
Jim, do you know what a heuristic is?
Yeah, it's a shorthand.
Right. What do you think when we talk shit about boomers, we're doing?
Well, here's every single boomer accountable. Bullshit. What do you think they should have done differently?
We're gonna hang them all.
Do
you understand when we say your boomer generation that wasted all the good resources and just ruined everything?
And do you think if 20-year-olds had a lot of wealth and they wouldn't have wasted? You think you're a more righteous generation?
We would have wasted it in way cooler ways than destroying it.
Yeah,
you're really
dumb.
V-Bucks.
You're dumb.
Not coal. You fucking piece of shit.
Piece of shit. That's not very Christian of you, Shawn.
Yeah, it is. Calling a piece of shit is the most Christian thing you can do.
You're really dumb.
Shawn actually has a point there. Yeah.
Well, it's holy indignation, I believe, right?
Holy indignation.
Yeah, you got sucked off by a little black boy, so you're just a gay pedophile.
Wow, you're dumb.
You're going to hell.
I'm literally.
You're dumb enough to believe in hell.
Jim, if we were in a canoe,
hold on. Everybody but Baked Alaska, Luke. I want to ask you this question.
Where would you be?
Let Baked Alaska try to handle this question, Luke. Thanks. Baked, you believe in Christianity, right? Yes? Is he muted too, or is he just nodding out?
Baked, we can't hear you. But
just say. I think he's so dumb he doesn't realize he was directly addressed and asked a question.
Hello?
Baked, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Maybe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you now.
You're a Christian? Right. You're a Christian?
Am I a Christian?
Yeah.
What's the question?
Am I a Christian? What's the question? Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a yes or no?
Am I a Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
You believe in hell?
Yeah, you're going to hell.
Were you
got your dick sucked by a little black?
Will you burn forever? Right?
You will burn forever.
Let me get the question.
I'm going to be in heaven playing Minecraft, getting diamonds and shit. You're going to be in hell. You're going to be hell because you're a sodomite. You're gay, bro. You're a faggot.
Dude.
You think 100? You think 100 pussies?
Can you let me get a question?
No,
let me talk. These guys' styles, they just scream.
Let me talk, you little bitch. You think 100 women can wash the gay off your faggot dick? No, it can't. You're a sodomite.
Can you mute everybody?
Jesus, you're going to hell. You're damned to hell.
I want to ask you a question about hell, dumbass. Can you mute everybody?
You faggot. You're fucking fat.
No, everybody but Baked, Luke.
Wow, wait. No, I just got muted. It was supposed to be me and Jim Goad. Why are you muting me? You can't
I made a mistake.
You can't take it, Jim. I'm talking to you. It's me and you. It's just me
I
and
was
you right
asking you
now.
a question. Let me get the question out.
I know.
Let me get the question out.
You're
Why
gay,
not?
Bro.
You're stupid
You're
to handle
gay.
it.
I don't have to
You
talk to
retired
you.
it.
Gay.
I know you're obsessed with fags, so that says a lot. Let me ask you this question. You believe in hell?
You're going to hell. I already said this.
Answer the direct question. You believe in hell?
Answer the direct question. Did you get your dick sucked by a young black kid?
We've been over this 900 times. Answer this question.
You didn't answer my question.
You believe in hell? I said I wrote about it. What does that mean?
I want you to
believe in hell.
You're not answering it directly. Did you get your cock sucked?
Yes,
by
dumbass. I wrote about it. I revealed it to the world, dumbass.
Sucked by a young black boy.
Not a boy.
Listen,
anyway,
Jim wrote the Twilight.
Luke, let me get the question out, Luke. Come on, man. Luke, mute everybody but this retard with the sunglasses on. Now,
you're gonna call me a retard and then you want
Don't
no.
interrupt me.
If you're gonna call me a retard, you just want me to sit here?
You're the Jeff
Oh,
Pattilli,
okay.
dumbass.
Yeah, you just want me to sit here?
I want to ask you
Hey,
about
you're
your
fake
stupid
homo.
religion. I
You're
want to ask
going to
you about
hell.
your stupid religion.
No, I'm not gonna respect you when you're talking like that, bro.
Well, then let me ask you a question respectfully. You believe in hell? Just answer the question. Don't deflect. Don't be stupid enough to. Don't be stupid.
Apologize to me.
You're stupid. No, you're stupid. You will always be stupid.
See? Okay, he can't respectfully ask me a question, so I'm not
Well, you keep interrupting. Respectfully take the question.
respectfully answer.
Bend over, spread your ass cheeks, and respectfully take the question.
Okay, apologize and then respectfully ask. Go ahead.
Apologize for what?
For being disrespectful.
You've been disrespectful to me, so I'm not going to.
I have been so nice to you. I've been super nice.
So the
I'm
question,
very
you're dumb enough to
Christian
believe
and
in
nice.
hell. Let me get the question out.
Okay, what's the question?
Okay, you believe in hell? Yes. Is that a yes?
Go ahead. What's the question?
Is that a yes?
Do I believe in hell?
Yes.
The place that you're going to burn and rot forever for eternity? Yes.
I'm asking if you don't change the subject.
I didn't change the subject. I believe
in hell.
you will burn in hell forever and ever.
Why would God be so insecure and pissed off that he'd torture somebody forever?
Golf your body.
Why would he create a situation that pisses him off and he's so unforgiving that he tortures somebody forever?
So much for getting your
God
dick
did not
sucked.
create a black boy for the suck.
God created everything, you dumbass. He created everything. He has control and he could have stopped it. Otherwise, he's not God. That's why
You
you
could
need
have
to make
stopped
no
it. You're a faggot.
God's the one who creates all this shit. God allows evil. He allows evil. You dumbass. You
Yeah,
dumbass.
that's why. And again, thank you, God, for bringing our guest Jim Goad tonight. Incarnate of evil. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jim, for coming.
Right.
It's been fun.
Sean, let you answer this question because you're
time.
done, Sean.
I don't.
He's
I
not
don't get to. Hey, Luke, you don't get to mute me yet. This is my question.
Yeah. Go ahead. All right.
Yeah,
you
go
believe in
on.
hell, Sean?
Yeah, let's hear it.
You believe it? You believe in hell? Answer that first, then we'll go to the next question.
Absolutely.
You believe it lasts forever?
Yeah.
Yes.
And isn't that a sadistic, psychotic, unforgiving, unloving God who creates this situation?
Listen, faggot.
It's a just punishment for faggots like you.
Yeah, listen. When you look at a human, do you want me to answer your question or not?
I'm asking you the question. You keep
Okay,
it. These
then
guys
shut
keep it
the
up.
fuck up. You fucking crybaby. You were crying. Everyone else talking.
Crying at
over
all.
you.
I'm trying to get a point across.
Your
That you're stupid because you
your,
believe in your
your
shit.
existence is fucking. If hell doesn't exist, I will be disappointed. People like you are the reason why hell exists. And you're laughing about it. You're all hubristic and stuff. Like you think I'm gonna get off. I'm just gonna go to
Suck Jesus off. Or suck off your brother in prison, okay? Because you know what? People come at you with shit that would hurt them.
They'll be sucking Satan off in hell.
You've tried to listen, Jim. You've tried to come at me with everything that you think could hurt me. You tried to bring up my mother. You tried to bring up my brother.
You bring up this dick thing that I wrote about, dumbass. It doesn't hurt me.
I brought up all of your faults. How you were an awful person to your wife. The person that you bonded.
I wrote all about this.
It doesn't matter if you wrote about it. That doesn't absolve you from anything. It didn't
count if
you do not live. You do not go about your daily life in a state of grace.
What's your idea of just punishment? What's overkill?
It doesn't matter what my idea of it is. What matters is
you believe in a religion where God tortures you forever. Even if you're in a fucking other side of the world, you're not even exposed to Christianity, but don't get baptized, they go to hell forever.
It's called the Ark of the Covenant, retard.
Oh, the covenant that he changed from the Old Testament to the New Testament, even though he promised the Old Testament.
Yeah, listen.
Oh, yeah, it's dumb and nerdy and fedora to actually bring up how dumb your fucking religion is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's why you let it train you throughout all.
And Jesus is dead. Your brother will probably die in prison, and you will die being unknown and as stupid as the day you were born. And you know what? Even if your show becomes a success you think it is, you can't buy height, Sean.
And guess what? You can't unsuck off a teenager.
First of all,
you can't unsuck a dick.
You can buy height. Listen, folks. If you are in the market for IGF-1, that's infant growth formula 1. That is the height formula. You only have to buy one vial, and it will grant you up to 4 to 6 inches of your height.
Is that true?
That is completely true. Second of all,
cool.
you can get salvation. You have to do everything the opposite.
You know why I'm not a Christian, Sean?
I do not care because
I read the Bible, Shawn.
Because if you were a Christian, you would have to admit a fault.
Huh?
You would have to admit a fault, and you're far, far, far too narcissistic to do that.
Here's the thing. Even Matt, who's been silent.
Don't care about Matt.
He said in the review, I have admitted to fault.
A conversation.
I have admitted
what
to
does
fault.
Matt march his way out of it? All right, I'm talking to you. You fucking murdered your wife.
Murdered
you
my
cheated
wife.
on her when she
I
had
gave her cancer?
in her weakest moment.
I gave her
And
cancer?
No, listen.
I gave her
you
cancer? No, you're a dumb fucking punk who just accused me of murdering my wife. So I want to hear this.
Then let me finish.
Well, explain how I murdered her, dumbass.
You gay
You
a
realize how
9-year-old
stupid
black
you
kid.
all come off?
You murdered your wife because you fucking cheated on her with some girl, and then that girl beat her, or you beat your wife when she had cancer and was going.
No, I didn't.
It's all on Wikipedia. It's on
Look, be a little better
Listen,
moderator. Look,
listen,
let me get
bro.
these points across.
Yeah,
Luke,
Luke, you
so
need to be
Luke,
better
you allow
moderator.
people to make false accusations? Okay.
Sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
No, just
No,
share
shut your stupid fucking mouth, punk. Okay? Here's the thing. She had
Look
cancer.
how fucking mad he's getting that I'm bringing up the.
He's so mad.
Look, this
He
isn't
asked
really
me a
discussion.
question
This is
about
so
my
bad.
fucking.
Hold on.
Stop
Let me
muting me.
shut him up. Shut the guy.
Hey,
got
Jim.
the retarded brother in
Jim,
prison up.
I noticed real quick.
You're stupid. I'm not even going to talk.
Shut it down, Goad. Shut it down.
Hey,
Shut
Jim,
it down because I
murdering
think
my
I'm
wife.
destroyed.
Jim,
Aren't you supposed to not lie as a Christian, or that's part of the religion now?
Do you want me to fucking share a screen to show up the Wikipedia article about you and your
Murdering my
wife's
wife?
history?
Where does it say I murdered my wife on the Wikipedia article?
Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't murder her. He just made her fucking last days on Earth hell. I'm sorry. I misspoke. He
Yeah.
didn't give her
Here's
the
the thing,
kindness
Shawn.
of
Here's
putting
the
her
thing.
out of her mercy.
Beat your wife, bro.
He just made her life hell. That he's asking me if
Listen,
I
listen
think
to me.
exists.
I didn't
Yeah,
murder her,
Jim.
so you're a liar.
Jim, I think
You're
hell
going to
exists.
the hell that you think exists for lying.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, I'm
yeah,
not.
you are.
Unfortunately,
God made you short. God hates short people, Shawn. Here's the thing. I mean, if you can
why
be
do they
serious
own
for a
so
minute.
bad?
You can be serious for a minute, Shawn.
I'm serious.
She had an ovarian. Her mom died of ovarian cancer.
Mm-hmm.
It's highly hereditary. We didn't want kids. I've got a kid now. I love him like crazy.
Well,
Now-
your girlfriend has a kid. Let's be
No,
honest.
I've got a 10-year-old son, Zane Goad, bitch.
Really?
Yeah. And I kicked
Yeah.
his fucking head in over it, man.
You'll
Don't
play
do that to my kid.
How much?
yeah.
How much
Zane is
Instagram
your
Look.
God, I can't get
This is a guy that's just shouting and thinking they're making a point in this guy's case, okay? Yeah, here's the thing. Loved her. First person I ever loved, okay? Because I had a bad family. I don't know what.
Well, no,
I don't know what
you
gotta-
love the black kid a little bit. just a tiny bit.
Look, let me get the
Be honest.
question.
Be
out, okay?
honest.
I know. There's nothing serious about you guys. I'm more serious in a lot of ways.
Oh, you're so
Here's the
serious,
thing.
man. I love it.
Listen, I've
serious.
seriously
Here's the
never
thing.
been sucked off by a black boy, okay?
Listen, guys. I've got an
Let me
idea.
get the question.
We're going to suck off black
Okay, so loved her, and her mom died of ovarian cancer. It's highly hereditary. 1990, she had a kiwi fruit-sized tumor, and you know what? Here's something. When she was diagnosed, I love that woman, and I was driving home, and I was crying and praying to a God I didn't believe in. Like, why? Well, I'm finally happy I found somebody I love. Why is she dying?
She's dying because you beat her.
No.
You beat her. That's why she's dying. That's why
I'm just
she's
giving you some
dying.
background music. I'm not going to say anything. Just go. I'm just giving you some nice sad background music. from this
Show a
tale.
little respect with that.
No, fuck you.
Fuck you. Yeah.
Suck my dick, faggot. Fuck you. You don't deserve my respect. You
Fight
fucking
me.
son of my
Fight
faggot.
me. Fight me.
I'm giving you some music here. Just go. Just talk. Just talk.
Mute his retarded ass. So anyway, she ovarian tumor that dissolved, and I begged her to get it removed because we didn't want kids. She didn't. She got cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And it
then
broke.
he met Anne Ryan,
Right.
who he described as sweet dragon.
Yeah, there
Don't mute me. I'm reading from his Wikipedia here. Like this is actually his words. And being 15 years younger and 1,000 times more fucked up. And
Yes.
then Jim murdered his wife.
You don't have to mute him. He's showing that he's an idiot.
Don't mute me. It's funny.
You're actually a Christian, but
I
you're
know what I'm
retarded.
doing here.
You actually like anti-Christian with all this.
By muting everyone.
Oh, when there's 9 people talking, you're trying to talk. It's kind of hard.
Listen, I said I had a verbose voice. It's just me.
There's not 9 people. He was 9 years old. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, and it was something that. Here's the thing, though, and maybe you can relate to this because you don't believe women. Okay, this is with both of them. Okay, ever. Okay, cool. Because when we got a divorce, she went to the cops and said I've been beating her every day when she had cancer. Okay.
Did you just admit that?
No, she said that. She took it. You can look up Spin Magazine, the article on my case called American Psycho from like 1998. She admitted that she lied about it. So some of the shit you hear is exaggeration, but I know you guys don't work in truth. You're just a bunch of dummies who jerk
what
each
about
other off and
in
drink beer.
1997 when Debbie filed a restraining order and claimed you beat her on a daily basis?
Yeah, and then she retracted it in Spin Magazine, dumbass. That's my point.
Pull
Look
it
at
up.
Spin Magazine. I think it's linked at the bottom of that article. She says she was mad that I cheated on her.
I would like to
She
point
said
out
she was mad that I cheated on her. Look it up. R.J. Smith wrote that article. At the bottom of it, she says she was mad and she lied.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah.
So you would say like sometimes when stuff gets published, it's not true, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so like you know that my mom's not dead, right?
I think you said when your mom was. You said she was dead when we were on the Weekly Sweat, huh?
No.
Okay.
So like you trying to pull that up is
well, you were whining on Twitter about the alt-right giving you shit
my
to your dying mother, huh?
I reactivated my Twitter yesterday.
I'm talking about like a long time ago. You said the alt-right was so evil because you're dumb enough and primitive enough and your brain is small enough to believe that evil objectively exists. You were saying that they were so evil that they were taunting you that your mom was dying. Is that not true?
No.
Well, you're denying it. That could be easily found so we can prove you're another liar among these guys.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. But like, so also like in that, like you have been following me for months now.
How am I following you?
Well, you just
you guys tweet at me. You guys tweet at me. Hey, pay up.
I've
hey,
never
tweeted
you guys. I've never tweeted at you.
I've never tweeted at you before.
I've never tweeted at you.
You said, "Oh, hey, pay up."
I've never tweeted at you.
I've never accused you of it. But the other two guys.
No, because if you did, you'd have to pay me. So like that makes sense.
I just explain why you owe me, man.
I don't owe you anything. Otherwise, you would be tracking me down instead of me here on my Saturday night, my free time, my family time, trying to chase down $40.
That's how poor you are.
No, it's the sentiment of it.
That's 2 packs of Jewel Pods.
You're a man, right? Like you pay your debts like a Lannister always.
Right. When I lose the bet, but she was raped.
No, she wasn't.
There's a when would you put up your mom's alive?
Yeah.
Put up her house.
You know what?
Put up her house.
Hold on, let me think this.
When the semen report comes in.
Jim, if you want to murder my mother in cold blood, if this woman was actually raped, go off.
If you don't mind me quickly jumping in here, Mr. Ford, would it be possible for you to stop presenting Mr. Hubris, so that everyone could get equal presentation? Sorry about that.
Why John Steele? You want to Steele?
Despite the beauty of your face, which I'm sure all the audience wants to behold, Mr. Hubris. It's that Santa cap, man.
Why do you think I make so much?
You don't make anything because I don't pay you.
Speaking, we have to talk about this after this. Like, I'm getting paid, like this is overtime, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, throw it on the bill. Throw it on the tab.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Jared Holt.
Look, why is John Steele here? He hasn't said anything.
He's a bitch.
What?
There you go. He just called you a bitch, John.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, Shawn. I don't know if he really thinks I'm a bitch. We've never spoken before. I have nothing against Shawn. I don't know anything about him. I'm guessing, Jim, the reason you asked if I had anything to say, because I guess I'm in the minority here. Based on what little I know, I happen to believe that Anne probably was raped. Do I know this for a fact? Absolutely fucking not. But that's
We're
I
gonna
don't know.
we're going to give you a Prager University on how to know if a woman's telling the truth or not.
No. I mean, it's not about like women or anything like that. I mean, there are women who
It's
get
going to be
raped.
a valuable lesson for you, John. We're not even going to charge you. This is pro bono.
Okay,
All right?
I appreciate it, but no, I think no. I mean, I just that's all I have to say about the Ann thing that goes back and forth. But I'm open to the fact I could be wrong. Was I there? Fuck no. Have I seen the police report? No.
None of us have. Her pussy's located in the Bermuda Triangle. They fucking lost any fucking evidence of her being fucking nutting or anything. Any sort of fucking penetration happened in there. It's like the fucking Twilight Zone, that fucking bitch's cunt. Like,
there's a hospital
how
report.
long has it been? It's been
There's
since
a police
July.
report.
What?
There's a hospital report and a police.
I've been to the
You
hospital.
really are stupid enough to think that she would go to this extreme length.
Yes.
Go to the hospital. What, to make Matt seem uncompassionate?
Yeah.
And
That
flee
sounds like a lot of
Chicago.
moves. Yeah, absolutely.
Matt does it on his own.
Listen,
Matt
Jim.
does it on his own.
Jim, if you're so confident, double down. Double or nothing, baby.
Yeah, let's go $1,000.
Let's go 20,000, bitch.
Let's go 100,000, punk.
Okay, fine. Deal.
Okay.
I'm so fucking certain.
Put
on
your
this.
dying mom's house up, Shawn.
It's already up.
Cool.
She's
sure.
on her
Maybe
last
for,
leg, and you know what?
maybe for the restitution for your retarded brother with a bomb plot.
Yeah, whatever. I'll dawn up the fucking stairs down to her laundry room. We'll make sure this fucking happens, okay? Like, I'm so certain of this. This is like fucking. I'm putting
Good.
I'm betting everything on red right now.
Great.
And the whole board's red.
I'm glad. Good. You're that stupid. You're dumb enough to trust a guy who denied doing an Antifa plot for months until he couldn't deny it.
You're dumb enough to disbelieve like a literal whore, Shawn. Are you kidding?
Ann Sturzinger slept with a.
Listen, folks, you followed me for my crypto advice. You ever find a bald man that's like killed his wife and has nothing else to live for but his girlfriend's child? You always double down on that. That's a Shawn tip.
And also, Ann Sturzinger is in fact a little whore because she slept with her coke dealer for a discount.
She slept with Jim Goad.
Better than you, man, or any of you retards. But go ahead. Yeah,
I had her
What's your wife, Pearson? I'll show you a picture of my girlfriend right now. JimLindsay.jpg on JimGo.net. Go on now. Better than any of the fucking pussy any of you can get.
Jim, where can we see pictures of your wife's husband's son?
Wife's husband.
Where can we see pictures of that? What's the
Zane
anchor?
Goad is his name. Zane. You're stupid enough to say I don't have a son.
I don't follow you that closely. I
didn't even know who you were until all the shit started, man. But yeah,
no, that's a lie. You admitted to that earlier when you said I followed you for months.
I said you've been harassing me for months. I didn't say I followed you.
No, about the whole dead mother thing, retard. Like, do you not understand? Like Jim, when I was talking about the whole Mensa versus you thing, like literally, I'm so many steps ahead of you right now. I'm like fucking. It's already been checkmate. I'm just trying to.
You're dumb enough to say she wasn't raped, and you're saying I don't have a son. Is that it?
You said you didn't have a son.
I never said I don't have a son.
You just did.
I said his name is Zane. You dumbass.
Okay.
Why are you telling us?
He was born on July 12th, 2008.
But it wasn't. It has no genetic value to you, right? Like no relation.
Like crazy. I love him like crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, like you love.
I'm not going to get into the reasons I filed for divorce.
You love the pussy he came out of.
No, I really don't love her. I love him. I don't love her anymore.
This next question is a little brash, and I don't want to offend you. Is he a little black boy by chance?
No, I have banged black chicks about 6 years.
No, but like
you also banged a black kid's mouth.
It never stops being funny because it's so true. Because you're a sodomite.
Sodomite.
You're
What's
going to
funny is you
hell.
believe in a 2,000-year-old retarded religion. That's funny.
Yeah, you believe in a 2,000-year-old retarded
Jesus,
religion?
Sean, you're
He
so
believes in this
Catholic,
9-year-old's
jerk off
mouth.
Jesus.
guys, hang on. Let's compare here. Christianity. I've never slept with a black kid. Atheism.
No,
has slept with a black
Christianity,
kid.
molest boys, again and again and again.
Boys.
Molest boys, Christianity.
Apparently
Yeah.
atheism as well, because that's what you did.
I didn't molest a boy.
Yeah,
you guys have to make shit up to even think you have an argument, huh?
It was prostitution. I'm sorry. There was money
Right, it was
involved.
prostitution. That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Nick, you were saying something.
No, I was just jumping in.
What were you saying?
Nick, do you have any reflections on your podcast with Jim Goad?
I didn't do, from when I was on Group Hug or whatever. I don't know, it was like 5 months ago, right?
Yeah,
that was a while
like
ago.
March or so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, not really. I mean, all we really talked about was the Zoomer thing, the Zoomer Boomer thing. That was the main thing I remember.
And then you posted and called me brilliant, right, Nick?
Yeah. I never had a lot
It's his proudest moment. That's Jim Goad's proudest moment. He
I
keeps
don't know
bringing it up.
why it's all, so hot or anything. I just
You what?
I said, I don't know how it got so hot. I mean, we debated about religion, but I never had any animosity towards you.
Yeah. No, Nick's the only cool one here.
Nick, do you feel like you've ever been bested in a debate?
I might have been by Jay Dyer. I think that's the only time I came close to taking an L, but I said that on my show the other day, and I don't mind that because Jay Dyer's been studying theology for 12 years. So if you're going to lose to a debate to anybody, I'd lose to somebody who's got 10 years of scholarship on you on the subject matter. So, but other than that, I think I got a pretty good record.
And who else were say formidable? Who else would you say were the most challenging debates you've had?
Styx was a challenging debate. I think it was more just the subject matter though, because it was such a wide scope. But everybody else is pretty easy, honestly. Halsey, AIU, a lot of the debates I did pretty easy pickings. So.
And Baked Alaska, what do you think is the future for internet blood sports?
I think that I don't know. I think it's pretty gay. So I think there's not really a future for it.
And what's the
future?
future?
There's no future for you either, man.
Yeah, there's no future for me. I'm just having a fun time on the internet right now.
What's the future for Baked Alaska?
Being dumb.
There's no future at all.
Good.
What's the present?
Your only honest moment. Go ahead.
No. I'm just here having fun with friends. I got nothing.
Yeah, but what are your plans? What are you?
I can't tell you my plans. I got a lot of plans. I can't tell you.
Yeah, Beardson and I are releasing Baked's roadmap right now.
Yeah, you need. Yeah,
We're
you
writing
need
the script.
Talk to my managers, Beardson and Shawn.
Also, Terror House will be publishing pictures of his giant dick.
Yeah, there's that.
So who's obsessed with dick again, Matt?
Dude, Jim, you really got to stop talking about getting dick sucked by
No, you guys are talking about dick. I'm just pointing out you're talking about dick. All you can talk about is dick.
I'm tired of hearing about you sucking a dick, Jim. Will you please
You're the
stop
ones who
talking
keep
about
bringing
it?
it up. Dick
Fucking
obsessed,
weirdo.
dick obsessed midget.
You're a fucking weirdo, dude. It's like every 5 minutes. It's like, oh yeah, well, how much black dick can you suck? And I'm like, Jim, will you shut up for a second about it? We get it. God bless. It's like a fucking Xbox Live.
No, even your friends didn't laugh at that one, man.
Forney, what's the story between you and David Cole?
David Cole was an internet acquaintance. I liked his writing, but I didn't have any special relationship with him. Edwin Oslin came to me about a couple months ago claiming that David Cole had screwed him over, and Edwin claimed he wanted to get revenge. And I told Edwin, don't do it. It's, just walk away. It's not worth it. And then I tried to tell him, if you try to do this, and you get caught, you gonna face some serious repercussions. Well, he decided to go ahead and do that anyway. I don't have any animus towards David Cole. I think he's a drunk alcoholic midget, but and a relic from the 90s.
who is spiraling down into the inevitable death of his liver. But I don't have anything against the guy. Never had any special relationship with him. Never met him in person.
And did you try to harm his event with Ann Coulter?
No, Edwin did. Edwin just asked me questions with regards to how to do so, and most of it was just me telling Edwin not to do certain things.
And you told him to say Nazi scum, get out of here. You told him to do things. You're a liar. It's on there. It's on the transcripts. It's on Imager right now. JimGo.net/MF and Ed. MF in capitals and Ed in capitals.
Don't go to that link.
You're lying, Matt. You told him what to do. You encouraged him to sick Antifa on an Ann Coulter event.
And yet, no one cared about it when it was revealed 2 months ago. No one.
Now,
cared.
that's why you deleted comments about it that were left on your YouTube, right, Matt? Within the last week. No one cared about it because it couldn't possibly damage you, right-wing warrior.
No, because Matt's an irony, bro. He's untouchable now. Do you not know how this works, retard?
Here, so what happened? What head injury did you get that you don't realize what an idiot?
You literally got a head injury.
A few years ago,
brain surgery. You fucking.
A few years ago, you knew what an idiot he was. That's the first I heard of you when you destroyed that moron.
And then he became based.
What changed?
He became based. He got it. He gets it.
What changed?
He gets
became based
it.
Not an answer. What changed?
He gets it.
Jim,
what did he get?
Jim, this is a throwback for you. Have you ever played Super Smash Brothers on the N64?
I'm not retarded and I don't play video games. I know you do.
You're not retarded, but yeah, whatever.
I don't play video games.
You had to get your brain worked on by whatever. You're not retarded though. So there's this character. It's called Master Hand. Okay, are you following me? Let me know when I lose you, Grandpa. Because I can't tell. You always have this kind of confounded look on your face until you start ranting about something or other about getting sucked off by black boys.
Right. So I'm the one who brings that up.
There's this character called Master Hand. And basically, that's what Beardson and I are on the internet. And
you're nothing on the internet. You guys are tiny. You guys are nothing.
That's fine. You can
guys are nothing.
With your senile rants and
you
whatever
guys
you want to say.
Man.
You're a puppet.
It's funny how I'm being senile and I can out-argue every fucking one of you.
You know what, Dad?
All you do is ad hominem. You sucked off. You don't have an argument.
Oh,
you're talking about me being senile?
There's no argument. There's no argument needed.
That's an actual thing you did.
An actual thing. An agreement.
No,
shut up, dummy.
That's an actual
thing.
Shut
up, dummy. You're too dumb. You're too dumb to talk. I'm surprised you can form words. I'm surprised you can form words. You're so fucking stupid.
Look at his vein popping.
You're dumb. 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 You're dumb.
Aren't these ad hominems right here?
You're
ad
dumb.
hominems.
Oh, hominem.
Yeah,
that's all you. But I when I try to make a point, all you do is start screaming.
Ad hominems. I'm talking about
too stupid to actually take. You're too stupid.
Your dick. This is a real fact. Your dick was in a black kid's mouth. It was
Dance
in his mouth.
Dance.
He had dance
like it was
around your dick. He was grinding on your dick. A little black kid on your dick. Just sucking you off, all right? That's a fact. That happened, okay?
And how would you have known it if I hadn't written about it?
That's an ad hominem. So I just taught you what an ad hominem is, okay?
No, I'm saying all you have is ad hominem.
Jim, go ahead.
Ad hominem. Call me dumb. Go ahead, call me dumb. Go ahead. What do you think?
All you need to do is talk. The whole world knows you're dumb.
Are you going to call me dumb? Are you going to do it again? You going to do it again, Jim? Come on, do it again. Call me dumb again. It's so creative. Do it again.
Well, when I try to make a point, you start slurring and babbling.
No. Call me the thing again. Go ahead,
You
Jim.
can look at any other live stream and I make
Jim.
legitimate points. You guys are so retarded. All you do is shout and think you've won something.
No one looks
Shouting doesn't mean you won. No, it doesn't.
Wait, what am I?
When you overshout, when you just shout over somebody, that's not winning an argument.
What am I, Jim? What am I?
Huh?
What am I, Jim?
You're somebody who's plummeting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sad, Jim.
You're an
Hey.
You're an ex-BuzzFeed writer and you're retarded.
You're right. You're so right. But at least I didn't get my dick sucked by a black kid. Like, Honestly, like that's
Jim, he has you there.
I have a point.
If you think that's a kill shot, like you said,
Okay, no,
Daniel asked if you were Jewish as a kill shot.
Listen,
wrong with it, Sean.
listen. If you're trying to say that, like, there's a different, like you don't get to get picked to be born Jewish. You get to be picked to get born and then get your dick sucked off by like a black 9.
So, Sean, again, you believe in hell, right, Sean?
There.
You believe in hell, Sean? Or are you just all irony? You can't be serious for a minute. Because I'll just say you're so done you can't argue.
Jim,
no, I already Jim, I literally get paid to argue.
No, you don't. You don't argue. You just
You're
throw
right.
in.
You're right.
And you're not even good at it.
From arguing with
you're not good at it.
You're right about that.
You're not good.
But otherwise,
you're not
every
good
other week I get paid to argue with retards like you.
You get paid so much you have to beg for $40 you don't even deserve. Because
it's not $40. It's more along the lines of about $300 that you owe me. Because
I don't know you anything. She was
you
raped.
decided to stand some fat,
I don't know you anything.
Retarded,
Dumb, lying Christian, a lying retarded Christian with
Listen,
a dumb
it's all been
tattoos
documented.
on his face.
You can try and slander me as much as you want. That's
the
fine.
FBI, Sean. You're dumb.
Okay, whatever you want.
Whoa.
You're a dummy. You're a dummy.
There it goes.
Jim, I'm a member of Mensa.
Yeah, well, Sean, I doubt that seriously, Sean, but maybe you are.
I wasn't asking you to believe it or not.
You don't know what consists of an argument. And when the fucking tests come through, will you have the honor to admit you were wrong?
Jim, you were so
dumb. When the test, Jim,
fucking retard.
Beardson, hold on, Jim. When the tests come through, and I'm sending off my grandchildren to fucking elementary school for their first day, when it's 60 years from now, because their fucking pussy apparently exists in a fucking completely different planar existence, where they're working on the fourth dimension, where it takes so long to say, yeah, she got raped by some big black guy. Yeah. Then I'll admit I'm wrong.
Okay.
But until that day, you know what, Jim? My advice to you, and this isn't a threat or anything, I want you to hold your breath until that moment. Hold your breath until the moment that I'm wrong, because I'm guessing.
I'm just I'm breathing the whole time because you've been wrong the whole time.
I've literally never been wrong in my entire
You're always
life.
wrong. You're wrong about Christianity. You're wrong about you're wrong about everything.
That's cope, buddy. That's cope from murdering your wife. That's cope from the fear of hell. And you know what? I understand that feeling, because you are going to hell. And you're going to be tortured for eternity.
You believe in a merciful, loving God that tortures people. That's psychotic.
I believe in a merciful God that tortures awful.
That's a psychotic, sadistic God. It's not a loving God.
I don't care. I hope God's nothing but sadistic towards you. If he's anything less sadistic towards you, then I'm going to be disappointed. And I mean that seriously. Like, you're an awful human being, and you deserve to feel.
You're a liar and a retard. And Sean,
that's fine.
You're going nowhere.
I'm made of rubber. You're glue. Anything you say bounces off of me back at you. You're a terrible human being.
I don't care. I don't respect you. So why would I care about you not liking me, Sean?
You respect me?
I don't respect you. That's what I said. Why would I care about you insulting me?
Then why would I listen to you?
You're the one who came on. You were the one with the answer.
You may not respect me, but the U.S. dollar doesn't care. And my PayPal account's been thirsty for 6 months now, waiting for this horrid result.
So when you're not thirsty and you have the money, pay me for being wrong about her getting raped.
But I wasn't wrong.
You weren't wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
You haven't provided proof. You want to know how you haven't provided proof? Because you'd be hunting me down for $40.
Hey, tell me this. What's Christian about hoping a woman is lying about being raped?
There's nothing. Listen, Jim, I've read the Bible back to front several times.
Okay,
There's nothing
let's
more
go through all the
Christian
contradictions, John. Mensa man. Let's go, Mensa boy.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, okay, why does God say the laws in Leviticus are eternal, and why are they revoked in the New Testament?
Because kikes. Next question.
What does that mean?
Because of Jews.
Because Jews. That doesn't make sense, Sean. What do the Jews do to make the Bible? What did the Jews do to make the Bible contradict itself? Why did God get pissed off, Sean?
Because of people like you.
Why did He create people like me to piss Him off?
I don't know. Why does
you don't know because you admit you don't know because your religion doesn't make any sense, Sean. Sorry.
Oh wow, you got me. You got me on a syntax argument. You feel strong about that?
No, it's just
what college
you can't
did you go to,
justify
by the
the
way?
retarded belief system you have, man. That's all.
My retarded belief system would keep your wife alive and keep your marriage intact.
I know. I think if you in your retarded belief system, God gave her cancer because God is in control of it.
Because you existed. Because you're an awful human.
So God
it was her only.
Blame your God for me, then, dumbass. Blame your God for me, you dumb motherfucker.
That's fine.
God created evil. You're saying God didn't create evil? You're saying God?
No. Listen. I want to be serious for a second.
I asked a direct question: did God create evil or not?
Jim, do you want to know why?
Sean. Did God create evil?
Do you want to know why God gave your wife cancer?
Sean, did God create evil?
Yes or no? Do you want to know
I
why
asked you
God
that
gave your
question
wife
first.
cancer?
Did God create evil?
Yeah.
Why? Then why is he pissed off about it?
Because you like to get sucked off by little black boys.
Why isn't he pissed off at himself about it?
Because you like to get sucked off by little black boys.
That's not an answer, you dumbass.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Hey,
God created that whole situation too, then, you dumbass.
Jim, real quick, I got to ask you something. I want you to look around, see your room. You realize you have just entered Lucas' room.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god,
dude! It just happened, man. There's no coming back from this. Sorry, Jim. R.I.P. You're done. You're done. Say bye-bye.
Hey,
You're done
retard.
now. You're in Lucas'
So
room.
God created evil, right, Sean? God created evil?
Yes.
Then God should go to hell.
Wow. Hold on, Jim. I just pulled up Reddit and I sorted it by top all. And I saw this thread.
Thinking of Reddit threading what somebody said in a Reddit thread is an argument.
If you went up to God and said, "Can you create a rock you can't lift?" and God said yes. And then they were like, "Well, now you can't lift this rock." That's
not what I'm saying. I'm saying if God created evil, explain why he gets pissed off at something he created. Don't interrupt me because you're losing the argument when you have to interrupt me. I'm asking you a direct
little black boys.
I'm asking you a direct question. No, don't deflect.
Ovarian cancer.
Did God create evil? Did God create evil? If he did, why did he get pissed off
and had police reports filed against you?
What
would happen? Would this live stream be happening?
So God allowed all this to happen.
God says yes. God says yes. This is where
allowed it all to happen. So why is he pissed off then? If he let it happen, why is he pissed?
Because God hates you, dude.
God hates you.
That's not an answer.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
just
not
an answer you're happy with.
That's a deflection. You're really bad at logic. You're bad at logic.
I scored the highest in logic.
So that's, you must know that's not a logical answer then.
No, it is. You're just a retard. You don't understand the concept of Lindy.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
Don't get
you never
it,
will.
Bro.
You will never get it.
You get nothing.
You don't get it.
I get it. You don't get it.
You don't get.
You don't get anything. You don't get. None of you get it.
Oh, you're so smart, Jim. Oh, let's bow to you. You're so smart.
That feel when too intelligent.
Yeah.
What did Fat Boy say?
That feel when too intelligent.
What is too intelligent?
It's a meme, you old smackhead.
Doesn't get it.
So I'm a heroin addict again. Okay, Matt.
Jim Goad,
you've never been
a heroin addict. That's never been absolved.
What's that?
We're just trying to put you in the Patton Oswalt camp.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Hey, Jim, don't you have
Sean said something. What do you mean? Put me in the Patton Oswalt camp?
Don't you have a family to beat right now or something? Do you need to go? Do you have a family to beat right now? Do you need to beat your wife?
Does anybody miss you right now?
Yeah.
Plenty of people do, yeah. My girlfriend, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is she still texting me then?
The guy who had to beg for a girlfriend online is making this joke? Okay, I'll just
listen. It works.
Well, it works with your retarded buddies, but otherwise, no. Nobody else.
Yeah, trust me, I can imagine a much better pickup line was like, "Hey, baby, I know you have a boy, a young male, around the age of a young black man that sucked me off once, but I murdered my wife. Do you want to go see a Christmas movie with me?"
None of this is so you can depend on things that are not true and not even really funny, except to your bros here. And
yeah, exactly. That's my career. Actually,
you're dumb enough to believe. I'm thinking you believe in this shit for emotional reasons. Because if you are as smart as you are,
I have no emotions. I'm a sociopath.
Okay.
You really thought you thought you were gonna like step in the ring and like be like, okay with this, right?
She was raped, and you got nothing right about religion. Yeah,
you don't get it.
I've never.
What don't I get? What don't I get? Pearson, tell me what I don't get.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
What is it? Like, explain.
If you have to have it explained to you, you don't get it.
Well, explain what I don't get. Don't say something
You've
you can't even
smiled a
explain.
few times this stream. You have some teeth. We don't need to fucking spoon feed this shit to you. We don't need to fucking chew it up and fucking.
You can't even explain it.
Just
It's a deflection.
regurgitate it back in your mouth.
Shawn fantasizes about sucking cock. Look at that.
He wants to be just
Beardson, mute everybody else. Tell Beardson, explain to me. A wise one from
I'll
the
mute myself. Don't worry.
Explain what I don't get.
No, because you don't. You won't get it. You're too old. You're too fucking stupid.
Tell me what I don't get, man.
You don't get it.
No, you're just a faggot coward who can't admit you can't explain what I don't get. So let's go.
Because you don't get it. You're fucking pissed off.
No.
Look at the fucking pain in your head.
You know what bugs me is people who say shit and can't even explain it and deflect. So here's the floor. Explain what I don't get. No, because you're incapable of. You're incapable of it. No, you're incapable of it. You're incapable of explaining.
You don't get it.
I can understand anything. Try explaining.
No, you can't. You're a fucking retard.
Try.
You're a fucking dumbass. No.
Smarter than you, man.
No, you're not. You're a fucking retard.
You think putting a hat on is an argument, man.
No, I think it's funny, and that's why you don't get it.
Tell me what I don't get.
Please
explain it to me. You're really inarticulate.
Please tell me. I want to get it. I want to get it and be cool
No,
like
I
you.
want you to prove what a dumbass you are because you're too cowardly to explain what you just said.
You don't
I
get
agree
it.
with Jim. I agree with Jim.
Who's that?
It's Brundlefly. Jim, I don't even really like Jim, but I gotta say, like, Matt Forney and the Irony Bros are a couple of the stupidest motherfuckers on the internet. They did this
really
little
are.
bit. They did this little bit about me last night for.
Oh yeah, you're the guy that fucking left his wife to do an interview with Richard Spencer. You fucking retard! Holy shit, you're fucking retard. Like I really want to ask you.
It was totally worth it. It was definitely worth it.
It was worth it.
And that is the most homosexual statement made on the stream so far.
I didn't really leave my wife. I just had to put my foot down. She tried to.
Yeah, you had to put your foot down in a hotel room that you had to rent.
Well,
Luke, somebody wants to join the hangout that I know.
You fucking pussy!
Get him an
I had to
invite.
put my
Luke,
foot
can you
down.
send me the link on Twitter?
I put my foot down with the Hotel 6 manager, and I said, "No, I do not want room service."
Listen up, neckbeard. Listen up, neckbeard.
Oh, you can barely get the words out. Come on, go.
Listen up, neckbeard.
Listen up. Okay, go. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
I'm trying to do a stream. What am I gonna have her invade the stream? I mean, it's not even really worth it. I mean, you guys, the fact that you're digging up like 6-month-old streams to do what? To do what? What was the goal of that?
I wasn't digging it up. Somebody just sent it to me, and it was funny. That was it. Yeah, it was. It was good content.
You and Matt.
Yeah, it was funny.
Do you also have a person?
Hey, Luke, can you give me the link on? Hold on.
Grind with Richard, which is why you brought Matt on there.
I brought Matt on because it was funny.
Matt is like the lowest. Is like the lowest hanging fruit.
You can
of
spit it
people
out.
to shit on Richard Spencer.
Yeah, but Spencer sucks. He's a fucking retard.
And Matt swallows. Matt tried to suck up to him until he tried to write for alt-right.com.
Exactly.
Are you guys picking on Matt or are you picking on me?
Spencer had to go on to tell the world, no, Matt's not going to write for us. Matt wanted to be a part of Spencer's movement. Spencer said, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Matt won't tell you that. Matt's acting like he's like, I'll reject you harder. I'll reject you harder.
No,
yeah, Matt's so principled. Matt's so principled.
Matt gets kicked out of shit and then pretends that he rejected them first. That's Matt's MO.
Why are you guys picking on Matt?
Totally
Pick on me. I was called on. Let's go. I mean, what do you have to say? You want to talk shit about the Irony Bros?
I don't really give a shit about you. I just heard that Matt was on your show and y'all were doing a little bit about me. And
yeah, make it funny. It was funny because you fucking got kicked out of your house for interviewing Richard Spencer.
No, to be honest, it's like. Dude, the haters just proved that I've made it, dude. That's all.
I've never even heard of you. You've not made it. I've
never.
It's
cool. No, I have because you.
Hey, Beardson, you think you've made it?
No.
Okay, good answer.
But I get it.
What do you get?
You don't. You don't get it. You're never going to get it, Jim.
No, you keep saying that. I get that you're dumb and will never be successful. That's okay.
You'll never get it, Jim, and that's your biggest downfall.
You're too much of a coward to even say what it is. But go ahead.
No, you're too dumb and old to get it.
Nah, dude, I could. fucking talk and fight circles around you, man.
No, you couldn't.
You want to bring up the old
old
thing? Come on.
What are you, like 50 years old? You fucking got osteoporosis or some shit. If you try to fight me, you'd break a fucking hip. You
Let's
fucking
go,
old
man.
pussy.
Let's fucking go. I will rip you up. Let's
No,
go.
you won't.
You
Yeah,
have
let's
no
go.
arms, man. I'll tear you apart.
Yeah, look at this guy. Like, honestly, his
Beardson, you're
red
acting
hair,
tough
his
now?
neck beard,
Let's
his
go.
T-shirt,
Let's go.
his gamer chair.
Yeah, you'd
Nice
be
gamer
like
chair,
you'd be
Beardson.
fucking picking your teeth up off the floor.
You'd
boy.
be in a fucking wheelchair because you fell
Let's
down and
go.
broke your hip.
Let's
You
go,
old
man.
boomer
Then
fuck.
do it. Then do it.
Do what? What? Am I driving to you? Is that the deal?
Huh? You keep old. It's like, man, I could fucking knock your head off.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, I could. Then
You're
try
old.
it. Then
You're
try
old.
it. Then
You're an
try
old
it.
fuck.
Then try it.
What am I gonna punch you through my computer screen? You dumb fuck!
No,
hey, boomer! That's not how computers work.
Let's meet.
Hey, boomer! When you
Let's
Skype
meet.
somebody, you can't
Let's
reach
meet.
the screen.
Huh? Then
Do I need to call the fucking Geek Squad
can
for
do
you?
it in
dumb
public.
boomer fuck?
You fucking beta. Let's go.
Where are we going?
Fight.
Fight. Oh, is Fight Illinois. Is that where we're going?
You can't even argue. You won't even say what I don't get.
Because you don't get it, Jim. You never will.
I
Get what?
If
Get
you
what?
believe-
Get what? Neck
I get
Beardson.
so much more than you do.
Neck Beardson.
No, you don't.
What does he not get?
The only thing you get is black
Beardson,
dick in your mouth. That's literally the only thing that you get, Jim, is black dick in your mouth and $5.
Is youth a virtue?
Is youth a virtue? Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Really, being born a certain year shows morality.
Not morality, but it's definitely nice.
Well, that's nice is one thing. Virtue, yeah, I guess I need to explain these simple words and what they mean to you.
Yeah, you are. I'm a retard, remember?
Well, yeah, thanks for admitting it at least. Nick, what are you thinking, Nick?
Are you going to explain it or what? No, let's go.
I asked you to explain what I don't get, and you've just been stalling for fucking 20 minutes.
Because you don't get it. You fucking dumb fuck.
See, that's the thing. If you don't know what it is, you don't get it. That's kind of the whole. That's the whole thing. Though.
That's irony, bro.
No, see, you don't get it either. You have to. If you get it, you know what it is. But there's only really one person who gets it. There's really only one person who gets it.
Whoa, Nick! Nick, tiny fingers, man. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, ouch, man.
So Nick,
Brutal.
who gets it?
I'm getting
Trump tiny hands.
Yeah, Trump tiny hands. Yeah, let's do a size comparison. You got me.
Yeah.
Hang on, hold your hand back. I want to see your digit ratio.
Yeah.
Hold your hand back
I want
up.
to see my dick too, because there's a picture of that online too, man. That's bigger than all yours.
Why does it always go back to black dick with you, Jim?
Yeah,
you're the one who keep going with dick. If you want to mention dick, this will be the one I'll shove in your mouth.
Ratio, not dick.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Digit
I know.
ratio.
Yeah, your
Dude,
hand.
what is this? What is this? Like, what the fuck
Digit
are we
ratio.
talking about? What are we talking about?
Who are you? Shut the fuck up, you
right?
dumb
Who the
retard.
fuck is this guy? But yeah, no, we were asking your digit ratio. You got to put your hands flat on the table. Is your ring finger longer than your index finger? That's what we need to know.
Why don't everybody just pull their dicks out and just do that?
Okay, what is with
you guys are into
It's
always about the dick, huh?
Literally,
That's your guy.
This guy keeps talking, and his only claim to fame is getting kicked out of his wife's house for interviewing Richard Spencer.
But you don't have any claim to fame, man.
Okay, I don't care.
So if you're going to bring that as a kill shot, you just shot yourself.
I mean, you're the prestigious guy. I had you on my show, right? So that should be my claim to fame. You're the prestigious writer guy, right? And you came on my show.
These, I'm not the one. I don't use status. Like I don't care about those sort of things. If I could be.
Why are you asking me about mine?
What's that? You're the one who brought it up. I'm like, well, what have you done? If you're using it as an insult, that same insult could apply to you.
This guy just keeps interrupting.
You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it.
Yeah, you don't
get it.
You don't get it.
You don't get it. You don't get it. Shut up, but you don't get it. You don't get it.
They turned it around on us.
Here's my co-host JB. How many beta male homos can you assault at once? These shitheels are so jealous of you that it's laughable. Sorry, guys.
The only homo you assaulted was within your mouth.
Oh, he's a homo. My God.
Is Luke doing laundry? Is he chasing out his pillowcases? Is that what's happening?
I don't know.
He's probably getting ready to sleep because you've been talking too long because you're a fucking boring old fuck. He's just like, I'm gonna go sleep.
You're the one who came on, man. You're the one who had me on.
Yeah, you owe Shawn
I'm
money.
the one who,
Can I ask?
you were on that call me out thing. The views for mine, I think, more than yours, the two of yous combined. But what were you saying again? Because I'm so boring, right?
Let me
Yeah,
ask
you are.
Boring. Every one of my YouTube, the videos that I'm on YouTube, like, is just fucking dwarfs the views of yours. But I'm boring, so nobody wants to talk.
Insomnia is a real problem in today's America.
Man. You're just getting out of the park,
Look at him,
man.
he's getting all mad. He's
Hitting him out of
getting
the
all
park.
pissy. He's getting all pissy.
You're the one who said boring, but the proof is that people would rather listen to me than you.
Yeah, because you're a good sleep aid. You're a real good sleep aid. I put you on every night when I'm having trouble sleeping.
Right. That's why nobody listens to you. That's a good point, man.
Yeah, Beardson is definitely shit here. Hey, Nick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, I've been following a little bit of this back and forth between you and Richard that's been going on the past couple of weeks. I know it dates back further. Can you clue us in on what reignited the conflict and sort of where you guys are at with that?
Yeah, we were actually pretty cool. You know, it's no secret that there was. What's
you guys
that?
Were on JF. When you guys were on JF a few months
Hey, when you
ago,
ask somebody a question, you just let them answer it, you retard.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody,
shut the fuck up.
Everybody relax. It's Christmas. It's Christmas time, everybody.
It is. Merry Christmas.
And so much punching right. So much punching white. The enemies are at the gates and you're punching white.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, we were cool for a while, and I bumped into him at CPAC actually, which was in February of this year, and we talked and we kind of buried the hatchet. And then he started calling me out like last month or a few months ago, saying Nick is a literal child, and shitting on me on live streams and subtweeting me. And honestly, I ignored it at first. You could go back and watch America First. When those tweets were made, people said, "Oh, what do you think of Spencer saying this about you?" I said, "Well, I don't really care. He's not really relevant. We're not in the same movement." And just continue to the point where eventually I responded, and then I get the Wignat response, which is, "Oh, Nick's infighting again. Nick is punching right again." All that stuff. So now we're just having the irony bro versus alt right round 2. So
yeah, it's interesting, Nick, because I had Richard on my show about a month ago, and he was talking to this guy, Fauci. No, yeah, it actually was at my house. But anyway, I was talking to Richard on my show, and he mentioned that he was looking to, that the alt-right had become sort of, I guess, incestuous, like had entered an echo chamber, and he felt it was his responsibility to reach back out. And I thought that was a good thing. And then I saw this between you and him, and I didn't realize reaching out meant fighting with everybody, like sort of directly adjacent ideologically.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, he's attacked so far me, Bronze Age Pervert, Patrick Casey, Baked Alaska, Faith Goldie. I mean, you could go down the list in the past 3 months. I think it is largely to do with the fact that he's got a left-wing girlfriend, that you've got his significant other probably whispering in his ears, "Oh, I don't like Trump. I don't like this guy. I don't like that guy." So I think that might have changed the equation a little bit. But it was just sort of surprising because, I never really cared for Spencer personally. I never really thought that highly of him. I did my part to sort of bury the hatchet really for the integrity of the movement so we could all kind of move on. But I was a little bit surprised that he attacked me because it's like, I was one of his only remaining allies. He lost all his funding. He lost all his institutional support. And I was one of the few people he texted or called or whatever. And then when he attacked me, I was like, what are you doing, big guy? What's going on?
Yeah.
So I don't mind it. I like the bants. People are like, "Oh, this is terrible. I like everybody." Like, I like to fight. I like to feud. I like to debate. But he's going to be really bitchy and like subtweet me and talk on streams when I'm not there. And then he gets invited to several debates, several platforms to, have a discussion or a debate, whatever you want to have, wherever you want to have it. And he says, I'm not going to do that. I think that's kind of a bitch move, for everybody that says, "Oh,
let me pop in here." From what I heard him explain on a stream the other day, he says he's debated you twice already. He doesn't want it to be something like this where it's just people screaming all the time.
Well, we had a discussion on Nationalist Review last year. We had a discussion on JF. But he's the one with the problem. He started out saying, "Oh, Nick's brand of America First or American nationalism, it'll never work," and all this stuff. And, look, I'm willing to have a discussion. I'm willing to have a debate. We could just sling shit. I'm fine with that too. But he's been offered multiple invitations, the Daily Brap, The Kill stream, several people have offered to host it, and he said, I want no part of that. And look, like, I get it if you don't want to have some kind of, ugly spat, but then why shit talk to begin with? Why go on a stream and say, oh, Nick's a loser, Nick is this, Nick is that, and talk about me every other week if you don't even want to have a confrontation.
And what's interesting, Nick, is I just, when it was going on, I went and looked at your Twitter feed just to kind of get I've seen you around. I know you're sort of more, I guess, I don't know. So
he doesn't talk about killing Jews,
right? Exactly.
All the time.
Right. He's sort of like the Christian nationalist type, right? And I saw that that you had said the American right needs to be. I think you listed out like 7 or 8 things, and one of them was identitarian, and it was like, I mean, it's a pretty strong statement, right, in our circles, and I felt like, why are we attacking a guy with more of a MAGA guy audience who's willing to shift in that direction? I mean, I think a lot of people like yourself is sort of, everybody's shifting more towards overt nationalism. Some people, for whatever reason, may not be there because of their own, where they are ideologically themselves, where they feel like they can be. And I don't really see the point in attacking those people that from Richard's perspective might see as like a gateway to him kind of thing.
Well, yeah, it doesn't make sense from his perspective, or really any perspective. He attacked. Well, I think it's very telling that he'll refuse to punch right against Paul Nealon, Patrick Little, people like that. Those people we're not going to disavow. Those people he've actually got nice things to say. Or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but he will go out of a clear blue sky and attack me, Faith Goldie, Bake Alaska, Patrick Casey, Bronze Age pervert. It seems to me that, like you said, all the people who are adjacent, all the people who are advancing the right ideas, the so-called alt-right ideas, they're not good enough. They have to be attacked. And the people who want us dead, people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the nut jobs, Patrick Little and Nealon, those people don't earn scorn. It's just a little bit, it doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know. He's just a nasty guy. I think everybody knows that. He's a nasty guy. He's got a lot of personal flaws, and he just can't get out of his own way. I think even people who are willing to be charitable to him might say, oh, well, he's smart, or he can write a book or something. But it's hard for me to think of any good qualities here. Look, like all it do is like pontificate about the issues of law for a hot take and write a book, but he hasn't produced that. He hasn't produced a consistent website, hasn't produced a consistent podcast. He can't keep donors. He can't keep Identity Europa. I mean, this is a person who just has a record of unmitigated failure, of destroyed personal relationships, destroyed professional relationships, public disaster and humiliation, one after the other. I don't know why anybody wants to remain on that sinking ship. I don't know. The other day somebody was saying, I was debating that retard, that Ronnie guy. He's like, you really think that Richard Spencer isn't going to take off? And then, these people are like true believers. It's like in Dark Knight Rises when Bane says, they expect one of us in the Wreckage Brother. That's like literally everybody he's ever associated with. He's left to die, left out to hang. They're in jail for 500 years. They're killed. There's something that goes wrong. And it's just, I don't know. I thought people were kind of over that by now.
Yeah. No, and look, I have someone that, your buddy here points out, when I first had the opportunity to talk to Richard, I was sort of coming from being 2 months prior, just somebody in the chat who watches you guys, sort of a fan level person, right? So it was sort of a big deal to talk to someone like him. And, to be honest, it's kind of an honor to talk to you, Nick. I've seen you now for over a year, right? I think you do great work. Now, I will say that, Richard to me has a lot of talent, charisma, the ability to talk, the really has a lot of sort of leadership qualities. He's made some mistakes. And I've been hoping that what he's, doing now, he's sort of reinventing himself. He's got the girlfriend. She may be a leftist, but, most women are liberal, at least, to be honest. that doesn't bother me so much. But
most women drag you to gay pride parades. I know it's just one of the damn things.
But he left his wife. He left his wife, who was a hardcore like Duganist, and his children. So I get that, but come on.
Well,
making a lot of allowances for this guy. And look, can people look themselves in the mirror and make all these allowances for somebody?
He's a Satanist. He's dating a leftist. What's the big deal?
A Satanist. A Satanist leftist. Don't forget that part. A Satanist.
But this is somebody who won't stick their neck out for anybody. He won't be charitable with anybody.
He's a Satanist.
He hasn't earned it.
Well, look. So I hear, as someone who's married and has a kid, I really can't understand going down that route. But I will say that.
I mean, you almost did, though.
Yeah, but I didn't, though.
But you were risking it all.
Yeah, you don't get it. You don't get it.
I have to say this.
I don't get it.
Richard Spencer he's not a jack of all trades. He's really more a king of all trades. So I get it. There is some talent there, but he's become too much of a liability. Everybody who's crossed paths with this person, I've yet to find a single example. Their life has gotten worse. The character matters more in politics than ideology. The biggest, I think, misconception that the alt-right has is that it's all about ideas. If we just convince people of our ideas, if we just red pill enough people, if we just come up with the perfect, most right-wing ideology, we're going to win everybody over. That really doesn't matter. What matters is that you can persuade people. What matters is you have character, that you're a leader in the real sense of the words. You can organize those logistical things, those practical things. That's what matters. Not that you can talk about, a Faustian ideal and a Spenglerian idea or a Yawkian ethnostate. That matters a lot less than somebody like Donald Trump, who has tremendous organizational marketing skills. Somebody who, for better or for worse, is able to be a real leader. So, and that was what I tried to distinguish in that debate with Ronnie. But I mean, the guy was just so low IQ he couldn't function.
Yeah, well, look, I think that's all pretty valid, and like I said, I was sort of, I've been hopeful that, or I should actually more say, I've been disappointed to see that he took his new heel turn show and decided to use like the first few episodes just attacking people that I didn't see as...
Yeah, what a unifier, man.
But Nick.
Well, really uniting the right, dude.
Question for Nick here.
Yeah.
I mean, what leadership skills have you shown? What have you led?
I don't know why. Wait. Why is it incumbent
you're
on
criticizing him for that?
I'm not claiming.
I'm not saying you. I think you obviously would have leadership skills, but I think it's kind of to criticize somebody for that. Like, what have you shown and what have you led?
My role.
Question as far as
yeah, go ahead.
One thing, and because we can all fight and everything, but I think there's a bigger enemy.
Yeah.
What I've seen.
Are you defending Richard Spencer though?
No, I'm making a bigger point here. Don't you think the left is way out of fucking control now, and there are bigger dragons to slay right now?
Oh, the left isn't subtweeting me on Twitter at the moment. I got to be honest.
The left might deplatform you.
Sure, yeah, and I attack the left every day. I tweet quite a lot about the left, but I don't appreciate getting attacked from behind by my own. I would get it if it were just me saying, here's my criticism of everybody in the movement, but he attacked me first, and then I respond.
Because from what I've seen of your show and stuff, you spend more time attacking those guys than you do the left.
You just said you don't watch my show.
I said from what I've seen of clips and stuff, I don't watch your show regularly. So,
right. So how can you speak authoritatively on what I focus on or what I don't? I mean, my whole show.
It seems like you focus more on the Spencers and stuff than you do on the left.
Simply not true. My show this week was about Syria. It was about the border wall. It was about what was happening in the courts with the asylum thing that Trump did, his proclamation. So no, and you can ask anybody, can attest to this. Over the last year, I've made amends with James Alsop. I've made amends with Patrick Casey, made amends with a lot of people across the spectrum. And it was only in the last month that Richard Spencer comes after me. And again, like I said, I ignored it. I said, okay, Richard Spencer wants to attack me, like whatever.
What did he attack you on the basis of what?
He called me a child. He said, Nick is a literal and a figurative child. And then he went on to say that, the American nationalist idea has been tried and it's failed. And so it was some ad hominem, which I know you're not a fan of, and then it was some substantive disagreement. And
I'm great with ad hominem if that's all you have, like these other guys, then it's nothing. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, it was a mix of both for about a month, and it just kept going on, the snickering, the bitchy subtweeting. And so I responded and I said, hey, look, if you're going to criticize my strategy, which is that people get involved in the Republican apparatus and we try to hold elected office or wield practical influence, I think it should be fair game that we take a look at his approach under the microscope, which has yielded nothing and actually has brought us further backwards. You look at Charlottesville, this is when I started to wake up to these sorts of things. And I said, okay, like a lot of people got kicked off social media. A lot of people ended up in jail. A lot of people ended up expelled, fired, their social lives ruined. And everybody after Charlottesville said this was a great victory. This was such a good job. And if you disagreed with that, you were like ridiculed. I remember because I was one of the people who said this a year ago. And I said, okay, well, we incurred a tremendous cost here. What exactly did we gain? And nobody could really give me a straight answer. We raised the white consciousness, all these abstract, intangible things. And I said, well, if we're going to move forward as a movement, we have to focus on real, practical, tangible goals. And how do we get there? And so my role right now, I do a show. I don't claim to be the leader of the alt-right. I don't claim to be the leader of a movement. I claim to be a voice of reason right now. And I think people have sort of seen that, and over a year people have come around. But, that's a fair question. People say, well, what leadership qualities do you possess? You haven't led a movement. Well, I say it's a little bit unfair given that Richard Spencer's got 20 years on me, right? For starters, Richard Spencer is a trust fund kid. I come from nothing, no connections, no real familial wealth. And beyond that, I am not claiming to be the leader of a movement as somebody is. If somebody criticizes the president and says, well, there's no wall, can you say, oh, well, why don't you run for president? And then you can critique why the president hasn't achieved what you have. Well, no, I don't think that's fair. So, and in the same way, could you say that, oh, well, if you're not a woman, you can't criticize a woman for having an abortion? Maybe you would say that because you're against moralizing.
Well, I mean, spending time, like a lot of time on it, what do you think is to be gained by that?
I don't think I spend a lot of time, but I think it's valuable to spend.
You call him a Fed, right?
Yeah, well, I think you're either dumb or you are a Fed, because what he's essentially implicitly saying is that we should have a revolution. If you read between the lines, when we talked about this on Nationalist Review last year with James Alsop, he said, I said, okay, what you're doing, you don't care about electoral politics. You don't think the Republican Party is useful. How are we going to implement our ideas outside of winning elections and controlling the sovereign government? He said, well, there's other ways to change a regime besides elections. Now, what is that hinting at? That's hinting at a revolution, an overthrow, secession, anything like that, anything where you talk about violence, anything where you're telling people, and he was telling people last year, people need to dox themselves. People need to send me pictures to get on my Discord server. People need to go to rallies. Anybody that's telling young men who would otherwise be useful to put themselves out there in that way, I'm automatically skeptical of.
What do you think about the idea if there's a quantum mass of people, not dox, I mean, just say who they are. They can't arrest everybody. Because to me, when you're anonymous, I know what the situation is like and how much you risk in this environment for even saying something that's not communist. Well, I've been dealing with this shit being ancient. I've been dealing with this shit forever. My magazine, College Feminist, put it on trial for obscenity 25 years ago. I mean, that was before you were born. But if everyone's anonymous, is it just in 10 years they're going to not be anonymous? How would that not just get worse? I mean,
yeah, that's a good question. But to me, the real distinction is, if you're telling people to get behind the Proud Boys, for example, I think a lot of people would not have a big problem saying they're a Proud Boy unless they're in a government office. And the reason being is because Gavin McInnes, for better or for worse, has cultivated an image and a look which is inoffensive to right-wing people, to most normal people. But when you're telling people to affiliate with a movement where it's associated with the Traditionalist Workers' Party, which is run by Matt Heimbach, who is currently on the National Socialist or Death Tour. You're telling people to associate with somebody who's said, "Hail Trump, hail victory." They throw up Roman salutes. When you tell people to associate with something which is a toxic brand. That's an unfortunate word, toxic, but it is functional to say that the alt-right, this is like neo-Nazis. This is like the white nationalists.
Well, there's some of them. There's some of them. But I mean, we're talking about a lot of times outliers. You familiar with the writer Steve Saylor?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, he talked about the Saylor strategy. And he said that if the Republican Party just said, we're for white people, he said they'd never lose an election. Do you disagree with that?
I do a little bit, yeah. Some people say that Republicans pander to minorities for the sake of minorities. And I came to realize in a big way, Republicans pander to minorities and they don't do explicit whiteness, not just to pander to non-whites, but also to whites. Because what you got to realize about most white people is they are scared of explicit white racial identity. If you talk to regular...
Do you think they've been scared into it, though? I think that's conditioned.
Sure. Oh, definitely. It's conditioned, but it's a reality. If you talk to most conservatives about white identity, it's not like they're like, oh, like you're secretly pro-white too. Like, oh, this is so cool. Most white people, even my boomer parents, it took me a long time persevering with them.
Scream at them for being boomers and dismiss like their dinner conversation.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My old parents from the boomer generation. But generally speaking, I think white people are not comfortable with white racial identity. Sam Francis talked about this 25 years ago at American Renaissance. White people believe that race isn't real, or if it is real, it isn't important. If it isn't important, it is bad intrinsically to talk about it. If it isn't bad intrinsically to talk about it, it could lead to very bad things. And anyway, the white race isn't even real. Race is just a construct, and I think that's kind of the layers that white people are on. So I agree that we need to sort of work white identity into the mix there. But again, the reality is Richard Spencer is telling young, impressionable men, join me, come to my rally, come to the NPI conference. Everybody's going to have to dox themselves. You're going to have to, they'll expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. One of us is going to have to die in the fire. And it's very convenient for Richard Spencer to say that because no matter what he says, he'll be fine. He's got a cotton plantation that he's inherited. He's got a lot of familial wealth that he's inherited. No matter what he says, no matter what he does, in terms of money, he'll be fine. He'll continue to eat.
Nick,
but if he tells young people.
If you actually came from a not impoverished, but like working class, that's what we share. And I have trouble relating with rich people, but I think it's unfair. He kind of put himself on the line in Charlottesville. No, there was a whole police and they were pushing.
Oh no, he might have to rely on
himself on the line when he ran off to fuck Faith Goldie. When he ran off like a coward.
He's faced a political and a social cost in a lot of ways and put himself in personal danger.
He might get fired from his job, guys. He might get fired from his job. Oh, wait.
Luke, can we go back to having a serious and not a 14-year-old conversation? This guy's too dumb to say anything.
Suck my dick, Jim. You're a faggot.
Damage, bro.
You're a faggot. Shut up, Jim. I'm bored.
Say it to my face, little boy. Say it to my face, little boy.
Well, look,
who took more damage?
There we go. Hey, Alex.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
The point being is that, I think it's simply irresponsible. If this were a person, because you look at a guy like Baked Alaska, who I know we got off to a rocky start, but Baked Alaska went down to that Charlottesville rally. He got maced. It was very rough recovery.
Guess who treated him, by the way? Let's bring that up. Who was it that treated him on that scene? It was me.
Oh, okay. Thank
the
you.
TRS guy. So let's not forget that. I just want to throw that out there real fast.
All right,
so we can keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that pertinent interruption. But
it's very pertinent there.
All right.
Fuentes.
Okay. Anyway. But the point being was Richard, or rather Baked Alaska got maced. That was a rough situation.
I put a lot on the line.
Oh, wait, but they said Baked Alaska might not recover his eyesight. Now, was Richard Spencer really concerned about this? Was that really hurt him? Did he organize this rally and his followers, his supporters came there and got hurt or arrested?
Let's be real.
He was a speaker at a rally. He didn't actually organize it.
Let me. But Nick, don't you realize the situation they were put into the Lions?
Oh, absolutely.
But can you really blame him that his supporters got hurt?
No. But you got to listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it was his fault. Well, partly
it kind of seemed like you were. That's why.
Partly it was reckless. allow me to clarify.
Yeah.
But I do believe that if you're going to ask something of your followers, if people are following you, and sure, he didn't organize a rally. Technically, he didn't do the logistical things, but I mean, people came out there to see him. Let's not play with the semantics. These were his supporters, and Bake Alaska is one of them. I could talk to many people I know personally who are very close with Richard Spencer, and he kind of leaves them high and dry. This is not really something that's controversial or not well publicized. That if you're going to be a leader, I think you really have to be responsible with the risks you're asking people to take. Now, granted, and I said this right after Charlottesville, it was the Charlottesville government, it was the Virginia government. It was unconstitutional that they declared it an unlawful assembly. And the police, if you looked at the police report 5 months afterward, the police were totally reckless in that. But, I mean, we know the risks. We know that the government's against us. We know the police are against us. And so when you ask, again, young, impressionable men with not a lot of resources to put it all on the line, I think it is incumbent on the leadership to have a vested interest in their well-being, to say, if you're going to put that risk out there, I'm going to be there for you. We're going to support you and all the rest. I don't see that happening.
Right?
Look, Jim, real quick, because my phone's about to die. So I sent Richard the link, and Richard's not going to be joining. But
surprise.
In response to Richard getting the link, he blocked me on Twitter, which is really like for me.
I'm sorry. Which link are you talking about?
The link to this hangout.
Oh, okay.
I sent it to Richard. I figured, it's. We're talking about someone, obviously he's a public figure, but at the same time, like, it'd be nice, to offer the man a chance to respond directly. And, as your friend Nick, as your Irony Bros, them and Matt, they did a stream where they, mocked me for fanboying over him or whatever. And I've gotten shit for defending this guy a lot. And, it's really making me, think, I've had it all wrong this whole time, that this guy's going to fucking block me for this. And, I've been, I've sort of, like I said, Nick, like I had a problem with sort of what he was doing, going after you. I thought it was the wrong approach. I mean, like you point out, like when there are guys like Pat Little that, one ought to probably differentiate yourself from. And, I was giving him that chance, and I think, I don't really give a fuck anymore, to be quite honest. So,
now,
go for it.
Bakes, can you be serious for a second and show respect to each other? I got a question. Do you blame Richard Spencer at all for you getting maced?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I never said.
I mean, you were there. I wasn't there. Do you agree
that
the march, even the Nazi knuckleheads with the, and that guy was suspect. The flag he had creases and it was just taken out of a box.
The guy that did.
You guys, you were set into like an impossible situation.
The whole thing was a setup. It was a psyop. It was awful.
I was at Charlottesville too.
I think what Nick is saying here is like, Spencer, time and time again, sort of is part of these big events or orchestrates these things. He has such a losing record. I mean, you look at Heilgate, you look at Charlottesville, you look at.
But how can he be blamed for Charlottesville? The cops. I mean, even the
wait. I'm not blaming him for Charlottesville.
No, I'm asking. You're not the one who said it. He said.
Well, let me answer. So he's saying that he didn't support people that went there with Richard's interests and, that got their lives destroyed. He didn't really help anybody. Like,
I mean, aside
from like,
all right, so where are we going with this?
What's he supposed to do to help? What's that?
Huh? What is he supposed to do? Maybe give some financial aid, maybe help people out with their hospital bills. Sam Hyde donated $5,000 to find my attacker. He wasn't at Charlottesville. He had nothing to do with Charlottesville, but he cared about me because he's my friend. Okay. So that's the type of thing, just trying to help your own guys out. Like,
right.
I accept personal responsibility for everything that I've done and everything I did there. I'm not saying it's Richard's fault. I'm just saying that, you should provide some support for people that you say are under your wing.
Well, and here, I'll give you another example because I think this is...
Real quick, Luke, my friend JB is trying to get on. You keep kicking him off. He's my co-host.
I apologize. I just need to keep the size of the panel. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But so here's another example, which I think illustrates the point. There's a couple of episodes that I remember. Recently, Jack Posobiec, it was reported that he was like photographed with Richard Spencer. There was that connection with those two guys. One of them killed himself. Another one was like planning violence. But in any case, Richard Spencer sat down, I think with Vice Media or Antifa, like a left-wing group, and did an interview and basically said, like, yeah, I knew Jack Posobiec. And what do you think the intention of that interview was? Richard Spencer knows that he's a human wrecking ball. Richard Spencer knows that if he does that interview and says, yeah, I was associated with Jack Posobiec, he knows that's going to hurt Jack Posobiec because he knows that he is toxic.
But is he toxic because of the environment and because of something about him? That's the thing. And this is serious question. Thanks, Nick, for at least taking serious questions and answering them. I mean, I think what I feel like you guys kind of abandoned something is that you seem to stop realizing it's that side that's demonized or like defines what's toxic. Richard, I never heard him advocate violence. Whatever he does in his personal life, I don't know that. I don't think that's really even germane to what's going on. But it seems like it's a failure, like because Baked at one point he said, "Well, he's responding," or Charlottesville happened, and that was his answer. But there's no way that was his fault. Whatever he did with his friend.
Name one thing Richard has been a part of that has been good. Name one person that Richard has been involved in their life.
Yeah, you say
I don't know. I don't know about his personal relationships.
No, just name one thing that he's done that has helped the right wing or helped anybody
or the white race or anything.
Yeah,
like
name one thing.
I mean, most of it's propaganda, and he's done enough propaganda. What have you done?
He does done a lot of propaganda. He has legitimately.
Well, that's if you're going to challenge him, what have you done?
What have I done?
To help the white race. Yes.
What have I done? We're talking.
Oh, we got somebody from the gas station.
Oh, how's it going, Goya? What's up? What's up, Nikki?
Everyone subscribe to the Daily Brap. And Joe the Boomer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to pop in and say thanks for all the free fucking advertising, you noodle-armed little faggot. How'd that go for you, man? I saw you piling through all the negative comments on my fucking tweet and liking the negative comments. Seems like you're a little upset, man. You seemed tired on your show yesterday.
You think I was tired from liking replies to your tweet?
No, it seems like you were tired from losing a little bit of fucking sleep knowing that we're getting more viewers than you.
I really do. You keep me up awake at night with your TRS light stream. I'm really kept up awake by the gas station. That's not derivative at all, by the way. The gas jokes are still funny, big guys.
It's totally not a stale meme from 2016.
Yeah, the fast
I don't give
is still really cool.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic fucking comeback.
Well, wait. I loved your video. I loved your video the other day where you're like, "Oh, this Nick Fuentes says we're just like TRS," and then your fag co-host is like, "Well, TRS is freaking awesome. That's a big compliment." And then
we are freaking awesome. Did you see my performance in court the other day?
Then to top it off, you're like, "Yeah," and anyway, we never claimed to be original, so I mean.
Yeah, we literally didn't, man. We came up with the name of our stream about 5 minutes before we went on air. But like I said, man, we're getting close to the numbers that you're getting, and we've only been doing it for a month and a half at this point. So you got a dead channel, Nick. A dead fucking channel.
Train.
You're going down.
Chugging right along. Hey, no.
I believe for Saren, real quick, Nick, real quick. So, Saren, before you come on, Baked had asked Jim about what Richard had contributed to the movement or contributed for white people. What is your answer?
My answer and what he's contributed for white people?
Yeah, no, I said name one good thing that he's done for white people.
Oh, I would say that he's brought the discussion of white consciousness into the mainstream at the very least. I mean, the media seem to love him, and that's not
brought it into consciousness.
The media is a reliable source of honesty.
Yeah. Him going around getting interviewed by Vice and making everyone look like feds and wignats. That's a great job. Doing the little tiles.
Great job,
guys.
Wait a minute. I want to say thank you to Mr. Luke Ford for holding the stream. I'm Joe the Boomer, by the way. How's everybody doing?
How's it going, man?
Luke, let JB on, please.
Thank you very much.
But I think that's
Luke,
a good point. I think that's a good point. He has actually brought some of this discussion, and I know what people like him and Jared Taylor for years. They've at least changed it from the skinhead 1990s, somebody who's into white identity. He is articulate. He doesn't fit the image. He's changed it, and I think that's somewhat important.
You think Richard Spencer did that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wait. Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Richard Spencer went to his Michigan speech, and his bodyguards were the Traditionalist Workers' Party. You want to pull up a picture from Google Images of the...
I've never been a fan of those guys. I'm talking
Okay, but wait, so you say one of the merits is that he changed the skinhead aesthetic. Okay, maybe for about 5 minutes, and then Identity Europa left him, and he brought out Commander Heimbach and the Cuck Box to escort him into Michigan University. Now, to me, if I want to associate with Jared Taylor, I like Jared Taylor. All right, I spoke at American Renaissance. I'm a big fan of Jared Taylor, but Jared Taylor never got escorted anywhere by Matt Heimbach. And again, take a look. Matt Heimbach did the National Socialist or Death Tour. So you say, oh, well, Richard Spencer lifted them out of the skinhead thing. Yeah, and then he lumped himself in with them. They were his personal security force when he spoke at Michigan. And by the way, somebody got arrested at that speech, so it's yet another one in the wreckage left behind as the fire rises, the white revolution. So
okay, so if you want to say that's a slip up, do you think that completely negates everything else, or do you think that maybe the left will seize on that to ignore everything else?
I think we have to be practical. We have to understand what we're dealing with here, and you associate yourself
Mean
with
Girls
Matt
versus
Heimbach.
Richard Spencer. That's what we're dealing with. I don't understand why we're still.
You're really practical.
Mean Girls versus Richard Spencer. Like, do we really need to do this debate over and over and over? Do you think that's good material? You think that's a fresh take?
Hey man, he came after. Why don't you ask him? He came after me 1 month ago. I let it live.
I don't really care what he does, to be honest.
Yeah. You don't care about anything.
I mean, it seems like you're really mad about it for some reason, dude. I don't
understand.
Obviously, the Catholic traditionalism is that's doing a lot of fucking good for your movement, or whatever you consider your movement, with your Pope sucking black toes.
That's really edgy. I remember when I saw that one on poll in 2016. Just like the fashion.
I remember the first time I heard somebody understand Richard Spencer.
And then wait, Saren, how old are you? Wait, Saren, how old are you? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I'm a 30-year-old boomer. No, I'm 75. I'm 75 years old.
Gen X, the eternal enemy. Gen X, Alex.
The eternal enemy. Yeah, you've been really fucking productive.
Gas station.
30's Gen X now.
We're millennials, bro.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm pretty sure I'm a millennial.
Gen X millennial.
Well, anyway, I've got to go. I got to run. Luke, thanks for having me on. Everybody, thanks for talking to me. It was interesting. I hope we can, you guys can have something relatively productive now that the weekly sweat is gone and he's not talking about just getting it. Anyway, y'all have a good night.
Really
You're just mad because you don't get it. You're just mad, bro.
He doesn't get it.
Banning my phone.
Wait. I have a question.
Hey, whoa, Nick. Let Nick talk.
I have a good question for Saren, all right? This is a serious question.
Yep.
This is actually a serious question. So you're the CEO of Heel Turn Network, the executive producer of the Richard Spencer Show, and advisor to the Spencer for 2020 presidential campaign.
Well, you might want to you might want to start off with the correct premise. I'm none of those things.
No, I'm talking about you allow me to finish. I was saying that person, which is J.C. Holcomb, or how do you pronounce it?
It's Joachim, I think.
Joachim. Okay. So that person, he's executive producer of the Richard Spencer Show. Big deal. He's advisor to the presidential campaign. Joachim. He said that people like myself, we're not willing to die like Civil War veterans, right? Unlike the people in Virginia, we need to be willing to die for this cause, all that stuff. Okay, I like the energy. I like it. He says we need to make sacrifice. I got to ask then, why are none of you using your real names then? If it's about sacrifice, we need people to give themselves over to the movement. Why is it that I believe all or most of you, at the exception of Spencer, are not using your real names? Don't you believe in sacrificing for the cause?
I've used my real name the entire time, bro.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Saren Gass, who's on the Heel Turn Network, who the CEO said that I'm not making a big sacrifice. All I'm doing is doing a show with my own name and, with my own money and all that. But what sacrifice are you guys making? If my sacrifice is nothing, and we're talking about people dying in war, why can't you use your real name if that's such an arbitrary thing? If that's so
well, I definitely know that you like to deflect on the point of being disingenuous, but plain and simply, I do plenty in my real life with my real name on these things. But I think you're well aware of the fact that these things happen to people when they do come out on the internet publicly under their own name. You know exactly
Nick,
what happens to people who are
someone to dox themselves.
Wait, no, actually,
that's what you
said. No, but he said, I do know full well because I'm doing it. I've experienced it. But he said that what I've experienced is nothing compared to what our ancestors did, who fought and blah, blah, blah. I agree.
But I didn't say that.
But then, so you disagree with the CEO then? You think that's all wrong?
Yeah, we actually don't need to have an entire hive mind. We don't have to we don't have to agree on every point. But regardless,
I just thought he spoke pretty strongly about sacrifice, and I just wondered why nobody on his network was willing to actually.
Yeah, well, yeah, but pamphleteers were also put in court on these things as well. People that make propaganda, people
put
that
in court anytime soon. How are people even going to find out? People don't even know who you are. They don't know anything about you. How would they put you?
Yeah, dox yourself, get some skin in the game, right? Yeah, that's
I'm not preaching that. I'm not preaching that. I say everybody's got to do their own part, but your guy is the one saying that even if you do dox yourself, that's nothing. That is not even a worthy sacrifice. The real sacrifice is dying. So, again, don't say, I'm the one pushing doxing. I'm not. I'm telling people, stay anonymous. But, don't behind a pseudonym say, if you dox yourself, you're nothing compared to people that are buried in Virginia in the Civil War. So I just think it's very, you talk about disingenuous. I think that's a little disingenuous.
Luke, put my co-host on, man.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, McNabb is a separate issue. I could go off on gas station. McNabb, look, you're a clown. Why would anybody take you serious with gauges in your ears?
Well, they probably take me seriously because I just completely ruined somebody in the middle of a crowded courtroom and caused them to lose a vote for it.
I watched you slink up to the podium there,
and then crush this guy. You watched that. Really, you watched that, and you thought to yourself, really "Man, I only had those kind of balls, those big McNabb balls.
Yes,
if only I had that." But unfortunately, I can only do this mean commentary via YouTube.
You got discovered. You had to get discovered, like
discovered.
Somebody hiding.
I've been public the entire time. That's the third time I've been doxxed, dude.
Really?
Yes.
Well, in any case,
third time.
In any case,
the opportunity provided to me, and I went up there well dressed in a nice suit, unlike what you wear.
Yeah, you have a really nice suit. That's why you button both buttons on the suit, right?
That's not suit fag. Luke, let my co-host on, JB Beverly. You kicked him off.
Too many on the panel already. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm trying to reduce the panel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Nick. I can't take
somebody off. There's a lot of guys who haven't said anything.
No one cares who you take seriously, Nick.
Okay. I don't take you seriously.
Come on, dude. Do you think your opinion matters? Do you really think it does?
Maybe not to you, but you're a godless millennial.
Oh, I'm godless. And what do you believe in? Catholicism?
I believe in God. Yeah, absolutely. I know you. I know you counter signaled. A lot of your Catholic audience is not very happy about that.
Are you an E. Michael Jones fan? You like that guy?
I am a fan.
Okay, that guy thinks that the sun actually orbits the Earth. That's what he thinks.
Yeah, I don't know if that's entirely
wrong. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if it's entirely wrong. I'm not a scientist. Who am I to speak?
So you don't know if the sun orbits the Earth?
I'm not one to mindlessly speak on that because that's.
Oh, okay. Hold up. You can't answer that question?
No, I can't. I haven't looked into it.
Oh my goodness! Well, not only that, the man writes books. He writes books on Jewish identity, and then claims that there's no validity whatsoever to European or white identity. I don't know if you saw that little interview we did with him, but he deflected just like you are. He was doing the exact same thing.
What am I deflecting from?
Okay, you're deflecting from a simple question about the sun orbiting the Earth or vice versa.
I didn't deflect. I said I didn't know.
You don't know?
No.
I think Matt Forney died.
No, I'm here.
Can I explain to you why I don't know? Or are you? You're saying I'm deflecting, and then
I think we're done now. This is amazing. It took me a little while to ruin Lock Voice, but this guy, it took like 2 minutes. Wow.
You really ruined me.
Wow!
Look, you're trying to reduce the panel. Just let this guy on. Let my co-host.
I'm ruined by the
Nick,
gauges.
is that the only thing? Is that the only thing you have? Even when you critiqued the gas station, all you could literally do was point out the obvious, that it was purple and there were flash wave optics. Yeah, that's fantastic, man. Your irony
totally ridiculous and unoriginal. Correct.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, man. But your entire idea of these
panel, you let somebody else on, but
which one? Who's talking here? We're going to have to take one at a time here. Well, while you hang up,
look, you're being a punk. Let my co-host on, man. You're putting nobodies on. Let my co-host come on. You've kicked them out like 7 times before.
Hey, now wait a minute, Mr. Jim Goad. I'm not a nobody.
Who are you? Who's talking
here?
I'm
a somebody. It's Joe the Boomer. I'm Joe the Boomer, Jim Goad.
Hey, Joe the Boomer.
I wasn't
even talking about Joe. I was talking about a face that came on and was kicked off, too.
All right, fair enough. I apologize for jumping the shark.
There you go.
I'd love to have you on the Daily Brap sometime, by the way, Mr. Goad.
Yeah. Anyway.
This is boring.
But wait, I gotta ask Saren Gas. Wait, and also this is the third funny thing. You say the gauge is the only thing. I got a lot of things. The third thing.
I'm sure you're being a mean girl. You got a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm sure you do.
That's still funny. That's still funny.
It is funny. I'm giggling over here. It's pretty funny to me.
You're hilarious, dude. The third thing
I have a sense of humor.
Was that you were talking
I also know
to...
that the Earth orbits the sun. I know
that.
that.
I bet you follow I Fucking Love Science on Reddit and Facebook. What I was going to say to my friend Saren, you said to your other co-host, he was like, oh, I may need you to cuck a little bit. I may need you to cuck and tone it down a little bit. What's that all about? Why is everybody on Heel Turn Optics cucking? I come to Heel Turn Network for the hard-hitting, edgy, true right-wing content, and then I find your boy Ronnie is optics cucking. He doesn't like saying the N-word. I find you guys optics cucking. You say, oh, we're going to have to tone it down because we want to keep our channel. What's that all about? What happened to the revolution, man?
You guys have
black
girlfriends. You guys are getting sucked off by black kids.
Yeah, you have a black girlfriend. Not just Ronnie.
No, I do not. I do not have a black
girlfriend. You guys are fucking frauds.
Okay. Does anybody else have a black girlfriend? Or is that just Ronnie? I got to know.
I mean, is this a thing about girlfriends? Because, I mean, I understand the frustration.
I thought you want to save the white race. Why do you guys all have black girlfriends? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, no, again, you can go ahead and group us all together, but that doesn't represent me.
I do not.
Yeah,
it doesn't represent the network.
Yeah, other people's black girlfriends don't represent me. I do not
You're
have
on a network with somebody who claims to be a white identitarian is dating a black girl. Tell me how that works, big guy.
Yeah.
You should come over to America first. We don't have any girlfriends, but we don't have any black girlfriends either.
Yeah, I prefer not to be on a network that drapes everything in the American flag and sucks Trump's dick all day, every day. Every other fucking day and every other fucking day. I'm vindicated. Oh, I'm black pilled. I'm vindicated. Oh, I'm every other fucking
I've never been wrong. I've never been wrong. Tell me.
Wow.
Luke, everyone in Super Chat's asking to kick the retarded BuzzFeed writer and let my co-host on, man. What's the problem?
Yeah, do that. Shut up.
Wait, who's the buzz? Oh, Baked Alaska.
Baked Alaska, man. You got Alaska. Hey, Cucked Alaska, you got some big balls calling people faggot with a fucking dildo in your mouth.
I'm not the one getting sucked off by a black teenager.
Is anybody here in the call getting sucked off by a black teenager?
Your retard friends aren't around. Look at that. By yourself. You're not funny at all, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, how was Fortnite saving your life there, Baked Alaska?
Oh, wow.
How's your friend Chad? How's your retarded friend Chad?
I'm so
Quit throwing salt in their game, dude.
You can't counter signal Fortnite, big guy.
Yeah, come on.
Kick this everyone looking in the super chat is saying kick the dumb.
You can't counter signal Fortnite.
Oh, so
everyone doesn't want you. No one likes you. Go, you dumbass.
Hey, I like.
Get out of here.
Nick likes me too.
Why are you such a pussy, Luke?
Okay.
You can't debate me, so you want to kick me? Is that
stupid? Can't debate me.
All right.
You don't have anything in your stupid
bowling ball heads. They look like Agent 47. What is this? Who are these guys?
Why'd you bring this guy? Who's this idiot?
What? Who are you? You got a leather bowling ball head.
Dude, I'm fucking known. Who are you?
You look like the DLC pack for Hitman.
What's this?
Jim Goad.
Doesn't get that one.
I didn't even hear that.
Dude, he got you, bro. Wait, bring that guy back on. He said you look like the DLC pack from Hitman.
I see. I don't watch movies, so I don't know what that means.
It's not a
video
game.
I know you actually depend on pop culture references because you're so fucking stupid.
Boomers don't get the video game. They gotta chill with the video game stuff.
Oh my god!
Stupid. Come on, Luke.
Anyway,
Matt's not saying anything. Kick some of the people aren't saying. Let my co-host come on. Yeah, I've been me versus everybody all night. Don't you have the balls to bring somebody like Alex is on?
Exactly.
Another guy on.
We've got the two.
Explain this. Why can't you even say? Why can't you even?
I'm trying to keep the panel down. There are too many people in here, so.
But you keep adding people, everybody but my goddamn co-host.
Yeah.
Bring in his co-host. Bring in the little black boy.
Some oatmeal too.
Come on.
You know what? He kicked your fucking head in, man. He's a boxer. Go fuck yourself, retard.
What?
Whoa,
someone's mad.
Yeah.
Someone is mad on the internet.
Meet you in person too, Rick. You're the one being badass on the internet. I'll meet you, man.
Just bring in the co-host so we can move on to something substantive. All right.
There's nothing substantive about you. I'm surprised you could even pronounce that word.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Are you talking about? Wow. Wow.
Guys.
I thought we were cool, but that's okay.
Bob again.
You tried to join 23 times in 15 minutes, man.
Listen,
guys.
I'm trying to help you. I'm saying to
shut up. Nick, shh. All right, watch the Zoomer cast. All right, that's all I got to say.
All right, fuck the Zoomer cast. Get that shit out of here, Bob.
I said watch the Zoomer cast. New up and coming show.
Screw the Zoomer cast. Mute Bob and kick him out of here.
I legitimately do, though. I have to ask Alex McNabb, what is the deal with the gauges? I know you guys are saying that's all I got, but I just have to get to the bottom of this. What was
if you really want the story, I'll tell you.
I want the story. I do want the story.
All right, so back many years ago, I guess it was my late teens, I started stretching out my lobes, and then I got in a bad car accident. I had a septum piercing that got ripped out. One of my earlobes was torn apart. So being a stubborn asshole, I immediately restretched it. And for me, having those gauges stay there was a symbol of victory over that injury.
Probably the biggest faggot in the history of the internet.
Wait, what?
Oh, he just jumped in and jumped out. He just apparently wanted to make a couple of jabs, I guess.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Look, you keep adding everybody but my goddamn co-host.
I'm not adding.
Just bring in the co-host, all right.
Wait a minute.
Isn't Bob your co-host? No.
We might actually need to bring in Mr. Goad's nurse.
I'm his team doctor. What does he need?
Call Tyrone.
Anyway.
All right, I'm bored.
Look, explain why you can't.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, see you later, baby.
Yeah, go try to kill yourself again.
See you at Fatal Fields, big guy.
Yeah, Jim, this is what's going on. I've got 20 people pouring into the stream. It's been too much. And so once I eject someone from the stream, I can't unreject them. So I'm juggling 20 different things at once. So I apologize that I wasn't able to allow your co-host on while I was ejecting the other 20 people who I did not invite. But the Google Hangout link got shared around. So all these people are pouring in who I have no idea who they are. So I apologize. I'd be glad to have your co-host on anytime. Right. It's just while trying to operate this stream, 20 things are going on at once.
I just told him to try again. His name is JB Beverly. You just added Saudi.
You think
I didn't add it. Someone shared the stupid Hangout link.
But I got 5 Google accounts. You can't stop me. Boomers get fucked.
Is that an oven man?
Cody.
Oh my God.
I'm thinking about starting a new podcast, a sister podcast to America First. But the new podcast is going to be, there's going to be no optus cucking, all right? No Trump sucking.
It's Harambe!
But Harambe, I love that you still use Harambe. By the way, that's a real.
We just reinvented it. It's not Harambe.
With that
Harambe.
Gotcha.
Harambe.
But anyway, I'm starting a new podcast. I'm thinking about calling it like I don't know, Goy Chat, something. I want to incorporate Goyim in there.
Oh wow! It only took you 10 minutes to come up with that, Nick. That was fantastic.
Maybe it'll be the Goyim cast, or maybe it'll be.
We all saw you sitting in silence there for a good 5 minutes, Nick. I'm glad you came up with something. It's kind of weak, though.
The Goily Showa, maybe the Goily.
I got a question here.
I'm also going to get a pseudonym. I'm thinking Mecha Hitler. I tweeted that one out. What do you think about that one?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, Jim,
it's fantastic. You should go with that.
Purple. We're going to do purple. Maybe a Dodge Challenger in there somewhere.
Look, if you don't let them on the next couple minutes, I'm going to go and just record our own podcast because you're adding people. How are they getting on? You have no control over that.
Because the Hangout link has been shared around without my permission. I have not invited anyone on for hours, but because I shared the Hangout link.
But how are some people getting on and he's being blocked? That's my question.
Okay, people are sharing the Hangout link that I did not invite. They're pouring in. They're using different accounts once they have the Hangout link. If I could, I would just have your co-host on in the madness of trying to control 50 different people who I didn't invite coming in here. I apologize that I ejected your co-host. Once I have ejected someone, I am unaware of any way to un-eject them. So I'd be glad to have your co-host on another time. I apologize, but it's kind of madness at the moment, trying to keep the hordes out.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
All right.
What
else are we going to talk about here?
I feel like Jim Goad. I feel like all you do these days is you just go punch retards on these little podcasts. Like you just get bored and you're like, I feel like stepping on a retard tonight.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you. Like I've noticed your routine now. You're like, I feel like punching a retard, so I'm going to go on this show.
No, I was on and they came on. Luke asked me on and none of these guys were on. They all jumped on. I'm not sure how. So that's can't blame me for punching down this time. Okay, he's creating a new account. So what else we want to talk about?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, 2019 common enemy might be more important than all this petty bullshit. Nah, can we agree on that? You might disagree about Optic, but maybe save it and fight the real enemy. Is that insane?
Tell it to the heel turn people. They're the ones bitching and moaning about me on their shows every night.
You're full of shit, Nick.
I never knew these people were until they started. Shut the fuck up.
No, dude, you're so fucking full of shit. You started talking shit on the kill stream.
After the fact, after you faggots talk about me on your stream when I'm not even there.
We didn't talk about you on our fucking stream until after you talked on the fucking kill stream.
That's simply not true. I get people
on our fucking show. Show me some fucking proof.
Not true. Maybe not on the gas station, but on the Richard Spencer show on the.
Well, I'm not on the Richard Spencer show, so fucking
whatever. I'm talking about you guys in general, the Wignat retard army over there. I left you people alone for a long time until, again, the leader, the king of all trades, decided to come after me again, and then suddenly, everybody has to stop punching right and all that.
And then a number 88 on the side.
Based. Totally based, dude.
Edgy.
Yeah, get a 14 and then a black girlfriend on the side. And then get some fucking gauges in your ear. Honestly, wait. Here, I'll say this.
Nick shit talks just about everyone and now he's crying.
Who? Me?
That's what it says.
I didn't start off shit talking to everybody. And by the way, old man, you're the one who's coming around saying,
"Listen, little boy, I could bench press your ass. I could bench press you 100 times, dude. Don't even pull that shit. You are easy. You are like 3 feet tall.
Real tough,
dude. You have to get on your tiptoes to get a glass of milk out of the refrigerator.
That's great. Go there. I hope those inches will help when you're burning in hell forever. And anyway, you're the one complaining and crying about infighting. 5 seconds ago, you were telling me we should focus on a common enemy, and now you're saying, when I say hello, everybody's
I just read what somebody said on the super chats. That's all.
I'm not crying. I'll fight with anybody. I don't care. But when you tell me we have to focus on the enemy, okay, you first. Everybody else who's doing the attacking first. But this guy Alex McNabb's been counter-signaling me for months, back since the second Sirius strike, which I was right on. By the way, also
I made one Twitter comment and you cried and blocked me immediately.
I didn't cry; I just blocked you because you're a dumb fag. Yeah. You're a real hero.
I agree with Goad. We should actually have a productive conversation.
Yeah, let's hear it. Okay.
What can we agree on?
Yeah. So what in Nick's mind would be the productive strategy going forward? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, here's the thing. You do your thing, I do my thing, great. But, I didn't start this whole fiasco. We had the same, fight, and it was counterproductive. I think a lot of people could say that last year. And I think we all agreed to disagree. And then about 8 months passed. And then there was this renewed offensive on the part of the insurgent Richard Spencer with his new show. And, if everybody wants to and here's the thing, I'll say this much. There's a lot of disagreement, sure. Disagreement can be productive, but let's have a dialogue. But nobody seems to want to have that. People want to.
I do, Nick. Right now, tell me what we can agree on.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't really know enough about your.
I think you know what I think the biggest threat is censorship and deplatforming.
Agree. Big agree on that.
Yeah, so that's a big threat. And you know what? I don't know why people counter signal or whatever, but I think they're going to come for all of us. If Gavin is not a person now, they're going to get us all.
No, you're right. Yeah, I talk about that. And even to this day, I'll say that the alt-right, like Jordan Peterson, all these other fags, they should have been talking about deplatforming when it happened to the Daily Stormer and Richard Spencer. I'll be the first to say that. But, so I think we agree on that. But I don't know why. I just don't see what the TRS, the heel turn? Don't they understand that what we're doing, what I'm trying to do, is different than what you guys are trying to do?
Aside from me trolling you, TRS, I don't think has anything to do with this, and Richard is doing his own thing with them. So we're separate entities in that respect. So let's not get too off in the weeds on that. And as far as the censorship stuff, yeah, I think that's a major problem. It really makes me wonder about YouTube as a platform going forward, because it appears that they're just ejecting everybody that's right of Karl Marx. So I don't really see how anybody is going to be able to have a long amount of staying power on YouTube.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. But, I believe that I am relatively somebody who won't attack first. And if people have a problem,
what do you think the FBI contact I have is probably doing with this? If this isn't proof enough, I'm hiding all the actual personal information of this. But,
what is this?
I've been visited enough by them that they owe me a favor or two. And
okay, I don't know what that was all about, but in any case,
wow.
Yeah, I like to fight with people. I like to argue with people, but what I don't get is people want to start shit with me. I respond, and then everybody says, well, why can't we all fight the same enemy? Why can't we all find common ground? This happened. The first time I responded to Spencer was when he went on the Richard Spencer show on the Heel Turn Network and said, why doesn't Nick leave the alt-right? Nick is a loser, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm not in the alt-right, and if you're going to call me a loser, I'm going to call you a loser. I say that, everybody flips out and says, oh, Nick's fighting everybody. Nick, we need to focus on a common enemy, all this other stuff. And it just reeks of subversion, if you want to.
Well, let me tell you this. If you and Richard Spencer have a beef, that's between y'all. I don't have anything to do with that. You guys sort that out yourselves.
Yeah, well, and you also say nasty stuff to me. I never said anything nasty to you.
Oh,
you say shitty stuff to me during the Sirius strike and then after.
Me and Goad insult each other all the time.
Luke.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Captain says you hate me, Luke. What's up with that?
That's not true, Jim. We've been friends for 16 years.
Why would he say that, Luke? And why aren't you bringing my co-host on after 700 requests?
As I've said about 10 times already, once I eject someone,
I created a new account. It's Big Black
then
Nurse.
I need to know which one that is, and I'll let
Big
him in.
Black Nurse.
Okay, when Big Black Nurse shows up, I'm happy to let him in.
All right.
Sorry, Nick. Nick, you were saying some things.
I think I made my point generally. It's that I just don't get the double standard. If people want to fight, I can fight. If people don't want to fight, I can accommodate that too. But it just doesn't seem fair that I get attacked, I respond, then people...
Sub to the Zoomercast, everybody. Watch the Zoomercast. This is Nazbo Gang, Arab Striker. All right, sub to the Zoomercast right now, guys.
Oh, is that Millennial Matt?
Okay. But Nick, here's the thing: we didn't start the fight, right?
Wait, who is this? Who is this now? Who is this?
This is Air Jordan Peterson. Hey, McNabb, how are you?
Air Jordan Peterson. That's pretty clever.
So
I have no idea what this is.
Nick, here's the thing, there, Bucko. The fight was brought to us, right? You're the one who, on his show and on the Ralph Retort, began railing against these fellows for having a show creatively called The Gas Station.
I can't gas anyone. I can't do it.
I'm not here to bants there, Mr. Goad. I'm only here to point out the flaws in young Nick's
So it's a serious contention then. Yeah, no, fair enough. I attacked the gas station because the gas station's part of the Heel Turn Network, which the CEO of the Heel Turn Network, just about everybody on there, maybe excluding Sarah and Gas, but I don't watch their streams, has attacked me.
Well, maybe
that was an attack on the entity, not on the individuals.
But you specifically called them out and not the Heel Turn Network.
Well, that's part of the Heel Turn Network.
Yes, they're part of the Heel Turn Network, but if people are calling out Tucker Carlson, they're not necessarily calling out Fox News now, are they?
Sure they are. Tucker Carlson's on Fox News.
He's on Fox, but they're calling out Tucker Carlson. They have been going for weeks now trying to strip Tucker Carlson of his advertisers, of his sponsors. They have not been going after Fox. They've not been going after Fox, but they've been going after
Jim Goad. Jim Goad.
One
kid. Why'd you?
All right. Anyway, yeah. If Richard Spencer has beef, let's do the kill stream.
Well, Nick, I wanted to ask you. I'm Eric Stryker IRL right now. You always shill for anti-capitalism. What are your thoughts on Nazbol Gang as a movement?
I'm a big supporter of the Nazbol Gang.
All right, I like that. But so you say that we need to be optics cucks and whatnot. But even if you are a freaking literal CivNat like Gavin McInnes, you're going to get shut down anyway. So. What are your thoughts on that? I mean,
yeah, that's just another one of these stupid arguments that I disproved on the kill stream. I think the gas station kind of proved my point when they said, yeah, we're going to have to tone it down so we can keep our channel. Now, what does that implicitly say? Optics and persuasion matters, not because...
Or buckling to them matters for a while, and then you get fired anyway. So that's what it said.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to look at it from our perspective, right? People were
to their tactics and
well, here, Jim Goad is another good example. If Jim Goad went on television and said some of the things that Tucker Carlson is saying, I think your average person would be more apt to be persuaded by Tucker Carlson than Jim Goad, simply because Tucker Carlson looks like
I know him, and I've had breakfast with him. And I don't think he follows you, but he follows me. Yes, so.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. The point being is that people are persuaded by nonverbal as well as verbal communication. To say that's cucking, to have a certain look, to have a certain aesthetic. The alt-right purports to know and understand aesthetics, but then won't embrace that. If you say that we don't need fat retards and Stahlhelms, that's cucking, I think, that says it all right there. And people on the Heel Turn Network, and that's where the argument originally stemmed from, they understood that. They said, we're going to have to change our look. We're going to have to change our tone, not dilute what's being said in principle, but in pursuit of a practical purpose, which is to prolong the survival of our YouTube channel. And I think, Jim Goad, the reason you're not marching around in a Nazi uniform right now is not because you're not like cucking to the media. It's because that's just ridiculous and silly. And it would, you don't believe in that. And that's the same thing for me. I believe in America first. I believe in what I say. It's just presenting things in a way that is persuasive, presenting things in a way that people will be susceptible to. That's all. I don't think that's really, rocket science.
Somebody just said in the super chat, Tucker Carlson doesn't follow me. Yes, he does. Look him up. He's got, he follows 97 people. I'm one of them.
All right. In any case, Tucker Carlson reaches 3 million people with his ideas, and you simply don't. And I also believe that if you...
And neither do you. So there you go.
Oh, okay, but this is exactly the problem. But this is the exact problem with the whole Richard Spencer crowd, which is any criticism of me is invalid because you yourself are not there also. Let's extract me out of there for a second. Optics matter because, let's take you out of it also. Tucker Carlson is reaching more people than David Duke. Okay, David Duke is reaching more people than you and me. But it's better to have Tucker Carlsons and Donald Trumps and people who can appeal to normal people in our movement, and lots of them, than have a bunch of retards who, they're not cooking, they're the full 1488. But people take one look at them and say, that's not somebody I want to be affiliated with.
Why can't you have both?
You just can't. You just can't. And it's proven because it's been a failure for 30 years. How's White Nationalist 1.0 doing? Have they really made a lot of strides?
We're just going to say, because the left is so powerful, they crush anybody who says anything kind of remotely controversial. Just let them have their way and bend to them and play by their game. Why can't you have both? Why can't you have
It's not the left. It's not the left. It's normal people. Here, I'll give you a number. There's the same number I showed Ronnie.
You think normal people control the media?
No, but I think normal people are able to discern. Normal people have the capability of discernment. There was a study that was done after Charlottesville, which said that I think it was 7 or 8% of Americans support alt-right ideas. 7 or 8%. 55% of white people say they feel discriminated against. To me, that says that discrepancy that obviously I think a lot of white people are feeling the pain, might be susceptible to white identity politics, but the branding, the look, the affiliations have.
Or is it the way the alt-right's been depicted?
Okay, but we don't have any control over how they're depicted. We
so
have to
bend to them as your okay. I got it.
No, it's not. It's not bending. It's understanding the reality of the situation, which isn't here. Gavin McInnes can appeal to normal people. Many people are on board with him. Many people are on board with Tucker. People are not on board with David Duke. People are not on board with Richard Spencer.
So what happened to Gavin again? Can we maybe rehash that? Gavin was like a moderate person, and what happened? He got completely.
Yeah, he got kicked off, but the difference is he didn't lose the support of the people. You saw everybody saying on CRTV, "We're canceling our membership because we like Gavin. We don't care if Gavin was deplatformed. We like him. We believe in him." When Richard Spencer got deplatformed, did like normal, well-adjusted people come out in masses and say like, "Oh, like we really like him. Of course not. The guy's anathema. The guy is toxic. He released pictures of himself with Milo, with Jack Posobiec, because he knows normal people see those pictures and say, "Ooh, he hangs out with Richard Spencer. I don't like that person." It's simply a matter of persuasion.
You mentioned Milo. Milo's gone too. What happened to Milo?
I think you're missing the point here.
I think that you're conflating a couple things here. You're talking about optics, which we understand, marching around Stahlhelms.
Clearly you don't.
That's bad, right?
Clearly you don't understand optics.
Let me finish my point. I think we can agree Stahlhelms, swastikas, bad, right?
Sure.
But to conflate that with, okay, you need to be like a Tucker Carlson all the time, I don't think that's necessarily true. As we've seen, everybody gets deplatformed. Tucker Carlson is losing advertising right now because of these coordinated attacks.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I don't think we're that far off in these positions, to be honest, buddy. Like, we're not really that far off.
I've never said that we need to change our optics in order to appeal to the media, to appeal to the people. You, for example, were just in that courtroom, and I watched a little bit of it, and they read a transcript from one of your shows where you made a joke about how you used a bigger needle and you tortured some black kid, and you said it was political comedy, it was shock comedy. I think if you talk to the normal average American, they would say that's distasteful, and they wouldn't want to be associated with that.
Because you're reiterating what HuffPo claimed, and my goal was not to go on the defensive about stuff that I said on a show allegedly.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put you on the defensive. I'm not trying to put you on the defensive. I'm saying that normal people are not going to find that distasteful because, like, oh, the media told you to think it's distasteful. It's because it is. This is something that, again, your average American is not going to find funny. Maybe an edgelord, maybe some internet person, or somebody who's a TRS subscriber might find
Luke,
that hilarious.
My co-host signed in again under the name I told you blocked him. I got to record. He's going away for Christmas in the morning.
He's right here, Big Black Nose.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Mr. Goad,
yeah.
He's right here.
I found the African American boy you want me to find. He's at your house. I don't know.
Oh, that's funny. Who's this? Show your face, boy. Tough guy. Come on. Shuts up. There you go. All right,
Jim,
bye, everybody. Huh?
Jim, you told me Big Black Nurse was the name he was coming in, so I let in Big Black Nurse. But
You just sent me a screenshot. You are not allowed to join this video talk, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'm happy to have your co-host on. You just DM me in Twitter the screen name he'll use, and I won't eject him. Because you told me Big Black Nurse was the screen name he'd use. So when that guy came in, I left him in because I thought he was your co-host.
He
But he was a faker.
You're not allowed to join the video call, so I don't know what to say. That's his name, bigblacknurse@gmail.com.
Okay, if I eject him once, I can't uneject. Let's see.
Jesus Christ. All right, then. All right, well, we got a podcast to record. Have fun, everybody.
Farewell, Mr. Goad. It was a pleasure interacting with you.
Why, thank you. Bye.
So, Alex McNabb, what's your situation? I've seen a little bit in the news. What's the current status?
As far as I know, there was a local politician. Essentially, let me give you a little backstory on this. Christopher Mathias from Huffington Post, which is basically just a corporate mouthpiece for Antifa, has been stalking me for a while, trying to dox me for the third time. Oh, God, what's happened to the stream?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so this guy's been trying to run this smear campaign on me, stirred it up in the media. It got broadcast all the way up to CNN. Locally, this picked up a little bit of traction, and either Matthias or one of his buddies or some other people started calling around trying to find board members, the board of supervisors. There's 5 of these people, started calling around trying to find one of them that would be sympathetic to the story and go after me. And what they found was a famous local idiot named Locke Boyce, who, of course, has a record of trying to do this kind of grandstanding. So he took it hook, line, and sinker, came after me. And these left-wing journalists didn't understand that I've worked in that community for a long time. I know Locke Boyce. I've been to these board meetings many times. The man is an idiot. So they basically set me up for the perfect opportunity to destroy someone publicly. He came after me, was trying to get funding cut for our agency, and I destroyed him in a board meeting. He lost the vote 4-1. Couldn't even get a motion to carry. So it turned into an actual political victory. I mean, my situation right now is actually not bad at all. I guess we lost everyone else.
Yeah, I'm listening, man.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get out of here too. Thanks for having me. It's good to be on here with my buddy Goad. But yeah, that's pretty much the situation. Watch the video. It's gonna be like Alex McNabb, weirdest court case ever. Just type Alex McNabb into YouTube, and you'll pull up some hilarious stuff. The whole proceeding was a complete clown show. It's worth watching. It's very funny. Anyway.
It truly was a comedy of sorts.
It was. It was a comedy of errors. It was a comedy of boomers. Definitely worth checking out.
Alex, how have you survived so long working under your real name? I mean, the left must
are very stupid. They're very stupid and incompetent, and they don't understand. If I'm under my real name, there's a reason. There's a reason. So if you try this kind of stuff, it's probably going to backfire. Anyway, guys, I had a great time. See you later.
Thanks so much.
Have
for
a good
coming
one,
on,
Mr.
Alex.
McNabb.
Matt, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
okay.
Marveling everything.
Do you have any thoughts on the past few hours? I mean, you're getting, Sorry, Matt. Any thoughts on the past few hours?
Well, I mean, it was worth getting out of bed for. It's actually about 10 to 11 here. I wish Mr. Goad luck with his brain tumor. I hope that Sturzinger doesn't do to him what she did to me, but given Goad's own history with BPD women, that's extremely unlikely. And everyone have a Merry Christmas, I guess.
I haven't taken the time to read all these text messages, but I feel like I know you pretty well, and there's just no way that you would try to whip up an Antifa crowd to shut down an Ed Coulter event.
Edwin Osland did everything, and he already confessed to it. You know, my mistake was even getting involved. But the thing is, this was already made public 2 months ago, and nobody really cared then, and nobody cares now. You know, the smackhead is just using it because part of his vendetta against me. Because he's and you know he can't even stay on track on that. He always circles back to Sturzinger because he's obsessed with her. He's in love with her. He doesn't want to admit it. And if you look at his own history, I mean, shit magnet. He got covered the BPD woman who abused him so badly he ended up going to prison for it. So he's just repeating history. You know, I would hope that he learns his lesson, but I'm not optimistic. Not at his age.
And do you regret debating him for 3 hours, or was that a good opportunity, or what are your reflections on that?
So. I mean, it was a massive waste of my time, but it really hasn't hurt me in any substantive fashion. I mean, my YouTube channel continues to grow. Terror House Magazine continues to grow. A bunch of people really decided they hated Goad after that. So, if anything, he just hurt himself. And he's continuing to hurt himself by even bringing this up. You see in the chat when he started ranting about it, people were like, "This is drama. We don't care," or they're openly antagonistic towards Goad promoting a story that's obviously fake in an attempt to get at me. So you know, it's pretty.
Matt Forney, you monstrous faggot.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right, but it's like whatever. It's like all internet drama. It's going to eventually be forgotten.
And what's the latest with Terror House Magazine, Matt?
Oh, we're getting, like I said, traffic is exploding. We actually hit 10,000 Twitter followers today, and then went up to 1,100. We've got a bunch of great new submissions coming in. Terror House Press will hopefully be rolling out in the next month, with our first project being the reprint of Andy Nowicki's Heart Killer. And things are going just swimmingly. I've had more time to put into working on the site, because I don't have any actual paid work at the moment. In terms of, I'm getting a reprieve because it's Christmas, so I'm going to be working on that through the next couple of weeks. And I'd like to thank everyone who's following it, reading it, sending in work, and sharing. And I also like to thank my co-editors Glon and Calvin Westra for making it the massive success that it is.
Having participated in some internet blood sports, what are your views on the medium and where it might go in the future?
Internet blood sports is kind of already dead. I mean, as a genre, I'd say it flamed out in April with the whole conflict with Baked Alaska, and then JF and Andy Worski turning on each other. It'll flare up.
If I may add to that, excuse me, Matt. If I may add to that, Mr. Ford, I would have to agree with Matt here that absolutely blood sports as a genre of medium is largely dead. The sort of internet-based debate that was not very structured is sort of gone, and now live streams, which you have been participating in for quite a time, seem to be making an emergence as the new preferred form of media for the sort of dissident right-wingers of this country.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Blood sports kind of, it's all about inflaming emotions and drama and stuff. And yeah, you can do that from time to time, but attempting to turn it into a genre, it burned itself out fast, because as soon as, when you're in an environment where people are encouraged to go at each other's throats, eventually it's just going to end up turning on in and on itself. And that's basically what happened with April, when everyone went up against Baked Alaska. JF went up against Worski, and now we're seeing the last embers of it with.
How you guys doing? I'm Borzoi Boriskovich. Just want to tell you guys to subscribe to the Zoomercast.
I keep getting kicked every time I call Forney a fat faggot.
Well, yeah, and to finish my sentence, the big thing happening now is that Tonka Saw is going to be fighting Andy Worski for real in a ring, or I don't know. It just seems like so much artificial drama, So as a genre, like I said, it's kind of had its day. It had its purpose, and like every other fad, things have moved on.
It's funny. I began tonight with the most honorable of intentions, Matt. I was just laying out various forms of illogical argument, including ad hominem, and I was just kind of detailing them. And I just got this insight that I wanted to get Jim Goad on. Jim and I have been friends for about 16 years. So after an hour on the fine points of logical and honorable debate, I bring Jim on, and then it just spirals from there. And so I had the most honorable of intentions when I started streaming tonight, and then it just became a bloodbath.
Yeah. Well, it was entertaining, at least. I mean, people are already saying greatest live stream ever, so you get to hang that up on your wall.
Yeah, it was entertaining, and I think there was also a lot of quality among the mudslinging. There were also some important rejoinders back and forth.
And I would have to say, but isn't that just illustrative of sort of the state of man? I mean, we lust for chaos, don't we?
Yes.
It's so prototypical. It's almost instinctual that we see something beautiful and we have to destroy it. As with so many other species of animals that have lived on this planet, and we are responsible for the deaths of millions. And not just for the sake of food, for survival, but for the sheer joy we get out of destroying something pure and beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a fallen world, Matt. I'm sure you don't disagree with that. I'm not even a Christian, but I think the doctrine of original sin has some insights into the human condition.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's like the Bible says, human beings are doomed to, sin without God. I think you could even just secularize that concept into natural law. If you're not following natural law, you're going to have a pretty rough time. As Robert Ringer put it in Winning Through Intimidation, if you deny reality, it automatically works against you. You can cheat it for a little while. Most people can. But eventually reality just catches up to you, catches up to your lies, your distortions, your degenerate behavior, whatever. I try to live my life in accordance to natural law as best I can. I don't always succeed. None of us can. Like I said, we're all fallen. But I try.
And Matt, who do you think, if anyone, will have the hardest time getting over tonight's stream?
Probably Jim, just because he never gets over anything. He just seems to be very spiteful, and he's got an enemies list longer than Richard Nixon's. He's going after everyone who even slightly criticizes him online. I'm sure he's gonna in his podcast now. He's going to go off on me again, thinking it's going to affect me. He's not going to have a good Christmas.
But isn't it nice to have such free rent inside someone's head? Isn't it?
It's beautiful. I mean, I kind of wish he'd move on and find something else, but it's just not his character. No, it isn't.
The Schadenfreude of sorts, correct?
Oh, it's amusing, yeah. Particularly considering that, like I said, it's all over a woman who abused me and manipulated her way through life. So I don't have to do anything to Jim. He's just he's just headed for yet another massive conflagration in his life. And it doesn't look like he's going to avert from that course. And I wish him luck with it.
To me, Jim, Mr. Goad, truly represents the Hobbes quote, correct? On the natural state of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's welcome Big Cat Kayla into the stream. Kayla.
Hi everyone. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, Kayla.
Hello.
Hi there.
Oh, hello. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking.
Oh, that's good. That's great. No, I was just listening. I tuned out for a little bit, came back, but okay. So I've heard a lot about Forney. Not great things, I'll say it, but like, what is your thing? What is this thing with the pickup artist, or kind of like, are you a charmer type?
I was never a pickup artist. That's something Goad keeps repeating. That's not true. I was involved in the Manosphere years ago. I've written some things with regards to the whole male-female whatever, but I never regarded myself as a pickup artist because, well, number one, that term is fucking gay. Number two, I've never claimed to be an expert with women. I've never claimed to be some sort of seducer. I've never really had a problem with women in general. My issue has been finding women who are I find attractive and who aren't crazy. Yeah, that pretty much describes my involvement in all this.
Well, I get it, not wanting to find a woman that's crazy. Do you attract crazy women a lot?
Well, we've been going over, Goad and me have been going over the details of a particular crazy woman who just won't get out of my life. So, yeah, unfortunately. I haven't really had a problem since I came to Europe, so I think it's in part a function of the culture.
Why'd you decide to go to Europe?
It was a couple years ago. I wanted to visit. I've never been to Europe before, and I wanted to just kind of get out of the U.S. for a while. I was friends with Daniel Freeberg of Arctos, and I worked for his site as a reporter on the election for the 2016 election. And we became friends, and he slowly convinced me to move to Budapest because it's so awesome. The women are great, the culture is wonderful, and I figured, and I wanted to get out of Chicago. That's where I was living, so I just pulled the trigger and that's how I ended up in Europe. I was in Hungary, and now I'm in Georgia, the ex-Soviet Republic.
I figured you moved there to leverage your American citizenship to actually get laid. Maybe that's just me.
That's part of it, but that's not as easy as it sounds. Trust me. Particularly in Hungary, there are more foreigners crawling the streets of Budapest every day.
Matt, maybe that is the reason that Nick is so high-strung and wound up tight is the fact that he still lives in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, I love Nick. You know, he's a great guy, and he's got good personal reasons for doing what he's doing. But I don't know. From my perspective, I wouldn't be able to live with my parents. I mean, I get why he's doing it.
Wait, are you digging him? Are you digging on him too, dude? Is there anybody you don't attack? Like, holy shit, man!
He's a great guy, but I mean, he's a fantastic dude. But
well, I'm just looking at it from my perspective.
Just honest. I'm really honest.
I left my parents. I moved out when I was 18, and I never looked back. You know, so it's a different mindset between me and Nick. So I'm not going to judge him for it.
I'm waiting for the but. But okay, all right. I mean, have you had luck with any Hungarian women or Georgian women?
I don't discuss the details of my sexual life anymore, just because.
Well, I can understand why you don't anymore.
Well, when I did, it was a very bad move that backfired on me in spectacular fashion. But let's just say I haven't had any struggles here. You know, it's just an issue of Americanization is creeping in everywhere, even in places like Ukraine. So I just end up moving further and further east to places that have fewer American or British tourists and less Americanization.
So eventually, you'll end up in China. Eventually,
I'll be living in a yurt in Mongolia.
Yeah, let me ask Kayla a question. Kayla, let's just say that Matt Forney is the most pathetic man who ever lived. Does this make his arguments any? This isn't a put down of Matt. I'm just asking a question. Does that make his arguments, the points that he makes about politics or society, any less valid if he were, let's say, the most pathetic man who ever lived? Kayla?
I mean, you have to take anyone's criticisms with a grain of salt, but look at if someone is criticizing society and criticizing everyone around them and every institution around them, and they can't even form themselves to be a functioning individual, I'd say that it takes away from their argument.
Brindlefly, let's say that Matt is the most pathetic man who ever lived with regard to women. Does this make his arguments any less valid?
He could be right in the way that a broken clock is right twice a day. That would be, and I think that a lot of, just to speak to the specific example, some of the things Matt and I have talked about, I think personal vendettas and the motivations to take down people play into a person's credibility. I mean, conflict of interest always comes into play when it comes to evaluating people's statements, particularly ones that are not easily verifiable.
Matt, you see what I'm trying to do here? I don't like all the personal attacks on this show. I don't like them against you. I don't like them against Jim. I just don't like them. And so from where I'm coming from, Matt, and I certainly don't believe you're the most pathetic person who ever lived with regard to him. But even if you were, to me, that makes no difference in regarding your arguments about matters of politics or society or culture or religion. Matt, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but most people aren't like that. Most people are very emotion-driven and allow personal biases and whatnot to cloud that. And I'm not going to deny that I do that as well. Brundlefly has a point with regards to the vendettas.
Well, you see, Matt, it all starts at home, correct?
Yes.
So when I say clean your room, it's not necessarily meaning to go clean your own room. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that you have to master your own life. Read. Work out. It all starts with you. Be the change you want to see in the world, according to Gandhi. But that's a little broad, correct? So what we're talking about here is that self-improvement, a reinvigorating of sort of the traditional activities that men have enjoyed for years. Men used to have a room in their house called the study. This has been replaced by the man cave. But for many, many years, men had a study and there were books in there. And it was a very nice, quiet place where a man could read and learn and expand his mind. And men were very active back then. We were hunting. We were riding horses. We were fishing. We were going on nature walks. We were reconnecting with the earth as a whole. And this has largely been lost in Western society. And so cleaning your room is really the first step into becoming the master of your own life. And once you have done that, it extends to your family, your own personal life. You begin meeting people and you influence these people to behave in a way that best reflects the traditions and the aspirations of our ancestry. Correct?
I can't argue with you there.
And so,
that's good. Sorry, Jordan. Finish your point, Jordan.
And so this will expand ever more outward. So you eventually settle down, you meet a woman, you have children, and you raise your family with these ideas. And then it extends to your community, right? You help out those that are less fortunate for the simple virtue of being a very helpful person. Charity is not something we do out of necessity. This is a detriment to us, right? That is the whole point behind charity, is that it makes you feel altruistic, because it is altruism. And as these people interact with you and you begin to create these relationships, you can influence them to start also aspiring to these ideals and attitudes that you have in your own personal life. So it all starts with you. Clean your room.
Yeah, let's go to Halsey English. Halsey, what's going on, man?
What's up, buddy? I hear you got a bit of a mess tonight.
It was incredible, but do you have any thoughts on anything?
No, I'm just listening. This is actually quite entertaining. I jumped on as soon as my stream ended, and man, you're being rated by all kinds of crazy people. You got Jordan Lobster Peterson here, some people I haven't seen in months, but wow, what a fun night.
Let's get Pax Americana in here, if you can unmute and tell us what's on your mind this evening, Pax.
How are you, Mr. Ford?
Well, thank you.
I was kind of hoping you'd ask me that same question about what's his face, and if you would have, give me 1 second.
Okay, so
classic Pax, spot on with everything, aren't you, Paxington? Well, I mean, haven't asked you, Luke. How's your night doing? How are you doing?
Had a great night. Had an incredible show. I mean, it was just hilarious and amazing, and I just let it run.
Good. It's always nice just to kind of let things go off the rails once in a while. I mean, sure, it's very hard to get a train back on the rails, but just enjoy it while it goes.
Well, Kayla, in Latin, they have a specific phrase for this kind of free-flowing discussion. It's called verbo tempestas.
Oh, it's like a word storm.
Yes, a word storm, and the conversation is allowed to go where the conversation may go, with occasional corrections here and there. But this free-flowing discussion really provides us with some great opportunities to learn new things. This is the
if you named a show after that, I bet you could probably get like 10 people to watch it,
or get put on the Heel Turn Network. There, Bucko.
I know, and even then, still like 10 people watching.
Oh, about 670.
Close though.
Very close.
Brindle, any highlights tonight for you, Brindle?
Oh, well, there's just, it's interesting, Matt, because, and I would say that I can now, I sort of feel, I can empathize with how Matt feels to be sort of rejected by the man, and I got to say, though, I don't really feel the need to, now attack everything he does, whereas...
Don't kick me, bro. Don't kick me. I'm not going to be bad.
Yeah, Dingo will be fine. Dingo's fine.
Okay.
No, but so Richard blocked me for sending him that invite, and I don't really get it. I mean, Luke, you know damn well I've come on here how many times and argued with you and Rodney and Kevin and whomever else, trying to explain him, and it just feels, I'm not really feeling great about the unrequited loyalty, but I don't think I'm gonna spend a bunch of airtime now turning all the way around and trying to destroy the man like Matt would.
Whoa.
Well, I'm not trying to destroy him. He's doing a pretty good job of that on his own. I'm just commenting on dumb things he does.
I feel like people who criticize are open to criticism, no?
Well, yeah, I think so too.
I mean, I'm sorry that he blocked you, dude. That really does suck.
I mean, I don't really. I mean, to be honest, the funny thing is, the truth is that it really doesn't surprise me because there is quite a bit of truth to a lot of what people say. I just have been sort of hopeful that he would turn it around.
Well, that's fair. You look to see. We all generally, if we're normal, look to see the best in people. We want to see their qualities. We want to see what's good in them.
Looks like Brundle gave Spencer the benefit of the doubt, and that didn't work out too well for him. Shame.
Yeah, it's like pretty much it.
Well, he's always free to come on and explain himself. Personally, I think if I just am allowed to have 30 seconds to just quickly talk about this stream, I think this ultimately confirms the sort of Žižekian view of the right or the far right as about being this sort of kind of cathartic, kind of futurist, all about like action and violence and destruction and tearing down, and that kind of disproves this personality type of like the authoritarian right winger. Like in reality, there's almost this kind of anarchistic spirit to a lot of the right, and I think this was a fascinating stream. Thanks, Mr. Ford.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Dingo, what did you think of what you heard?
Dingo.
Which part? The Irony Bros part?
Any of it.
The
Irony Bros in particular, because that guy's all I know is I didn't even have a chance to listen to it. All I know is they were doing some stream about me last night. And when I saw he was on, I didn't want to miss my opportunity to come on and confront him. But yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Irony Bros. They think that if they laugh while you talk, they win. And that's basically all I've got to say about those queers.
I thought they were hilarious. I mean, I'm not going to support everything they said. Like, I think a lot of it was cruel and wrong. What they said to Jim, like killing his wife, and like the 2 hours that we spent on Jim and getting paid $5 for receiving oral sex, but it was very funny.
Well, when they go low, you got to kick them in the nuts. Sometimes some people just don't understand the language of anything other than personal insults.
So Matt, are you a fan of the Irony Bros? Because you were on there last night. About me.
Well, I'm becoming friends with Beardson and Hubris and whatnot. They put out good content. They're entertaining people, and they've generally been right about the whole, alt-right thing, and they've been right about the influence of women in the movement. So, I get that. I understand why they're not everyone's cup of tea, but they're a force for good, I'd say.
Wait,
they've been right about what?
No, because you mumbled. You were like, "Oh, they were right about." So, like,
my bad. It's I've not gotten any sleep.
Yeah,
but basically, they were right about the alt right and the direction it went. They're right about people like Richard Spencer and Mike Enoch.
Be more specific.
He also said, "and women in the movement." He said that too.
Well, trad thoughts like Karen McCarthy, who just came in to sow discord and divide people. They were correct to call them out. They were correct to point out that people like Spencer and Enoch had no position being leaders and would just ruin people. They've been right more often than they've been wrong.
Can we break that down about Enoch ruining people?
Sorry, you cut out there.
I said, can we break that down about Enoch ruining people? Like, what example are you talking about?
Well, he's basically ever since he got doxxed, he's been alongside. He's been a lot like Spencer and getting people to get involved in all these deleterious and optically bad movements. Like Enoch participated in and hung out with the Traditionalist Worker Party. He went to stuff like Pikeville and that other event down in Tennessee with the black-clad neo-Nazi goons, the horrible optics.
We keep getting back to this optics thing, right? I get it. You want to be critical, because there's something to criticize. I get that, right? You shouldn't be donning a swastika and a Stahlhelm. I understand. But then you'll have people that look like trying to be nice, Luke, trying to be nice. You'll have people that look at you and say, dude, I get it. You're not wearing a swastika. You're not donning a Stahlhelm. You're bad optics.
Well,
right?
I'm not going around and urging people to behave in the same way that I do. I'm not urging people to go and behave in ways that are harmful to them just so I can make money off them.
You have to change, right? Like,
well, how do you know I'm not changing? You know, my biggest sin is that I'm overweight. Okay, Mike Enoch's biggest sin is that he's helped ruin numerous people's lives through involvement in stuff like Pikeville and Charlottesville and whatnot. No one's gotten fired or made unemployable because of things I've done or said.
Guys, people listening, if you're familiar with the feeling that's running through your body right now, it's the same feeling you watch when you watch the freaking news. You can't just say things and then not explain them. You just keep repeating, well, he's ruined lives. He's ruined lives. Why? Because he went somewhere that other people went and it went bad because the state will not let us gather. How's that on Enoch?
Because he should recognize that doing those things is stupid. Okay, it's not fair that we can't that something what happened to Unite the Right at Charlottesville. That's not fair that happened. It's not fair that the state colluded against it, that the media colluded against it. It's not fair that someone like Alex McNabb may lose his job because of how he exercises free speech. I agree; those are bad things. However, we have to deal with reality. We have to deal with facts. We don't have the power to reverse any of these things right now. We could have that power in the future, but we're not going to get it by just marching around, throwing off Roman salutes, talking about terrorizing black kids with oversized needles on podcasts. We're not going to get it. None of that is productive. None of that is productive. And the people who engage in this behavior, when they're called on it, they just double down. People like Spencer double down. To his credit, Enoch has and the right stuff in general has pulled away from some of the stuff, so I give them credit for that. But I mean, again, it's not fair. Again, we should be upset over what happened at Charlottesville. We should be upset at people getting fired from their jobs, etc. But we have to behave like we're living in the Soviet Union, and we have to adjust because we don't have the power to overthrow the system right now. We don't have the power to. We have to work quietly in the shadows, gather our strength, be prudent. And not take stupid risks.
You see, the modern gulag is the unemployment line. That is a very apt metaphor for the analogy you drew to us living in the Soviet Union.
Yes, it's not fair, but we have to watch what we do. We have to be careful. We can't be it's not 2016 anymore. We can't be irresponsible, dropping the N-word, and doing stuff, behaving like we did back then. I missed that era. Okay, that was fun. Okay, 2016, just trolling liberal journalists, trolling people to tears. Just memeing on all these dumb idiots in the mainstream media, just memeing on the left. That was all great. That was fantastic. I'd love to be able to still do that, but we can't. The reality is that, at any time, all of us could be deplatformed from, not just social media or places like YouTube, but payment processors and fucking banks, rendered unemployable, blacklisted, blackballed. In order to cope with it.
Ask a question.
Go right ahead.
You kind of on here for a second. I don't want to get too far away from the thing. Here's the thing about a lot of the stuff you're saying. All right, I know you don't know anything about me, and coincidentally, I don't know anything about you either. I have heard your name mentioned a lot, to be fair, but I don't know anything about you at all. But I've lost 2 jobs over this stuff, right? And it was a Facebook video I made over 2 adult black women beating up a 15-year-old white girl. Now, in this video, I never dropped any racial slurs or anything like that, but I got fired. Now, I know not to make a video like that again, but until that point, I'd never seen anybody get fired for making a video saying, hey, abusing children is bad, even when it's white children, right? And Charlottesville was one of those things. Never before in any of our lives have we seen the state, literally use their foot to stomp out the First Amendment publicly like that. So you can sit here and armchair quarterback it all you like, but nobody could have predicted the state police were going to do what they did in Charlottesville. And even though we had great optics, right, which should satisfy your propensities here, they sent somebody in with a brand new Nazi flag just so they could use that picture all over the place. So I'm just kind of wondering, if I backtracked your advice, how the fuck it would have helped a bit at Charlottesville. Please help me out here.
Well, if I may say something real quick, the simple fact of the matter is they're going to deplatform you and try to make you lose your job. Period. That's a fact. It's going to happen.
Yeah, the alt-righter says they're going to call you a pedophile anyway as he tapes a free candy sign to the side of his windowless van.
No. The thing about it is, look at what happened to Gavin McInnes. He literally shoved a fucking toy up his ass, and he virtue signaled so hard, and he still got deplatformed and fired.
Yeah, but Nick Fuentes brought this up when he was here. People, normies, generally supported Gavin McInnes. Like, they thought they saw him as a wronged figure. Compared to someone like Richard Spencer, like again, Nick Fuentes already brought this point up. When Spencer started getting deplatformed from places, people either didn't care at all or they thought it was a good thing. That is why optics matters. That is why how you comport yourself matters. Like, The big thing that people who criticize optics cucking, as they call it, don't understand is that if they think that optics cucking is to impress the left or to impress the media. It's not. It's to impress normies. It's to impress the moderate middle, the people who aren't necessarily ideologically committed to one side or the other, but can be convinced. Compare someone like Alex Jones, for example. Alex Jones has been deplatformed from everywhere. But that was seen as a major injustice by people because Alex Jones is beloved by everyone. Everyone from boomers to zoomers loves him. He's a popular figure. No one thinks he's that controversial. I mean,
Matt and Dingo, this is my final point as I need to leave here fairly soon. But as I said earlier, it all begins with you. Clean your room. And it's about creating these interpersonal relationships and sort of showing them the way. Live and lead by example. Once you are the master of your life, the captain of your ship, then those whom you bring into your ship, sort of the lifestyle that you lead, these people will then also try to live that way. And I think that is the most important takeaway that we're getting from both of these theses that you have. Master your own ship, master your own life, clean your room, and that will lead you down the path of success. And Mr. Halsey, I know we didn't get to interact too much, but it was lovely being on a stream with you. I wish you the best. Have a good night, all.
Thank you, my friend.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks. You're better than the actual Jordan Peterson.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is, like, there's a lot of legitimate things about what people are calling optics cucking. Sometimes people say the words optics cucking, and it's not cucking at all. It's just presenting yourself, in a good manner, of course. But you can't say, and therefore you have to do nothing. We should be quietly trying people on the internet. Well, we tried that. They're kicking us off every single we inhabited. Then they stopped payment processors for us. People are getting kicked from bank accounts, dude. Like, what do you want us to do? There has to be something we can do. So, I mean, if you want to criticize everything, that's one thing, Mr. Matt. But tell us what to do if the criticism is that horrible.
Well, the thing about it too is you talk about optics, but Antifa is universally hated by most boomers and fucking normies, but yet they can still protest and do anything they want to with pretty much impunity. And they have shitty optics.
I don't know if I agree with you on that. I think that most normies don't even know who Antifa is. I think that they've seen a couple things and they just assume that there's some bad apples in that group, the same as there's bad apples in any. I don't think that the media has done anything to expose people as to what Antifa really is.
Well, in regards to what you can do, I mean, I don't position myself as a leader or anything. I've removed myself from this as much as possible because I don't think I'm fit to be a leader of anyone. I'm cognizant of my own limitations, but I suggested a roadmap for what the alt-right should have been doing, or the dissident right could still do, actually, and probably should do, if you don't want the left to take total control in a couple of years. Now, instead of having tiki torch rallies, instead of having these big show-off events that don't really accomplish anything and really aren't possible without institutional state support, I would have suggested that the right following Trump's election, start getting involved with the GOP at the local level, infiltrate it, run for precinct chair, make favors, phone bank for candidates, recruit nationalist candidates to run in primaries, run for office yourself, county councilor, city councilor, mayor, state legislature. If the alt-right had done that instead of the tiki torch stuff starting in 2016, we could have an alt-right caucus in Congress right now. And I know this for a fact because the Democratic Socialists of America did this. They went from being a fringe joke of a group in 2016 to having tons of people in state legislatures, tons of people in city councils and mayors, and having a little congressional caucus with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and those other two minority women.
Okay, let's pause there. Let's pause right there. Where does the money come from to recruit these people, to run them in the GOP? And what happens whenever they have to sign the contract with AIPAC? Do we tell them to cuck? Do we tell them to not sign it and not get any donations? How does that entire mechanism work, dude? Because saying it sounds great, but I think you and I both know, right, that there's a whole hell of a lot more to it than that. So please walk me through the intricacies of subverting the GOP, a multi-million-dollar infrastructure.
Well, I'd say number one, the nationalist agenda is far more popular. I mean, we even saw this in this election. The places where the Republicans took the least amount of losses was in the Midwest compared to the South or the West. The place that was the most receptive to Trump's agenda and the place that he flipped in 2016 and enabled him to win. So you have momentum on your side, number one. Number two, a lot of these, some reality is a lot of these cucks, the more establishment GOP types, they have no real convictions. Okay, they want a comfortable life in terms of making money, and they can be bought off. They can be supported. They can be overwhelmed through grassroots support. It's like, again, I go back to the example of the Democratic Socialists of America. They didn't have any money either, and yet they're flexing enough muscle within the Democratic Party to make universal health care, abolish ICE, the Green New Deal, plausible policy planks in the future Democratic Party organization. The alt-right, any alt-right organization could have replicated this. And people keep saying, well, it's not electorally viable. You have someone like Steve King, who basically is arguably more based than Trump. I mean, he's a dude who openly endorsed Faith Goldie in the Toronto mayoral race. He praises people like Viktor Orban and Sebastian Kurz. He's openly said, we can't restore our civilization with someone else's babies. And despite the GOP establishment hating him and even cutting support to his re-election campaign, he still won re-election. This is possible. It just hasn't been tried.
Let me ask you a question about the Democratic Socialists of America. You mentioned them, and I think on the surface that's a pretty good comparison. It sure sounds like one if you don't think about it whatsoever. But let me ask you a question. The Democratic Socialists of America, they push the far left wing of what we know today as the political spectrum, correct? I mean, they push everything the Democratic Party pushes except worse, okay? They push more immigration, illegal and legal. They push more socialism, more communist-type policies. Now, what kind of people and policies do the media give good coverage to? You don't have to answer. I'll answer. That kind, okay? So it's not hard for them to start clamoring about what the media already loves, right, which is things that's going to destroy this country. And then the media pick it up. And then that leads to funding. That leads to credibility, pressure for the politicians that are already in the Congress. How do we replicate that whenever the media is the opposite with us? They hate us. They encourage every company to shut us down. How is this the same?
How much influence do you think the media really has over most Americans? Most people, like normie people, most people don't care about CNN. They hate it. They're going to places like InfoWars. That's how this whole alternative media got started.
CNN. It's also InfoWars, Fox, and I mean, it can't be replicated for us. We have to do something completely new.
Okay. What is your plan for something completely new? Because everyone who's criticized the whole, we can't operate in conventional politics. The GOP must be destroyed. They don't have any kind of plan. Like Richard Spencer goes off about the GOP must be destroyed for a true pro-white alternative to emerge. He has no clue how to go about doing this. He has no clue how to build anything that would result from the GOP's destruction. It's basically like it's the underpants gnome theory of politics. Like step one, destroy the COP. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. They've got nothing. Like, they've got absolutely nothing. They're just political nihilists who don't want to do the hard work. A lot of the people in the alt-right, I mean, we tasted victory with Trump in 2016. We had that taste of sweet taste of the agenda going our way for once. But a lot of people just seem to think that Daddy Trump would take care of everything, and that they wouldn't have to do anything at all, which is completely wrong. Trump got into office through sheer force of personality and through offering a policy platform that the majority of Americans supported, or at least a large enough plurality to get him into office. It was incumbent upon his supporters to build the infrastructure necessary to help him propel his goals through. But nobody wanted to do that, And again, the alt-right is not the only group that's guilty of this. Like the QAnon boomers are just as egregious, Trust the plan, everything's working out just fine. While the Democrats just take, don't do anything and don't vote, don't do anything while the Democrats just retake control of every corner of government. And there's just a lot of people in the distant right who just don't want to do the unglamorous work of supporting all these of this. I mean, phone banking for candidates isn't it's not glamorous. Okay, it's kind of sucky work. And during 2016, when I was working as a political journalist, I also volunteered to work as a election judge, a Republican election judge on election day. I put my money where my mouth is. It wasn't a huge deal, but I did what I could. Just exerting a tiny bit of influence can pay dividends. Again, I go back to Steve King, a guy who keeps getting reelected, running on openly ethno-nationalist positions, despite organized money interests trying to take him down. There's no reason why you couldn't have more Steve Kings in more congressional districts or even on the senatorial level. Someone like Paul Nealon, before he decided to go insane, he had a very real chance of becoming Paul Ryan's successor. Paul Nealon could have done that if he had spent a couple of years after his first loss networking with the GOP precincts in his local area, getting up his name recognition, hammering Paul Ryan, important to his voter base, and just in general presenting an optical face of nationalism. But no, he didn't do that. He decided to go full 1488, screaming about Jews to appeal to a very small but vocal audience on the internet. And the results of that is that he not only lost the primary a second time, he got fewer votes and placed worse than in 2016 when he was a total unknown.
Let's get a new friend in here. New friend, if you can unmute. Okay, you're muted. Let's get Bob in here then. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, people. All right. Yeah, I was just going to say, you guys are still working? Not? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Good.
All right. I'm saying that you guys are not going for the right audience, because those so-called normies who make up the majority of the population are people that don't care. They don't give a shit about anything other than their personal safety, comfort, and just anything else than that, dealing with survival. And the system, or the incumbent government, they sell these ideas that they do as things that will lead to that. And they show them, yes, we can provide all these nice things for you. And that's how they keep the normies under their control. And the normies keep themselves under control anyways. What we from my sort of crowd call it is the lemming principle. They act like lemmings, sorry. Yeah. But the people that actually drive society that change society in any meaningful way are the thinkers. They're the minority of people that drive things. And those are the people that are in Congress or, can sell anything to people, to get ahead. And we have to appeal to other people that are thinkers. And that's the people that you want to get into like the government or something like that if you're going to go that route. Though I don't believe at all that you can infiltrate the government as it is right now, because it's like they've been assassinating people for decades now. Look at Rockwell, he was doing really well. And then they had some dude go and shoot him. Whole fiasco. But I don't know, just that's something for you guys to consider. And
Yeah, that's great.
It's more a thing that you have to. What? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I had some bandwidth issues a long time ago.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let's just say he's the most pathetic man who ever lived. I like that.
Okay.
You should have been specific, because I mean, there's been a lot of guys on the stream, so I don't know which one's the most pathetic. We'll never know, I guess. Damn.
I mean, just to give some pushback, the Democratic Socialists of America was funded by the Young Turks. It was funded by Tom Steyer. They were given millions before they even registered their 501c3. So, I mean, they were well funded from day one.
Well, that's fair.
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, there's no reason why the dissident right couldn't have organized. There's a lot of people who are, I mean, Alex Jones, Gavin McInnes, all these people add in smaller alt-right things. There's tons of money going around here. There's no reason why this organization could not have been set up on the dissident right. It wasn't due to just really, poor strategizing on the part of the dissident right's leadership.
Kayla, what's been going on your channel? You've had a lot of big names.
Oh, I've been taking a break for, I don't know, definitely this month, and for the most part of November as well. So we'll get started doing shows again in January, but for the most part, I've just been taking it easy, focusing on IRL things and so forth. So just balance.
Okay. Matt, you talked about Tara McCarthy trying to divide and not doing any good. What do you mean? Can you be more specific, Matt?
Well, there are forces who claim that she's on the payroll of MI5 and is a deliberate government agent trying to subvert the dissident right. I don't necessarily buy that, but her behavior from day one has just been classic subversion. She spends all this time trying to it's a pattern established with a lot of women. They'll enter into a primarily male-dominated space. This happens in the manosphere. It happens to the alt-right. They'll be like, "Oh, I really agree with you guys and stuff. I'm really passionate about saving the white race, but you got to change this, this, and this because it's misogynistic and it's not. It makes my it hurts me. Something like that." That's exactly what she did. She was complaining about misogyny. She was complaining about anti-woman attitudes in the alt-right, trying to divide and conquer, getting men to play let's you and him fight because half the men would criticize her rightly and the other half would be like, gallant white knights jumping to her aid. And then you look into McCarthy's own history. She used to be identified as bisexual and apparently had some sort of freewheeling lifestyle in the Philippines with some dude, and she bragged about hiding in his Lambo to because she was helping him cheat on his wife, etc. And then mere months before she became an alt-right personality, she had a channel, Socialist Vegan or something, where she identifies as a socialist. And an anti-natalist, talking about how she never wanted to have kids because she believed having kids is, destructive to the environment. And then a few months later, all of a sudden, she's all alt-right about saving Western civilization. That's someone at best you can say about that person is that they're just unstable and untrustworthy.
Okay.
At worst, they're absolute infiltrators.
Would you say that women are weaker minded and generally speaking, # not all, I get it. We can, we don't need to parse those things out. Would you say that generally they're weaker mind and needed to be led?
I would not trust the vast majority of women in leadership positions. Well, first off,
I'm not saying leadership positions. I'm saying, do you believe that women are weaker minded than men and need to be led, right? Ideologically led.
I would say led, yes, because that's it's pretty weird for a trad movement to be putting women in positions of power. Women.
Wait, who's this? Okay, no, because people do this all the time. They say it's pretty bad for them to do this or a woman to do that, and I always just like to say, well, who's the woman, right? Who's this person? Who are they? If we're not talking about specifics, then let's be very clear. We are talking about generalizations.
Okay, in general, I don't think women should be involved in politics. I've seen it happen over and over again. They're not suited for it. I wouldn't necessarily use the word weaker-minded, but
weaker-willed.
Weaker-willed would be better. Yes, they're very flighty. They're very emotional. They're very divisive, and their mere presence just causes conflict among men.
So the fact that Tara McCarthy was being led in one direction, gets exposed to another part of society, and then gets led in that direction, you think that that's suspicious?
I think it's deeply suspicious, and that's not necessarily related to women. I would distrust a man who also had the same kind of ideological flip, because people can change their politics. I mean, there are plenty of leftists who have gone to the right and vice versa. But it's usually a gradual process with most people. You don't abandon a long-held belief system just overnight or over a short period of time. For people who do, it indicates either, like I said, mental imbalance or like zealotry. And if someone abandons a belief system very quickly, then that means they could just as easily abandon the one that they currently have. They can just flip. And I've seen this with certain individuals over time. They just they get an idea in their head, and then they run off with that. Then they move on to the next one. You simply can't trust people like that. I'd say the higher percentage of them are women than men, but in general, it's something to be avoided.
Okay, I want to get Dashing Rogue in here. Dashing, what's on your mind this evening?
Well, I just want to say that was a very interesting chat with Goad and with Matt. And I really want to say I don't know if Goad's heart was in the right place or not, but I kind of want to lead on the fact that he might have, but he really doesn't understand that Anne Surging, I guess it's Anne, I guess we'll call her, this woman in question, she has a history of this, a prior history. And it could very well be that Goad's very passionate, because that much is true. He's leading with his heart. His heart's in it. But, I mean, we don't know. There is a police report, but whenever you go out to, even if there's no arrest or no perpetrator or no crime, there's always going to be a police report. So that's something that we'll have to just wait on. But I will say this also. I think the Irony Bros really are useful for sorting out the riffraff. Notice how Goad just kept feeding them. He kept feeding the trolls, so to speak. That kind of gives you an idea of what type of person you're dealing with. He just kept going on and on. You probably could have done it for 12 hours straight if it kept going. Right. I will say that I said a couple of times before, there is some sort of subversion going on in the alt-right. When it comes to, I don't want to say satanic influence, but there is a subversion going on. We know that Spencer's woman is a Satanist, LaVeyan Satanist, I should say. There's a long history of Satanism and white nationalism working together hand in hand. You can look up people like Boyd Rice, the Abraxas Foundation. You can look up a guy named Nick Bogus, whose writing handle was A White Man, the guy who did the Happy Merchant meme. He also is a Satanist. I have some links if you are interested, by the way. I could help collaborate this information if you want.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I want to get Kayla, I want your opinions on what Matt was talking about in the last 10 minutes.
Well, I was trying not to get distracted by the Satanism. But, okay, so, I mean, look at Matt, this is kind of the thing. Like, in an ideal world, right, women won't really have, and I'm saying, look, I agree with you, shouldn't be in leadership. I mean, it kind of.
When you're done, I have a question for Matt regarding what you're talking about. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Welcome back. But at the same time, I mean, because look at the thing is, right, we keep going back to the same thing. Optics, right? You want to put off an appealing face. You want to actually have something that will have mass appeal, right? That won't make you seem like lunatics. And we can agree to that, right? We want something that's appealing. It's not necessarily watered down, but it's nice, right? It has many
appealing. You think trad thoughts are appealing?
Okay, no. See, did I say trad thoughts were appealing?
I mean, tits are great optics.
Yeah, sex does well.
Don't
There
whine.
seems to be a repeating pattern there. Matt seems to be doing a lot of Jewing of people's arguments, and I really don't appreciate it. Why don't you try to be more honest there, fella?
I am being honest.
No, you're not. You're clearly not being honest. Just try it.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I ask you a question, and then you say, well, of course I don't think that this extreme should be, do you think this extreme should be allowed? And I'm like, whoa, how'd we even get down there? How'd we get down the road that far, Matt? You know?
I think he's playing his logic before his grammar.
Fix, there's a bunch of stuff. Support Red Sea as one of the, like when you mount a VM.
What the hell?
Okay. So 5 years ago, Matt, you had a blog.
I have a blog now. Yeah, I have a blog now.
5 years ago, you had another blog where you role-played as a submissive housewife.
Yeah,
remember that? You
yeah,
talked about how a good submissive wife should worship her husband's cock, make him sandwiches. It was clearly a sexual fetish. I just want to ask you, what were you fucking thinking?
I wrote a blog post about that. That whole thing was intended as a prank on the manosphere.
No, they found out. It was your sock puppet account. People found you out. You denied it at first, and they found you out.
What are you talking about? I revealed it in a blog
It was
post.
a sexual fetish. That's what it was. You're a freaky guy. I was asking, what were you thinking?
I wrote that blog to make fun of the manosphere because it was actually
cross-dressing. Were you cross-dressing? That's
what the hell is this shit?
Were you? Because I mean, look, I get it. No, because if you want to talk, and I have no freaking thoughts on Tara, right? One way or the other. I don't know. I've never spoken to her, right? But if you want to talk about somebody's past and you want to say, look at what that person did there, freaking degenerate. They shouldn't be allowed here. They shouldn't be allowed to be giving their opinions in public, not representing this movement. So if this guy's asking you if you were a crossdresser, right, or something we would label in the dissonant right as degenerate.
If
right?
you want to find,
it was clearly a fetish. You're clearly a guy who watches a lot of pornography, and you made a weird fetishistic blog where you pretend.
No, dude. There's a blog post on my site explaining this. It's called "Entering Virginia's Secret Garden."
Explain it.
Yeah, I explained it. There was an issue with fucking manospherians at the time worshiping these red pill women who were coming in and talking about, oh, I'm a submissive wifey. I love giving my husband blowjobs. And they would just give attention on these women, even though they were A, saying nothing original, and B, some of them were cluster B narcissists who were just dividing shit left and right. So I wrote a blog. I wrote a blog to make fun of them and reel them in. And I actually had intent.
You denied that was your blog.
What are you talking about? Why don't you cite an actual a quote where I denied this?
People can find information on Encyclopedia Dramatica. It's all up there.
Suspected of.
It's all up on ED, buddy.
What are you, ED?
Yep, it's all up there.
Oh, that's a super reliable source. How about you again?
Screenshots. We got the screenshots, Matt.
Didn't you just admit this though? Didn't you just admit this?
This is completely untrue. Again, there were some people who suspected me of doing it.
We have the documents. We have the documents.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Luke's trying to cover up for.
Not trying to cover up. You made your point. People can research it. Matt had a post where he was talking about being a submissive housewife. Matt explains it. It was a satire on the men's rights movement. And is that correct, Matt?
Yes. It was. I wrote about it, and I wrote about it from the perspective of this Christian domestic discipline thing because I wanted to make fun of the people who were into that. I wanted to make fun of the people who would believe the contradictory. Oh, I'm a Christian housewife, but I also write about my sex life in graphic detail. And the guy kept cutting me off. But the reason I had planned on doing it a lot longer, but I gave up on it because I actually kind of got nauseated doing it. And I wrote all this down. Seeing like I thought pranking people would be funny in this regard, but it just made me feel like a piece of shit because you get all these desperate guys who are like, oh, I wish I could meet a woman like you. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I shut it down after like a month or so. I think it was a month. And then I just came clean and then wrote about I wrote about it as a sociology experiment. That's basically what it was.
And also, Matt, you would never claim that you've never been a degenerate. I mean, I've certainly acted in a degenerate way. You've acted in a degenerate way. I'd expect that half the people on this hangout or watching this video have at times acted degenerate. Is that correct, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I've never hidden my past. You know, people know me, know what I'm about. I've done and said some pretty heinous shit that I would not say today. But I have gradually realized, you know, as we get older, we get wiser. As we shed and avoid stupid things. I don't claim to have all the answers.
I just have a quick question for the clarification because I'm kind of confused. And just to throw it out there on Front Street, I don't act like some kind of perfect person who's never been degenerate either. So that's not the angle I'm trying to ask here. But did you say that you were writing it from a perspective of like a Christian housewife, kind of like not mocking, but calling out the hypocrisy of Christian people?
I was mocking the hypocrisy of red pill women who would write about their talk about being trad and submissive, but they're writing these blogs and soliciting attention from strange men. Something about that was just very repulsive to me. And, well, I was more repulsed by the men who just fed into it, particularly in the manosphere where there are guys talking about, oh, I'm an alpha male. Oh, I'm spinning plates. Oh, I know how to deal with women. Yet when one of these red pill Christian submissive blogs came around of people writing about their women writing about their sex, married women writing about their sex lives in great detail, all these men would just follow their feet and be like, oh, I wish I could find a woman like you. You're so wonderful. It was really nauseating in behavior, and it kind of showed that a lot of them were just utter frauds. That was my purpose with it.
Let's go back to Dashing Rogue.
Yes.
What are you thinking? What's on your mind?
Well, I think everyone has a past, and people should acknowledge it when it comes up. I don't think it should be brought up as a weapon to beat people over the head with. I do believe that that Matt. Again, we don't know. We don't know what's on his heart. We don't know what's in his head. All we know is what is on paper and what is on the record. I will talk. I don't know if people aren't interested in the whole satanic connections to the white nationalism. I'm
interested, so go for it.
Okay. First off, Boyd Rice was one of the leaders of a group called the Abraxas Foundation. Now, what it was essentially a group of white nationalists who were connected to the LaVeyan Church of Satan. There are interviews. I have an interview here of Tom Metzger. I'm posting into the chat. Who this guy's a big white nationalist guy also. But I really want to emphasize this. There is a connection here between groups like what is it? Not ID Europa. What the hell is it called? Groups in the far right are very, very heavily influenced by these satanic groups. They've been around. A white man. What? May I ask? What's up?
It was just an exclamatory, oh, Jesus H. Like, go ahead, dude. Try to connect white nationalism to Satanism. Do you think I'm a Satanist?
No, no, not at all. I do believe, however, there are people who don't have the best interests of whatever movement it might be, and they just want to subvert. They just want power for power's sake. They'll say whatever the hell you want to hear, especially since most of these people are fucking Jewish. They're Ashkenazim. I mean, what was it? Anton LaVey? He was a Jew from the Ukraine, I believe. His wife, not his wife, his fucking daughter, Zina, she was a Jew. So when you have this connection between, these, I want to say these extremists, like Nick Bogus. Nick Bogus was the guy who wrote, he created the Happy Merchant meme. We all know who that is. There are pictures of him with, I believe, let's see if I can have it with a white man and James Goad. You have a picture of him with him. These people have, how can I say it? There's a long history of this. And honestly, if you understand what their values are, social Darwinism, might makes right, and all this other crap, and you realize, like Spencer, basically saying we just have to overthrow the government, overthrow everything. He's coming at it from a satanic mindset. He's coming at it from a mindset of let's just kill them all, let God throw them out, sort of thing. It's not very diplomatic. Yes?
Let me jump in. Dashing Rogue, what is social Darwinism?
A social Darwinism is the idea that I'm going to get mine and I will basically fuck everyone else. I don't care if I'm fair. I don't care.
Luke, you gonna let that fly? Really?
I'm going to let him say his piece, and then other people. So don't interrupt him. Dashing Rogue, finish your thought, and then we'll go to Southern Dingo.
So, social Darwinism, at the end of the day, is just I'm going to get mine. I don't care. I will abuse any system of power, any system of privilege. I don't care about other people. I'm getting mine and fuck everyone else. That's basically what social Darwinism is at a nutshell. The free market is very social Darwinistic. The dating market as it is right now is very social Darwinistic. I want to say the liberated sexual market is very Darwinistic. You can look up a book by Anton LaVey called The Competent Witch, and what it is essentially a book for gain, but for women. And they talk about using eugenics in this book. It's the second edition, I believe. Xena speaks about this. The book is designed for eugenics. Now, the thing about eugenics, and if you break it down etymologically speaking, what it is good breeding. So there's a certain level of how'd you say it? Aesthetics that have to be applied in these arguments when it comes to eugenics. So you have to ask yourself, who is shaping culture? Who is shaping people's tastes? That's basically that.
Got it. Let's go to Southern Dingo. Dingo?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that you define social Darwinism spot on, but I don't even care. But first of all, what you just described, like I'm for me, for everybody else. You just described a very inherently like libertarian view. That's not like fascistic. That's not alt-right. That's not white nationalist. You just described every man for himself. The free market of Darwin's strong survives. If you want to talk about social Darwinism, how you described it, you need to go talk to the libertarians, because that's not what I advocate for. That's not what anybody I know advocates for. Now, as far as you talking about Spencer coming from this or that, from a Satanist mindset, listen, I am not here today, nor will I ever be on a stream to sit here and defend Richard Spencer. All right? That's not what I'm doing. But you're being a little dishonest here. Let's just be clear. He doesn't go on streams and go, "We got to overthrow the government. We got to overthrow this and screw everybody else." Like
I'm being a bit hyperbolic. I'll admit that. I mean, I don't see dishonesty.
Why? Why do you have to be hyperbolic?
I don't exactly have a list of quotes here. I mean,
well, that's a problem, I would think. Whenever you're going to compare somebody to a Satanist, maybe you should have a fucking list of quotes, don't you think?
Why are you so Why are you so angry, buddy?
Why are you so
No, I'm just saying. I mean, did I offend you?
No, you're pissing me off. You're pissing me off because you're comparing. Okay, why don't ask me a question and then talk over me, fanboy? Listen, you want to compare somebody to a Satanist, you need to make a good case. And whenever people do that and they don't make a good case, yes, it aggravates me. If Richard Spencer was doing that about you, I'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing, Richard? Why are you acting like a fucking MSNBC Jew right now?" So yeah, it aggravates me when people do that, because I live in a society where it's done to white people every day. So don't do that, please.
Really? So I just met you tonight, and I say Satanists, and then I say alt-right or white nationalism. You take that personally. Am I correct so far?
He's gonna find you out if you keep getting upset at him.
Me?
He's gonna discover. I'm talking to Dingo. Dingo, he's gonna discover your secret.
Yes, I know.
Go ahead. I have to go. It's noon here, and I've got some errands to run.
Never even got the answer to our questions, but okay.
Well, sorry guys. All of you have a Merry Christmas, and thanks to Luke for having me on. See y'all.
Happy 12 hours. Yeah, happy holidays, buddy.
So, again, I don't know you, but if you're going to identify, as white nationalist, you look. I'm not going to compare you. Your sins are not Spencer's sins. My sins are not your sins. You have to be an individual, at least with individual accountability. Okay.
I want to sing Matt a goodbye song real quick. Dream of Californication.
That's a good song. Good group.
I see him more as "Take a Walk on the Wild Side." You know that song?
Oh, that's a good one.
But, that's just.
Hey, I'm really autistic, so if I could like tell you what social Darwinism actually is, I would be really happy.
Go. Yes.
The theory it is social Darwinism is the theory that individuals, groups, and peoples are subject to the same Darwinian laws of natural selection. That's essentially what social Darwinism is. You were pretty much wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what exactly constitutes that? What is the scope of that?
Hi.
Hey, Kayla. How's it?
Okay. Okay, Kayla, do you want to jump in?
Oh no, someone was just saying hi, so I just found a little break in what they were saying to say hi. But,
okay, Kayla, what about the role of Satanism in the white nationalist movement?
Oh man, I mean, look, I can't tell you what's in one man's closet. I can't tell you what's in another man's heart. I can't tell you what's in his head. I mean, I don't know. I would assume that that Rogue has done some research. He's been able to find some connection. I don't know what it is yet.
I posted some in the chat if you'd like to look.
Well, yeah, but it's like a YouTube video and a Google Drive. We're on a live hangout right now. Like, it's an inappropriate time for me to, verify.
Well, you can see it. I mean, if you want to look, you could look. But if you don't want to look, that's fine by me.
He doesn't have a list.
Can't look while she's doing a YouTube stream. A live stream.
Yeah,
I mean that's not fair. Bob, what's on your mind, Bob?
Oh, hey man, yeah. I wanted to say, hey Kayla, it's me, Bob.
Oh, hey Bob, how you doing?
Yeah.
You still punished or?
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, always.
Good.
Yeah. I just wanted to hop on because I had the ability to. Really cozy night tonight. Loving the stream. It was a real shit fest earlier, but it was still pretty funny.
It was funny, wasn't it? You gotta wind it down though. Everyone eventually winds down, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking off for the night, Luke. Be careful, guys. Be careful about clicking on drive links though, because you got to register your email address to do it. So just be careful about clicking on drive links.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude to a Rogue, but I'm not.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm trying to think of another way I can get this information to you. Then,
What's your badge number?
What?
What's your badge number, agent?
Oh, I'm an agent now, am I?
Listen,
look, Dingo's a Satan. You're a federal agent. Like, it makes perfect sense.
I don't know.
Yes, say at night whenever I have to commend Halsey for something. But thank you, Halsey, for pointing that out.
No problem, man. Later.
Halsey, what?
Okay, see you, Halsey. Southern Dingo, what's the state of the dissident right these days? It's been a long time since we've spoken.
Yes, it has, and I guess I probably should have done this a long time ago. Thank you for letting me on and all that, man. I really do appreciate it. But the state of the dissident right is it's not its best, and I think a lot of it is because there's simultaneous arguments of optics cucking. People are calling people wignats, right? Calling somebody a wignat is, I think, is just as bad as calling somebody an optics cuck. Both sides need to stop that. We need to not have ad hominems or whatever, for our own people. And then we just can't really figure out what to do next is the problem, because there's so much bullcrap going on at the same time. You've got this guy over here talking about Satanism. You got other people talking about everybody's a Fed. You got other people talking about, oh, we need to do it on the internet, but we're getting deplatformed, and oh no, street activism. People need to get on the same message is what I believe. And if I have to be honest with you, I've always found that red pilling normies comes in two stages, and they have to go in this order. And it's just my experience, my opinion. First, you have to Jared Taylor them. That means red pill and monorace. And then you can Kevin McDonald, which is the Jewish question. And I'm not trying to be offensive to your Luke or anything in your own house here, but that's just what I yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Here? Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely more steps to the process than that. I mean, the way the majority of everyone that I know, everyone I've talked to, and including me, it always goes from you go in subtly through memes, or you enter in through conservative tier, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder type shit, and you go in through there. Bro, what the hell? My voice is shaking. Anyway, you go in through there, and you slowly like work your way down the rabbit hole. It's not an information dump like posting the FBI statistics or like getting people to watch a certain 6-hour long documentary is not going to change their mind as much as if they believe that they changed their own mind. It's a very gradual process.
That's not what I said. I didn't say like show them the great story never told.
Well, you summed it up in 2 parts, and I think that's like.
Well, yeah, but like you're saying, okay, listen, this is autistic, and I don't want to argue about it. But like you're saying, you got to hit them with the Ben Shapiro and this and that first. Are we talking about newborn babies? Like I'm assuming that some of these people
you have to establish rapport.
I'm assuming that some of these people have already soaked up the Ben Shapiro type people. I'm talking about like conservative whites. I really don't know how to get through to liberal whites, to be quite honest with you. Like those on the left, I've had success one time, and it was kind of a fluke. But I'm talking about people who are already kind of on the conservative side. Like I don't want to show them Ben Shapiro because I assume they're inundated with it already.
I'm not saying show them Ben Shapiro. I'm saying that's how everyone goes in. You lighten up the load with like, shit like.
It's well, if you don't mind me, it's the idea of saying communists are the real enemy, globalists are the real enemy, right? Like, think about when Crowder points people out. Who is he pointing out? Right? He's pointing out the globalists and the communists and big media and so forth. But it's not very specific with the groups of people. He's just saying, communists, globalists.
Have you guys even read Siege? Oh my god.
Kayla, what do you think is the state of the dissident right?
Oh man. I mean, okay. I do agree with. Actually, no, because look at your stream tonight. From what I caught, and I think I really really got the gist of it. That's probably the best depiction of the state of it right now. Right, you've got everyone coming in and strong personalities, and I get that. Right, egos. Right? Strong men. You need strong men. But you put a whole bunch of them in a room together, what do you expect is going to happen? And that's what it is. Everyone is trying to figure out what works, but we're still like trial and error. So, I mean, the state of things is your stream, right? That's how I see it.
Well, I forgot to say something earlier to Matt Forney. Can I get it out before I forget?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. He was talking about, Steve King and how he can organize this and that. And I would have said this earlier to him, but we got sidetracked by Satanism, which, happens all the time.
Love you too, buddy.
I think somebody's going to interrupt. Okay, never mind. So what I got from that, I looked up Steve King, which was his one example of somebody how to emulate, right? And over his last few elections, the percentage he wins by is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I think we all know that there's one reason and one reason alone for that. That is because of the browning and the blackening of the United States. His pass race in his district, which has always been like solidly Republican, he won 50 to 47, right? I mean, if you want to round decimals, it's like 50 to 48. I don't know how he's going to win again, to be quite honest with you, because his area just keeps getting browner and browner. So like, all this sounds great, right? And I love Steve King, to be quite honest with you, but we're coming up on a point where we're not going to be able to fix anything just because of the demographics. So people that tell us to like everything that we do is shit, but offer no in real life, offer nothing, no opinions on what to do. They're useless. So what Matt Forney has proved to me tonight is that he is useless. All he does is criticize and offer no way to get the things that he's saying. He's making fun of people for not being able to get. If you're some kind of revolutionary genius, Matt, please help us. Don't just say you guys suck. You guys ruin lives. Like, dude, we're not ruining lives. What's happening is people's lives are getting ruined because they're white. And it's okay to put people, that one guy that got sentenced to prison for 15 years for putting bacon on the doorstep of a mosque. Let's not forget about that guy. Kate Steinley's killer goes free. There's a family in Tennessee. Their daughter, Shira, was killed by an illegal Mexican on his 4th DUI. He went free. He walked out of the hospital. The cops said they didn't have enough to arrest him for. Like, this stuff is all so obvious and clear. But if you have some kind of plan to get through all of this media and government boot that we're under, stop criticizing your own people and help. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Dingo, I'm going to push back on that, and I'm going to contend that the biggest problem facing the dissident right is that most of the people who compose the dissident right, and I'm saying most, I'm not saying all, most of the people who compose the dissident right don't have the stuff to build a winning movement.
Okay.
What do you mean by the stuff, may I ask? Like,
Sure. You don't get it. Yeah.
They're generally speaking unsuccessful in life. They're generally speaking, not all, saying 60%. They are choosing a form of politics that reflects their emotional state rather than being just primarily motivated to save their people. So here, I'll read you one paragraph from a book called "The Body Keeps Score," and this is kind of how I'm thinking about things right now. Isolating oneself into a narrowly defined victim group promotes a view of others as irrelevant at best and dangerous at worst, which eventually only leads to further alienation. Gangs, extremist political parties, and religious cults may provide solace, but they rarely foster the mental flexibility needed to be fully open to what life has to offer, and as such cannot liberate their members from their traumas. Well-functioning people are able to accept individual differences and acknowledge the humanity of others. So I'd say for a part of the alt-right, it's become a victim group, and like all victim groups, they have rational reasons to feel victimized, but they're very isolated. They're not making a lot of money. They don't have a lot of friends and familial connections, and so they're acting out of a kind of a precarious place in life, and so they're not making very good decisions. So it seems to me that the main challenge, Dingo, for the dissident right is that most of the people who are attracted to it tend not to make very good decisions.
I would actually like to go into that. That sounds like it's going to be fun to break down. Okay, let's say the victim thing first. All right, and listen, I don't want anybody to confuse me. I am not advocating that or saying that some kind of victimhood status like will propel some movement to success. I'm not advocating that anybody try to take a victimhood stance. But if we're going to talk about victimhood and how it kills, I would just point to Jews and go, no. They're the biggest victims in history. I mean, right now they're convincing white people, Christians, they're trying to convince white Christians to put trigger warnings in front of, quote, anti-Semitic verses in the Bible, right? How can you get more victim mindset than that? And they seem to be doing just fine. Now, secondly, I would like to say about they don't have good jobs, they don't have many friends. I hate to make everything about me, but it kind of always is anyways. I'm a narcissist. So I'm just kidding. But like, let's take me for example, because there's thousands of people out there like me. I've met a couple hundred of them probably. I was fired. I was making good money before I decided to say beating little white girls is a bad idea. I now don't make good money. I make shit money. And like I barely got this job. And as soon as they Google my name, I'm convinced they'll get rid of me too. A lot of my family didn't stick around, right, for that whole fiasco because, I don't know, they've been convinced that racism is bad. And all they needed to hear was somebody call me a racist. It kind of limits the amount of friends I can get, right, just because of what the rumor little circle here are in my small town. I would say that I didn't form my ideas by this victim mindset. Me having these ideas actually put me in a real life position of what you're calling a victim mindset. Like, I'm not really going to take the L for not making a whole lot of money here. This was kind of out of my hands. I really didn't know that was coming. I also didn't know that people were going to be like, oh shit, he got fired for being a racist. I can never talk to him again. These are we're talking chicken or egg here, and I think that you and I have a different opinion of which came first.
Yeah, I would. Is it all right if I come in here?
Yes.
I just have something to say. So, I think I was alluding to you a little bit on your last pod. I don't know, maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, about liberalism and how liberalism historically was about protecting Anglo-Saxon and long-standing minority rights, right? So basically, like, you can have a liberalism where it's not about victims, but it's just you recognize a you have a political group instead of focusing on individual rights, like liberalism has passed, like with Hobbes and Locke. You can have a liberalism where you can work it to your advantage, where you're like, well, we have political interests as well too, and so you can work within that in that framework. And I think Tucker Carlson actually does that really well when he says that, well, we didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for mass immigration. We didn't ask for to be replaced. Like who voted for this, right? So I mean, and you still get, like, obviously you still get shunned by the media, but the thing is, you see people that go, like, I guess the Wignat meme, where they go all in because they realize that even with that moderate stance, they're still going to get doxxed. They're still going to get, you know, they're going to get we're going to get a lower status of society. So basically, there's other podcasts that say, you know, you need a new system. We can't be just dependent upon this old system, right? So we need to build like new networks, basically, and new infrastructures, and kind of be self-sufficient in some way, and not be so dependent upon a system that wants to basically kill our culture. So basically, what I would say is, instead of focusing on this victim, I would say, do something that makes you self-empowered. Instead of like focusing on material things like making money, like focus on a skill, like work a skill, like do a trade or do some crafts or work on your car, or, you know, or start your own like mechanic business, you know, from your garage. Like people do this all the time, and like, sure, like you know, shitty things happen. Like shitty things happen to all of us, life stuff. So what? Like we just live in this like anomaly of like of peace and this rich society, and we're kind of in the last decadent phase. So what we have to do, we have to prepare. We have to be a new type of person. We have to be. We just can't just be this old like we're going to put on a business suit and then we're going to go up to corporate and like, yeah, sure, there's some people can do that, but like most of us, like, you know, like who are working class, we can't necessarily do that, right? We can't necessarily make the big EO jobs because, you know, we're conservatives. So what I say is we need to be more self-sufficient. And so basically you just need to I hate to say this, but pull yourself up by your bootstraps a little bit, and, you know, just face it that life is just a struggle, and you just need to, like, no matter how many times you get knocked back down, you get back up another time. So you get knocked back down once, you come back twice. So that's basically what.
Okay, thanks, John. I want to read a little bit from George Hawley. Is a political science professor, is coming out with a book in December of next year, The Alt-Right, What Everyone Needs to Know. And he previously published a book on the alt-right that came out in 2017, which got some good reviews on countercurrents. As the alt-right was growing, people in the movement often discussed what they derisively called white nationalism 1.0. The term referred to those white nationalist groups and individuals that are active in the late 20th century and the first years of the 21st century. The alt-right used that term mockingly because those groups were ineffective to the point of hurting their own cause. They had a deserved reputation for violence and had little to offer well-adjusted white Americans. Those groups were known for their constant infighting, and their leaders attempted to attract cult-like followings. In some cases, those white nationalists formed literal religious cults. In its early days, when it was still almost entirely online, the alt-right mostly sought to create distance between itself and groups like the American Nazi Party and its successors, although there were some differences of opinion. But when I read that, and I read about the problems of white nationalism 1.0, the reputation for criminal violence, constant infighting, and their leaders attempting to attract cult-like followings, that seems very much like the alt-right over the past 3 years. Dingo?
Violence? What criminal violence?
That is a good question. So I think that's a good point. But that's not the only point. The other points were constant infighting and leaders attempting to attract cult-like followings.
I mean, all leaders.
Wait, I'm asking Dingo. So Dingo, go ahead.
attempting to attract cult-like followings is a very, very vague description of a very bad quality. You'll have to help me out with that, because like that could be said about anybody. I think you could say that easier about a lead singer of a rock band than you could the alt-right. I mean, whenever I think about cult-like followings, I think about girls passing out because they see somebody. I don't think about people trying to save the white race.
Okay, I see it, but it's just a difference of perception. So someone else was
considered cult-like devotion, maybe, like devotion to an ideal to the point where the ideal becomes a chain in itself.
No, I'm talking about people who put their own self-interests ahead of the values and the cause that they espouse.
So, like profiteers.
Yes, someone like Richard Spencer.
Certainly, many people would see that. I can understand why they would see that. It's not really. It can look that way, and with other people as well, that they seem to be putting their own egos and their own advancement ahead of the values that they espouse. And so that seems to be a challenge in the alt-right as it was for white nationalism 1.0.
So they don't practice what they preach, essentially.
Well, they're caught up in the damaged people who are much more interested in their own self-aggrandizement than they are in the cause that they espouse. I see a lot of that on the alt-right.
Well, let's name names. Like, who are we talking about, and what's some examples? Because it's hard to pick apart an abstract example.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Richard Spencer, when he had nothing to do with the alt-right prior to 2015, the alt-right flourished when he moved to take back control of what's called the alt-right. Every major strategic decision he made was an absolute disaster, and people who followed him into those decisions suffered. They were doxxed, they were arrested, their lives significantly suffered. So yeah, he helped come up with the term. He's very articulate. He's a very good public speaker. He's a very interesting Twitter account. He's a good writer. He's very good at live streams. But strategically, when he tried to take back control of the term alt-right by instigating Hailgate, and every strategic decision he made after that, it made him the focus of news attention, and it was incredibly destructive to the cause of white solidarity and white identity.
All right. Well, okay. Well, first things first. I'm not. I think that we need to do a better job of separating Richard Spencer's personal attributes to the movement of the alt-right. Like Richard Spencer, while he has some problematic, I guess, things going on in his life, or maybe people want to criticize this, I'm not here to defend those personal things. But I think that saying that he was trying to take back power with Hellgate is. I'm not sure that that's what he was trying to do. And
I didn't say take back power. I said he was trying to take back ownership of the alt-right. He was trying to drive out the alt-right, and he did it by invoking the Third Reich, which is a strategic error in the United States of America. In the United States of America, the Third Reich is a bad idea. I'm not making any judgment on whether the Third Reich is good or bad. I'm saying strategically in the United States of America, associating yourself with the Third Reich is a strategic blunder.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you there. It's probably not the best way to red pill a normie is to go, hey, Hitler did nothing wrong. No matter how true or untrue it is, it's not a good icebreaker. But what I would say was that as far as the media demonizing this and that, the media has done a pretty good job of demonizing the Proud Boys, and they are the worst whenever it comes to, hey, look at my base black friend. So I don't think that can be used as a point, because they just kind of demonize anybody who is even close to advocating for something that would benefit white people.
Not necessarily.
Now, Richard,
just look at Identity Europa.
Well, what about them?
When's the last time you heard something negative about them in the news? The only time I hear about them in the news is white nationalist group cleans up a park.
No, dude. That's okay. No, it's a side issue. I'm not really interested in debating. I'll just find you some news links if you'd like for me to show you the news shitting on Identity Europa. It's not a problem, especially in Europe. But all right. What was the next thing? You made me lose my train of thought. What was the next criticism, Luke?
Well, my point was that since Richard Spencer tried to take back control of the alt-right, particularly following Trump's election, that every strategic decision he's made has been bad strategically for the movement, even if it's been good for him personally by making himself the focus of media attention.
Okay, well, but we don't do things because Richard Spencer said to do them. You know, that's the main thing that I would like to kind of get across. Richard Spencer has done a lot for, like, you know, spreading the ideas of white advocacy and this and that, and like I'll be eternally grateful for that. But I don't think that anybody should make the mistake of thinking that he has. I think a lot of people overplay the influence. I'm sorry, the influence he has over people in the, you know, what's known as the alt-right or whatever. A lot of people have the same kind of criticisms that I don't know, even you might have, but that's not to discredit what he's done good. I think he's done a lot of good, but he's not like the leader of the alt-right. I mean, that's a media meme, and I don't buy it. You know, I didn't know who he was before Hailgate or whatever, and I still had these ideas, and I don't know, man. Like, you want to make the alt-right about Richard Spencer, it's going to be like, if they were the same thing, it'd be really hard to defend the alt-right, but they're not one and the same.
Okay, let's get some other opinions in here. Kayla, John, go ahead.
Yes, yes. So I have a different perspective of this. So like I plugged in my Canadian, part of a Canadian nationalist party in Canada, and Faith Goldie, she kind of counter-signaled our party for not having enough signatures to register for the next ballot in the 2019 federal election in Canada. And she said that, our leader hasn't tailored the message hard enough or anything like that. But I think most of these alt-right people that do these criticism, I don't think they really had to suffer that much, really. And they don't really know what it's like to start things from scratch or to struggle or what it actually means to struggle. Like this seems like it's been a spoon-fed kind of life of mainstream activism, from libertarianism to alt-right conservative. Another thing too, in the Anglosphere, nationalism is not in the mainstream. So any like genuine nationalist movements are going to be facing an uphill battle. So yeah, you could say it's not a good idea to evoke German nationalism, let's say, because the definition of nationalism is it's a certain type of people. So what I think we should work on an identity for some sort of people, even though we're kind of in this mess right now of we're kind of all fragmented and all that. I think what we need to work on building an identity, building a people that makes us actually do things, as opposed to what's the best optics, like who am I to.
Okay, let's go to Bob. Bob, do you have any thoughts on anything we discussed the last 10 minutes?
Nah, man.
Wait, you were breaking in. You obviously do have thoughts. You were contradicting Southern Dingo, so...
Well, yeah, Southern Dingo is trying to direct... he's trying to say, like, the media is going to shit over anything that you join, so, what can you do? I don't think that... I don't know, man. I've not been paying attention. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. Don't take anything I say seriously.
The attacks against the Tea Party, whenever it first came out, looked shockingly similar to the attacks against Proud Boys, to the attacks against Identity Europa.
I've not seen any attacks, though. Like, what major news outlet? No, you're quoting Wikipedia articles and SPLC. Like,
yes, I'm showing you what they identify Identity Europa as, and then I also just put an MSNBC video. There is no good press you're going to find in the mainstream news media that's anything but damaging whenever it talks about Identity Europa. I didn't know that 7 links wasn't enough for you, but I'm not saying to go Heil Hitler because the news media is going to talk bad about you anyways. That's not my point. But I'm saying that to a certain extent, yeah, they're going to talk bad about you anyways. Now, what you do with it is what we talk about, but the facts are the facts.
Okay, let's get Kayla in here. Kayla, anything you've heard in the last 15 minutes you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on the Richard Spencer topic, and I don't talk about it too much, so I won't, but just, keep it brief. Who thinks that Richard Spencer is a strategist, right? Who thinks that this guy is, anything but a quote, thought leader? right? Someone that is about spreading the ideas of the Faustian spirit. And yeah, I get it. He had NPI. There were things there. He conferences, things like that. For the most part, what is he? He is a guy. He is a preacher, right? He's not a community organizer. He's not a statesman. He is a preacher. And I'm not saying, please take that with a grain of salt. But nonetheless, that's what he is. That's what his skills are. Anyone that attributes more skill to someone than they have shown to have, right? You'll only be disappointed. Richard needs to, as you would say, Luke, stay in his lane, do what he does best, and get someone else that is very, well qualified in the areas he's deficient. It goes to this egos thing. Nobody wants to admit that they suck at some stuff or that someone's better than them. But we have to do that because we're not, we're not the overman. We're not perfect. We're not all knowing and all capable.
Okay, Colin Liddell, how are you? Colin, are you there?
Hi, Luke.
Yes, how's it going, Colin?
It's early in the morning, or at least it feels like it's early in the morning. Just got up. So you've been up all night, or what time
Yes.
where you are?
It's 12:30 a.m., so I've been streaming for about 6.5 hours. Colin, I just want to read you something by political scientist George Hawley. He's got a new book coming out, The Alt-Right, What Everyone Needs to Know, coming out in 1 year. I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs. As the alt-right was growing, people in the movement often discussed what they derisively called white nationalism 1.0. The term refers to those white nationalist groups and individuals that were active in the late 20th century and the first years of the 21st century. The alt-right used that term mockingly because those groups were ineffective to the point of hurting their own cause. They had a deserved reputation for violence and had little to offer well-adjusted white Americans. Those groups were known for their constant infighting, and their leaders attempted to attract cult-like followings. In some cases, those white nationalists formed literal religious cults. Colin, white nationalism 1.0 sounds pretty similar to the alt-right over the past 3 years.
Yeah, I would say that that's an accurate description of what happened. The alt-right made the mistake of sort of going back and becoming white nationalism 1.0.
And so I was also arguing that the biggest challenge facing the dissident right is the quality of its adherents. And let me just read you one paragraph from a book called The Body Keeps Score. Isolating oneself into a narrowly defined victim group promotes a view of others as irrelevant at best and dangerous at worst, which eventually only leads to further alienation. Gangs, extremist political parties, and religious cults may provide solace, but they rarely foster the mental flexibility needed to be fully open to what life has to offer, and as such cannot liberate their members from their traumas. Well-functioning people are able to accept individual differences and acknowledge the humanity of others. So I see a problem in parts of the alt-right, parts of the dissident right, that it's become a victim group that does not exactly foster mental flexibility.
A victim group. Well, I think it's just, it's like that seems to be like an complicated explanation of what went wrong. I think you can really just sum it up in very simple terms, like you've got to appeal to the normies.
Right. And what's giving you a positive perspective on the dissident right? We've certainly got significant growth in Europe. So does that hearten you?
Well, obviously, when you look at Europe, you can see that there is a way to go about this, and eventually, people in America will also work it out. But there seems to be so many interestingly toxic forms of stupidity in America. I mean, it just reminds me of this Judge Dredd story I read when I was a kid, where Judge Dredd has to travel across from Mega City 1 on the East Coast to Mega City 2 on the West Coast, and he goes through this area called the Cursed Earth, and it's a kind of irradiated nuclear wasteland full of all these kind of mutated forms of Americanism. And so, that kind of sort of sums up how I see a lot of the elements in American in the American alt-right. They're very, very LARPy. They're very, very over defensive. They're very, very try hard. In Europe, I mean, obviously people are more sophisticated. They're more politically aware. They know how the enemy uses tricks against you. They know how movements can be subverted. And so, they've gone about things in a different way. They've actually, modified their movements to make them acceptable to the majority of people. And that's why in places like Italy, they are now the majority of people.
Colin, about 7 hours ago, I began this stream with Jim Goad came on, and he slammed you. I don't remember exactly for what, but do you have a history with Jim Goad?
Jim Goad. Who is Jim Goad again? Remind me.
He wrote the book Shit Magnet.
Oh, him, that guy that looks like a testicle. Okay. Now I've got nothing against Jim Goad, and I find it kind of vaguely amusing that he seems to be afraid of me or scared of me in some way. I think some years ago we had some minor disagreements on the internet, on some comment board possibly. And then I was also leaving some comments at Taki's Mag when he was running that, and he banned me from the discus on Taki's Mag, which fine. I didn't really care too much about that. And he seems to kind of remember me as some kind of bugbear, and he's just like an old guy who's obviously on the way down. And he seems to overreact to a lot of things. I think at his time of life, he should just be more mellow. It's time to get his rocking chair out.
I'm a big fan of Brett Stevens, and you published a terrific essay from him, How to Know If You Have Joined a Hate Group. And here are some points. It's not your fault. You must explain to them that nothing is their fault. Their personal failures, collapse of their society, and the mediocrity of everything was not their fault and was in fact done to them. And the fault lies with someone else. Since these problems still remain, you must explain how it was done to them by someone else. And there's this one simple trick, just like a clickbait headline. You now have to offer them an armchair solution, which needs to be mentally easy and very, very simple. So this kind of victim mentality that I was talking about 5 minutes ago is prevalent on parts of the dissident right, is prevalent among Jews, is prevalent among Christians, is prevalent among, I assume, every group, that they all want to believe that their problems have absolutely nothing to do with them and entirely lie with outside groups.
Yeah, well, I think we have to blame the Jews, really, because they've made being a victim so fashionable.
Yes. Well, they've certainly they played that game, but everyone's playing that game except people of Northern European heritage, it seems like.
Well, I think playing a victim means it used to mean you're losing, and that's why you played the victim, because you're losing. And you weren't actually playing the victim; you were the victim, and so you just kind of sent out signals that you were a victim. I think, we've got to get away from this kind of victim mentality. It's very hard to do now because our whole society is sort of 24/7 about this group is being racist. People are being racist against them, or there's this transgender thing going on, or whatever, and everybody is being bombarded with this kind of victim culture, and so people think, oh, this is completely normal,
right?
So I just think it's it's a sign of a culture and a society that is in some sort of weird kind of decline.
Now you're active online. You're active with the affirmative right.blogspot.com. What would you like to bring people's attention to for your work over the last few weeks?
Well, I just think there's a couple of things you have to really emphasize when you're on the dissident right. We have a tendency to escape into comforting memes, and the alt right and the dissident right is very, very meme based, and when you're basing everything on memes, there is a tendency to delude yourself or not to examine things clearly and to get the wrong information, because memes are attractive, but they're not necessarily correct. I mean, memes tend to be true either because they refer inwards to your own psychological needs, or they refer outwards to a truth in the world. So you've got to distinguish which of those kind of memes you're following, because if you're referring inwards to your own psychological needs, then you're obviously going to end up deluding yourself and going into a kind of echo chamber mode. And so this has been one of the problems in the so-called alt-right, which is now practically a dead movement. And the other thing is you've got to take a moral approach. And I think the alt-right really failed in this respect. And for me, morality is a very simple technical thing. It's not something invested with all sorts of religious emotion. Morality is simply not picking too many fights at once. This is why the Nazis are considered the most immoral group in the world. It's simply because they managed to pick too many fights with too many people. And if you do that, people will automatically view you as immoral.
Let's go to Southern Dingo.
All right. Thank you. And Colin, I think you made a couple of good points there in the beginning, but listening to you as you kind of went on, I think you argued yourself into a little circular argument a little bit. Okay, I got the criticism that the alt-right is LARPy. All right, and then I got the criticism that the alt-right is stuck in a victim mentality. But that really doesn't really work for me, because first of all, like I would like to first ask you, do you think that white people are being victimized around the world systematically?
Yes and no. I mean, I think they are being. You could say they're being victimized in the sense that their existence is being undermined. But where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? A lot of that is coming from themselves.
Oh, really? Are we doing that?
Well,
they had these ideas organically.
Why isn't it coming from themselves? I mean, we're dealing with the problem of modernity. The problem of modernity is that it gives people too much freedom to do what they want, and what they want is not necessarily good for the long-term interests of their group. So we need to have we have to evolve a group strategy that deals with modernity, and sort of putting all the onus on some sort of sinister secret cabal of this or that is not really the way to do it. There are sinister secret cabals, and there are antagonistic groups, but we have to have a kind of collective group strategy that is evolved to deal with modernity. Modernity throws a lot of temptations and toxic elements at us just by its very inherent nature.
All right. Well, let me try to finish this point I was trying to make. Okay, so let's just say you're right. Let's say that a lot of this stuff is coming from other white people. I don't think it undermines the point that a lot of white people are the majority of white people are being victimized. Right? You say yes and no, but I think that having your existence undermined qualifies as being victimized. All right. Now, that trying to point that out to somebody to show them what's going on, I'm kind of getting that you're gonna call that a victimhood mindset, like pointing out the fact that we're going down in population like crazy, that we're the only race of people who don't get to have a homeland. Like that, you could make an argument that this is some kind of victim mindset. But then if you're going to throw on top of it, don't have a victim mindset. Don't perpetuate this victim culture, right? Well, then if we can't bring that up, then what do we have to do? We have to project power. But here's the truth. We don't have power over our own country. So then it gets into LARPy territory. You're making an argument that we can't win with, off the bat. You're going to call it LARPy, or you're going to call it victimhood mindset. Do you have something that we can do that you won't criticize?
Well, I think, you've got to look at how the world works. You've got to analyze it, and you've got to organize. And when you kind of like just go into memes about being a victim, and a lot of that's actually people's own life choices, and they're quite happy making those choices, then you're not really getting at the root of the problem. I mean, the victim mentality wants to blame another, and I think you can blame other groups and other people, but the thing is, other groups and other peoples have their own interests, and to varying degrees they manage to realize those interests. But we've got to, I mean, and also there's a problem with we, because like when you say we, I mean, look at us. We're people located at various places on the globe. There's quite a lot of variety when we say we. We is almost a dysfunctional term, unless you're looking for a common enemy.
Well, that's not. No, you're mischaracterizing my we. Like whenever I say we, I'm talking about the people that you're criticizing, right? Like you can lump those into a group and criticize it as the alt-right. I'm saying we, the people you're criticizing. Do you have a solution? Do you have something we can do that you won't criticize as either LARPy or projecting a victimhood mindset?
Well, I'd say that the obvious thing to do is to look at where are people being successful in these issues, and where are they being unsuccessful. And I think there is a very clear American and European split here. The Europeans are dealing with these issues a lot better. They're a lot more organized. They're having a lot more political influence. In America, everything hangs on what Trump's going to do and whether Trump's going to tweet in the right direction. So America is doing very, very badly. And part of that is your political system. You have a very, I guess you could call the American system very, very sort of monopolizing. So you've got these two large parties that it's very, very difficult for any one group to control. Even a group as powerful supposedly as the Zionist lobby is having a hard time controlling American politics, because they've wanted a more American involvement in the Middle East. Obama didn't really do what they wanted, and now Trump's not really doing what they wanted. So you have these two big vacuous parties that nobody can really control, and that don't really represent anybody. So you've got to look at Europe. And why does Europe work? Europe works because you have first of all, you have a lot of hate speech laws, which cut out all the morons and the idiots and the LARPers. And secondly, you have a lot of proportional representation. So small parties that have a valid and legitimate reason to be there and have a valid message can start to gain support and can start to build. That's why Europe is doing a lot better than America.
I think that you're hitting on some good points there, but I think that you're missing the end. I think you hit a foul ball, not a home run. Europe is doing better for one reason and one reason alone. All the countries in Europe are vastly more white than America, and they're smaller and easier to deal with, right? That's why. It's because all of Texas encompasses how much of Europe? A shit ton, right? We're a lot more.
I get that point, but having in America, you have a lot of non-whites, and you've always had a lot of non-whites in America. But wouldn't that actually give you something to? Wouldn't that actually give you something to sort of organize against and to actually be more aware of your group interests? Europe has only had we've only had non-whites for a comparatively short period of time in significant numbers. And a lot of what we see in Europe is a direct reaction towards this kind of influx of mainly Muslims. But in America, you've been living cheek by jowl with blacks certainly for centuries. But you've kind of avoided developing a kind of nationalistic consciousness despite that.
Well, okay, yes. Once again, I think we're talking about a foul ball here because you're kind of misrepresenting, the demographics of America. Pre 1964, we were like 90% white at our lowest point, right? We were pretty much an ethno state, a big one, yes, but a big but an ethno state nonetheless. And then the second point I wanted to make was as far as the supposed control of the United States by Zionist Jews. I think that your example of like having to pull out of Syria, right? The one loss that they've incurred in how long? I don't think that that's a good case to make that they're not controlling the nation. Donald Trump does a lot of what they want. Donald Trump just did prison reform that's going to let out literal rapists, most of them non-white, most of them Democratic voting, from prison. He moved the capital of Israel to Jerusalem or whatever the hell it was, and it's gotten him nothing, but he keeps doing it anyways. So I think that look at our dollar. Look at who controls the Fed. Look at over half of the Fed chairmen have been what? I think we all know. Look at who the banks that are that make up the Fed. Who are they owned by? I think we all know. I think that you're going to have a hard time making a case that Zionist Jews do not run this nation. Secondly, as far as the blacks thing, right? Like if we want to make a case, if we have a bunch of them here and we can try to turn it around and make a case as to why we shouldn't want to live with them, I think that's probably going to fall under your criticism of a victimhood mindset. Because if I try to convince somebody why they shouldn't want to live in a nation filled with that many non-whites, it's going to involve a lot of stories of victims of rape, murder, robbery, displacement. I really don't have anything else other than the negative effects that these people merely being here and leeching off our society and the harm that they cause.
Well,
I don't
what
have
about the
another
food?
reason as to why white people should not want to live with them, right? So I mean, you're going to have to narrow like your
Well,
field of
let's
what.
see. You're going on about the Jews there, right? So, yeah, I mean, the Jews obviously have a lot of power. Nobody's denying that the Jews don't have a lot of power, or that certain Jews have a lot of power. But are they really getting what they want? I mean, Israel is not doing that well. Israel is becoming increasingly isolated in the world. A lot of the things that you point out that the Jews are supposedly bringing about in America will not benefit the Jews themselves. I mean, you're talking about the Jews mass immigration, or they want more and more immigrants. Having hundreds of millions of immigrants come into America and make it effectively a non-white country is not actually going to do the Jews any favor, because the Jews are white. And so when you create a society that's inimical to whites, Jews also suffer.
Yeah, but let's look at France. What happened whenever the policies that Jewish people pushed over there? What happened whenever those policies ruined a lot of France? What did they do? Did they stick around and suffer with us? No. Where'd they go? They went to Israel because they can all go back there. They can all go there. All you have to do is
how many went back to Israel? Do you have numbers on that? I mean, I know some. I know
like, was it like 18,000 like just a year ago? 18,000 in a year went? They're going more and more every single day. But this is the problem. They are fleas on the back of a dog, and they can jump off any time, and they're doing so in record numbers.
It's obviously for French Jews to support mass Muslim migration, it's just obviously they're not serving their own interests. So it undermines the whole theory that they're a cleverly organized conspiracy to promote their own interests.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say they're a cleverly organized conspiracy to promote their own interests. What I'm saying is, like, no matter why they're pushing these policies successfully here and in Europe, that's not the question. The fact of the matter is they are, right? And whenever these policies ruin said nation that they are being so graciously hosted in, they can and do and will in the future leave it. They will leave the Titanic because they have a lifeboat called Israel. We don't. Where do we go?
Look, a lot of people act in the modern world. A lot of people act in ways that are inimical to their own interests. I think with the, everybody is destroying themselves in the modern world.
Okay, guys, I'm exhausted. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. So, Colin, thanks for coming on. Southern Dingo, thanks for coming on. Bob, thanks for coming on. Yeah. And I'm going to say good night. So, thank you so much, everyone.
I appreciate it. You're a top man for letting us on, dude. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, Southern Dingo, I agree with you a lot at the end there. Not so much at the beginning, but Actually, I wasn't paying
Call me
attention
a
to the
boomer.
beginning, but
We
you know
can
what?
never be friends. Call me a boomer. I'm just kidding.
Well, you are.
Okay,
then.
guys. Okay, thanks, Colin, everyone. Bye-bye for now.
All right. Good night, guys.